Hi everyone, I'm so excited to share with you this project that we're going to build in. So it's going to be a habit tracker. So I called it just habit tracker or stacker, sorry. So this is the icon. And so this is overall the landing page. So it's going to be very easy and very simple because that's not the most important thing. We're having a little bit of text to be able to trigger the user, the get started button, and also what the user is going to get when he will sign up. So here we're having the sign in the sign up button. And by the way, we're using Next.js, React, Tailwind CSS, Clerk for authentication, and MongoDB to be able to store our information into the database. And also, as you can see, it is live. So I hosted it into a Vercel, so you can be able to use the application and play with. So you will find the link into the description. And so now let's get into the application and let's sign in. So when we click on the sign in, as you can see, we're having this already provided by Clerk. So it's a time saver, and we're gonna click on Google. So I'm gonna sign in with my main Google account. So let's click. So it's in French because I'm living in Morocco. And as you can see, so this is the application fully alive and working. So we're gonna have the sidebar with the all habits, the statistics, and the areas, and of course, if you want to sign out. But also we can be able to sign out from here. So this is also this profile button provided by Clerk. And here at the top, as you can see, it's pretty simple. We're having the search bar and the dark mode. And the search bar is fully functionable. So if I do this, for example, as you can see, it is live. So if I do something like this, so let's do this drinking. So as you can see, we're having this search live and fully working. And also if we switch to the dark mode, as you can see, we're gonna have this great dark color. So let's switch back to the light mode to be able to see things very clearly, sorry. And here we're having all the areas and we can be able to navigate to filter things out if we're having a lot of habits. So let's click on well-being, for example. We're gonna just show all the habits referring to the well-being, the health, and the test. So we're not having any habit that has this area. So I'm just using this for test purposes. So that's going to be and the next we're having the days to be able to navigate through the days through these buttons. And also we can be able to navigate through the days through this calendar. And by the way, we're going to also use MUI components, not for the whole application, like for this calendar and also for this button. And also for these checkboxes, we're going to use the MUI library but not for this drop down. We're going to create this drop down from scratch and we're going to make it functionable. And also it's going to, as you can see, every time that we click, so it's going to be open up at the right place where we clicked. So for the days, as you can see, I can switch through the days. And if I click here, as you can see, we're having this statistics pie bar also changed dynamically. We're having 100% because we achieved all the habits. And also we're having this little message telling us great job. So that's basically how things are working. And also, as I said, we can be able to navigate through the days through the calendar. If I click here, as you can see, we can go to this day. So everything is synchronized. And also this also changed dynamically. And so now let's try to build or to create another habit. So I'm going to click on add new, of course, and we're going to be creating this amazing window. So let's delete this. We're having the habit name. So let's try to add a new habit and we're gonna um, choose this icon. So we're having the repeat functions, the daily or the week. And we can be able to select the days that we want to, the notification, as you can see. So we're going to build everything And all these features, as you can see, are found in every habit tracker that you can found. And also we're having the areas to choose from. And we're gonna click on the add habit. And as you can see, we're having this new habit has been added successfully. And so let's check the dates, the days. So we're having the Monday, the Wednesday, the Friday, and the Sunday. So we're gonna go to the Monday. So we're gonna find only the habit that we created for the days that we selected successfully. And if we change, for example, something in here, everything's gonna be synchronized. For example, if I do this, if I unselect the Wednesday and if I change something like this, so let's change the icon, for example, and I click on edit. As you can see, the habit is not in the Wednesday because we unselected and we're going to find it for the other days. So as you can see, we're using the same window for the adding and editing the habit. And if we delete, and then we can be able to delete the habit. So when we click on the delete, so we're gonna have this little window, and we're gonna select the delete. And as you can see, the habit has been deleted successfully. And also, one another thing is this application is fully responsive, as you can see. And also, it can also work for the phone format like this. So everything is working fine and smooth. So now let's go to the statistics. So if we click on the statistics, as you can see, we're having a bunch of information in here. We're having the total habits, the total perfect days, the average per daily, and the total streaks. And for each habit, as you can see, we're having its own statistics. So, and also if we click on here, we're having this heat map to be able to show the overall performance of our habit. So as you can see, so this is for this habits and the journaling. So this is for this journaling. So we're having the total times that we check the habit, the consistency, and the streaks. As I said, you can just take this project and you can, add some features, and it's could be usable for other people and help them to change their lives positively. So that's for the statistics. So nothing fancy in here. So we're gonna build everything in here. And also, if we switch to the dark mode, so as you can see, it fits the dark mode. The colors fits the dark mode. So let's go to the areas, and finally here we can be able to play with the areas. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this one. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to um, add this area inside this habit. And so as you can see, we're having right now two habits, and let's click on remove. And so the area has been deleted successfully. And if we go back to the all habits, the test area is not here anymore. And also if we update the health, for example, so let's add something like this. And if we go back to the all habits, as you can see, we're having the health has been changed successfully. And also we can be able to add a new habit if we want to, like this. I'm going to do something like this randomly. And if we go back to the all habits, so we're going to find it here. And also we can be able to add it inside the all areas as well. So let's click on edit. So it has been added in here. And if we turn the dark mode, so we're going to go back to the all areas. So we're having everything is working smoothly and as expected. And finally, we can be able to sign out. And when we sign out, we're back to the main home page. So if you're excited to build this amazing project, stick with me till the end of this video. Hi, welcome back. So here we are in Visual Studio Code, and I already created a Next.js project. So so the first step that we're going to do, we're going to go to the website of Next.js. So that's the setup stage. So first we need to install node.js. Then after that, copy this command line and go back to your VS Code and open up your terminal and paste it over here. So I already did it. And you will have these following prompts. So I'm using the default prompts. I'm using TypeScript. I'm using the ESLint, Tailwind CSS, and for the directory, I'm using the up directory. And all of these are also, I use them by default. So after creating your project, so we will have a body that comes with Next.js to be able to show their first page. So I already got rid of it because we're not gonna use it, of course. So after creating this into VS Code, so the next step, what I did, I created a new repository in GitHub because I need to upload the project over here to be able to deploy it in Vercel because we're gonna use Clerk for authentication, and we need that to be able to use a stable endpoint for webhook. So we're gonna get into this later on. And so after creating your first repository and pushing all your project into this repository by adding the command lines or the git command lines, the next thing that I did right after this, I deployed it inside Vercel. So so here is the link of the, so right now it's totally empty. So that's the link of the website in Vercel's server. And so for deployment, so it's very easy. So after you created your account, so the next thing that you will do, you will go to over here and click Add New and click Project. And over here, because you need to, of course, connect your GitHub account with your Vercel account, so you will have all your repositories over here. And so just click import and you will go to this page, and over here just choose the name of the project that you want and hit deploy. So I'm not going to do this because I already did this, and just to be able to put it out there into the internet for, because we're going to use it for Clerk, as I said. So that's the initial setup for our project. And the next thing that we are going to do is to add a custom font for our website, for our application. And for my case, I'm using the Poppins, and you can use uh, whatever font that you like. So so the first thing that I did, I added the Poppins object inside here. Then I created the Poppins variable. So I called it Poppins, and I'm gonna use the Poppins object with these properties over here. And after that, I'm using this Poppins variable that class name inside the body. And the reason why I did this, so because we want to use the Poppins for the whole components in our application. So after doing this, go to the global.css and add the Poppins CSS selector over here like this to be able to use it as a utility class inside uh, our components. And then go to the page.tsx. So I added this this text over here just to make sure that this font is working. So I added the Poppins over here. And so let's go back to our website. And as you can see, our Poppins was used successfully in our application. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to create our landing page of our application. So we're going to start from the sidebar. So that's going to be the look or the final look of our sidebar. So we're having this simple icon, and also the name of the application is going to be Habit Stacker. And also we're having the sign in sign up buttons. And this color is going to be the default color of our application that we're going to use. And also this is going to be fully responsive, as you can see. So let's go back to our VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this nav bar. So in the main page, or let's start from the main page component. So I created a new folder over here just to make things organized, and I created the navbar component. So that's going to be the actual body of the navbar. So over here, I'm just creating some constants of the colors that we're going to use, and also I'm using the header tag, and so those are going to be the initial um, uh, divs. And over here, so that's going to be for the icon and the name of the app. So this it's going to be for the icon. I'm using this component because I'm using the SVG icon to be able to use this little icon over here, and I'm going to show you how I did it. So I created this folder, and inside of it I created this component. So to be able to get this whole code, so I didn't type it by myself because it's going to take a lot of time. So it's a waste of time. So what I did, I went to this website. So I choose this color, and so what I did, I just changed the colors over here, and you can do so inside the component. So I'm going to show you how I did it. So after doing so, we're gonna so the thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna copy. So the Sorry, we're gonna go to this window, and then we're gonna copy this VG over here and create this component. So you can name it wherever you like and just paste it over here inside this appcon, this functional component. So that's the name of it, and I'm using this prompts over here. So to have some help with this, I used ChatGPT for this, of course, to be able to create this to save up some time. And I'm using this prompts to be able to control the component from the parent component. So this is what I did inside the nav bar over here. So I'm just using the white color, and the height and the width, it's going to be like this. And also I'm using um, over here, I'm using some the inline styles, and I'm using the constant that I created over here. So I did it for this, and also I did it for the icon, for the background of the icon, and also for the button. So I'm using to be able to use the color when I'm hovering over this sign up button. So I'm using this custom color, and I'm using it inside as a utility class with the Tailwind CSS, and I'm going to show you how to do it. To do this, so go to the tailwind.config.js and add this color inside the colors object. So this will enable us to use this color in all utility classes in Tailwind CSS. So that's basically how to be able to create this nav bar, and also to make it responsive, make sure to use the media queries over here in the this div, but also in this div. And to finish our landing page, I added this uh, hero section. So I added this little bold message saying build habits that matter. But also I'm adding this little paragraph as a pain point for the user saying feeling overwhelmed or easy to use easy or habit tracker helps you take control of your day and achieve your goals with this little let's get started button. And of course it is completely responsive, as you can see. So let's go back to our VS Code, and in the main page components, I created this hero section component, and that's going to be the whole body of our next component or hero section component, and those are going to be the utility classes for this. And also to make sure that this message is responsive, so I added this media query. So those are the utility classes to make sure that um, this text is going to be shrinked even further when when we reach this size. And finally, that's the button, and those are the utility classes for this button. Next, I set up a Clerk for authentication. So let's click on the sign up button. And as you can see, we're having this built-in sign up component already provided by Clerk. So, and also I added these social accounts, and you can add many of them if you want to. So let's click on this to be able to log out to sign up with my Google account. So I'm going to click on my main Google account, and as you can see, I'm headed to the dashboard page, and this is my name. And so here I'm just using this button temporarily to be able to sign out. So when I click on the sign out, as you can see, I'm headed back to the landing page. And let's click on the sign in again. Also, we're having this sign in uh, built-in component. So I'm going to sign in again with my Google account, and I'm going to be headed to the dashboard again. So that's how our so this is how we can be able to use Clerk for authentication to inside our application. So I'm going to show you how to be able to set it up very quickly. So the first thing that I'm going to start from is the Clerk docs. So that's basically all the steps that you need to be able to install Clerk. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to copy this command and go to your terminal. And as you can see, I already did it. So make sure to paste it here and hit enter. So once you did this, so you will have the the uh, the keys over here that you need to copy inside the .env.local file. So make sure to copy them over here, and also make sure to add the the app that you created. But first, we need to create the app. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. So once you created your account into the Clerk, so first you will need to create an app. So this is how it's going to look like. Make sure to add the name of your of the application, and also you can be able to choose all social accounts that you want to. But for my case, I just choose the Google and the GitHub. And once you've done with this, click on the Create Application. So I'm not going to do it because I already created one. So that's the application that I created. And so once you created this, so you will you will have in the selection box, you will have the actual application that you created it because it is linked with this doc. It is linked with the account that you created into Clerk's website. So make sure to copy this and paste it in the .env file. And next, make sure to copy this and create this middleware.js file and copy this. And we're going to add the Clerk provider into the layout file. So let's go to the layout file. And as you can see, I added it at the top structure of our application. So make sure to add it over here. And the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to create the dashboard page. So right now it's going to be very basic. So I'm just showing this. And to be able to use the users object, we're going to use it from the user hook that is provided by Clerk, and make sure to make this component as client because these are used only in the client components. And I'm using the sign out button to be able to log out. So also this is provided by Clerk, already provided by Clerk. So using Clerk is much easier and quicker to be able to set up the authentication. And also for the sign in, so I'm going to show you like the sign in, but the sign in page, how to create it. So we're going to create this route. Make sure to create first this folder and make sure to create another nested folder like this. And inside of it, create this page.tsx, and that's going to be the basic body of our sign-in page. And to be able to use this, all you have to do is to use this sign-in tag. And I used a little bit of utility classes just to be able to make sure that this is centered and to use this gradient background. And for the sign up page, do the same thing, create the sign up page folder, and inside of it create this sign up between these double brackets with these three dots, and also create the page.tsx. And what I did, I just copied it from here and pasted it over here, and I just changed the sign in with the sign up, but also the name of the function. And here you have it. So that's how you can be able to create or set up the authentication with Clerk. And also another thing that I want to show you to be able to, so when we click on the sign in, we're going to go to the sign in route. So let's go to so we're going to go to the page, to the main page, and in the nav bar, so I did some modifications over here because as you will see when I log in or when I sign in and I go to the main page like this, so I'm gonna have the dashboard button because I'm already signed in. So to be able to do this, we're using this user ID object from the useAuth hook provided also by Clerk. And so we're gonna use it inside the GSX as a tiny operator. So if the user ID is not null, then we are going to show the button, and we're using the link object or tag to be able to go to the dashboard page whenever we click on the button. And otherwise, we're going to use the sign in, the sign on button, and we're going to use the link as well for this button, sign in button. We're going to go to the sign in route. Otherwise, in the sign up button, we're going to go to the sign up route. And that's basically how we can be able to install Clerk and set it up in our application. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to store the Clerk users, their email addresses first into our database. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our database in MongoDB. So make sure to sign up first to be able to use their service. So once you're signed in or signed up, you're going to be headed to this dashboard and just go over here. So let's click on this and go at the bottom and click on new project. So let's call it like this and click on next and then click on create project and then click on create, and we're gonna choose the free tier and click on create deployment. And then we're going to have this little window. Click on create database user and then click on choose a connection method. Then click on MongoDB for VS Code. And then make sure to copy this and go back to VS Code and create variable name. You can call it wherever you want and paste it over here. And also at the end, make sure to copy this. That's the name of our database and paste it over here and hit and save the file. And also one last thing that we're going to do for network access. So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to add this IP address so you can be able to have unlimited access to our database. So once this is active, so then we created our database successfully. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create our user's schema, and then we need to create a connection between our application and the database before we can be able to store the Clerk's users into our database. But first, we need to do this before we can be able to go to this step. So now we can be able to store the email address of the user who signed up in our application. And as you can see, right now I'm running this application into Vercel's server. So, and also as you can see in our database, we're not having any collection yet in our database. And also if we go to the dashboard, we're not having any user created in our dashboard. So let's sign up. So I'm going to sign up with my Google account again. And let's click continue. So it's in French. And as you can see, I'm headed into the dashboard. And if I go to the MongoDB, as you can see, we'll see the user who signed up is here created in the user's collection. So that's how we can be able to make this. So let's sign out. So I'm going to show you the process and the steps that I did to be able to make this. So the first thing that we're going to do, we need to create our schema for our database. So I created this folder called modals, and inside of it, I created the user's schema. And also we're going to use later on the habit schema, but for now, let's focus on the user. So that's going to be the schema, and the schema is just a structure of how each document is going to be inside the collection. So, so we're going to have the Clerk user ID and the email address. So those are the two elements that we're going to store in our users collection. And over here, we are creating. So if the user model is not existing in the database, so we're gonna go straight to this part and we're going to create a new user model based on the user schema. Otherwise, if it is already created, we're gonna go to this part and we are going to use the schema that we already created, and we need to import the user to be able to use it in other functions. And also to be able to establish the connections, we're creating this function. So, and the first thing that we need to do, something that I didn't mention, make sure to install Mongoose. So add or type in the npm install Mongoose and hit enter. So I already did it. So over here, we're going to establish this connection by this function, and we're going to use the connect function from Mongoose. And also we're going to use the so in the .env .local, we're going to use this variable inside here to make sure that the connection is established, and we're going to just log out this little text over here. Otherwise, if it is an error, we're going to log out the error. So that's basically how to be able to establish the connection between the application and MongoDB. So the next part that we are going to that I'm going to explain is how to be able to connect or to use Clerk. So to uh, save the users that is connected in Clerk inside the database. So we're going to use something is called webhooks. And I'm going to go to the documentation and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So as you can see in this doc, the title is Sync Clerk Data to Your Application with Webhooks. So we're going to use the MongoDB to sync data, Clerk data with MongoDB. So, we're not gonna do these steps. So using ngrok, if you wanna use this into locally, but also if you wanna test things out if they are working or not. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're going to go to the webhooks tab, and then we're going to create um, a new endpoint. And over here, so in this endpoint, so that's going to be the endpoint. So I'm using the URL provided by Versal when I deployed the application into their servers, and I'm going to use after API webhooks. So that's this API we're going to create it over here. So we're going to create the folder API webhooks and the route.ts. So I'm going to get into this a little bit, but let's focus on this. So I'm going to show you the whole process. So I'm going to just copy this. So let's copy this just to show you how to be able to create an endpoint. So it's very easy. So I'm going to dismiss this. And here in the filter, make sure to add the user um, created, deleted, and updated, and hit created. So once you hit created, you will, head it over this page like this, and make sure to copy this sign-in secret and go back to VS Code and the env.local. Make sure to create this variable name and paste your sign-in secret over here. So that's how we can be able to do this. And finally, in the API webhooks route.js, so that's going to be the whole code. And just to be able to get the whole code, just go here at the bottom and copy this and paste it over here. And the only thing that we're going to use to be able to store the user's information from Clerk into the database. So we're going to add after the event type equal user dot created. So we're going to add these lines. So we are creating the new user object with the Clerk user ID and the email address. And make sure these names are the same that we used in the user schema to avoid having any issues. And then we're going to connect to MongoDB via this function that we created. And then we're going to use the user object that we created inside the user schema dot create to be able to create this new user into the database. But before we can be able to do this and in their docs, make sure to install this SVX before you can do this step. So once you did this step, so first because we deployed this application, or because we push this application into the repository, we make sure that you update this by using the command get add and get commit and get push origin main, so it can be deployed automatically into the Versal website or server. So once you did this, So I'm going to go to the Versal website again. Just I want to show you something very important into the settings. So let's go to the habit tracker. Let's choose this project first, and we're going to go to the settings. So let's go to the settings, and so we're going to go to the environment variable, and over here, make sure to add the webhook secret that we just added inside here. And also, or what you are going to do, make sure to copy all of this, copy it, and go here and paste it. So I'm not going to do this because I already did it over here. It's just to make sure that our variables are used inside within the server where we deployed our website. Otherwise, you will have some issues. So that's basically how to make sure that we are storing the Clerk or syncing the data or Clerk data where our database. So then we are going to start working on the UI of our application. So we're going to start with the sidebar. So over here, I just added the logo and the name of our application. So we're going to use the same that we created into the landing page. And so I'm just adding this little border and this page just to make sure that everything is structured well into the browser. So let's go back to our VS Code and I'm going to show you what I did. So I did some adjustments inside the structure of our project. So I'm going to start from here. So I created this components folder. Inside of it, I created the sidebar folder. And so that's going to be the sidebar. So here I'm using the logo and the name component because we want to reuse this that we created in the landing page. So we're not going to create another, so we're not going to copy and paste, well, but we're going to uh, copy this from the navbar. So it was here and create this component. So I paste everything here so we can be able to reuse it or use it twice inside the dashboard page and the main page. And also one thing that I did, so I just created this simple colors. Probably we're going to add other things like the dark mode, but I created this default color to be able to reuse it. And so let's go back to the logo and name, and I imported it over here, and I used it inside these inline styles. And in the so let's go back to the to the sidebar. So just to be able to use it, so I put it over here, and also I added these. These utility classes. And in the page or in the dashboard, sorry, to make sure that those are aligned like this. So I just added this flex and I added this little div because here we're going to create other components and we are going to add them. And based on this selection, we are going to use the component. So we're going to have three elements. We're going to have the whole habits, the analytics, and the areas. And after adding the logo and the app name, right now we're going to add the menu selection. So right now it's just a simple text. I didn't add any styling, but I wanted to show you how to be able to do so. So we're going to have the whole habits to be able to show all the habits over here, the statistics to show all the statistics of habits, and finally the areas or the categories that we're going to use to be able to organize our habits. And to be able to do this, we're going to create the context API so we can be able to share this. So we can be able to share this menu items between many components if we want to, but also to be able to create a lot of variables because our application will have a lot of interactions between the components. So we need to have a way to be able to share all the variables across these components. So I'm going to start with the structure of the context API. So the first thing that I did, I created the context API. So the first thing that we're going to do over here, we're going to create our context of type global context type. And this type I created inside this global context type because the reason why I did so, because we're going to have a lot of elements inside the global context type, and to make sure that the context API is it's cleaner and not lengthy. So that's why I did so. And I added these elements, and those are going to be the default values of each element over here. And the reason why I added the menu items and the set menu items inside this object, so over here, because we're going to have a lot of values going on, so to not be uh, lost between all of these elements that we're having, and also when we want to use these objects and inside other components, like I'm going to show you, it's going to be very easy. All we have to do is to deconstruct this menu item object and use these variables if we want to. And next, we're going to create this function global context provider that's going to wrap all the child components of our application. So that's why we use the children as a React node. So that's it's going to be its type. And over here, we're just creating this menu items array of type menu items type. And this type, I created it over here inside the menu items type. So just for organization, I want to make sure that the types are inside the types folder. So let's go back to the context API. And here we are returning our global context provider. And so here we are going to put all the variables that are going to share across all the components. And we're creating our custom use global context provider, which is a custom hook to be able to use the global context that we or consume it in other components that we created. And also we are exporting the global context provider. So that's the simple structure of the context API. And the next step that we're going to do, we're going to go to the layout and make sure to add the global context provider over here. Make sure to wrap it around the body. So that's why we use the children as a React node. So all the components that we're going to create are going to be inside the body that are going to be inside the global context provider. So uh, and it's very critical to be able to share all the variables across all the components. So once we set this up, we're going to go to this sidebar over here. And here I created another component. So this is external component outside of the sidebar just for readability. So let's go to the menu selection. And here I'm using the use global context provider, and we're using the menu items object, and we're deconstructing it to be able to use the menu items. So that's what I talked about. So using this like this, it's a lot cleaner. And next, we're going to use the map function because since this is an array, so to be able to go through all the elements that we're having over here. And so inside this div, we're just using the name property just to be able to show the name of each element over here. So the next part that we're going to do, we're going to personalize this and to make it functionable. So that's going to be the design of the menu selection of our application. So it's very simple, clean, and minimalistic. So I'm going to show you how I did so. So let's go back to our VS Code. And what we're going to do, we're going to go to the menu selection. And over here, so I made some changes. So I added this single menu item functional component inside this menu selection. And so inside of using a simple div over here, we're going to use this function and we're going to pass in the menu item, of the type menu item type. And so we're going to use these prompts to be able to use each menu item. And here inside this div, we're having the font awesome icon library that we're going to use for the icons. So to be able to install it first, so let's go to the font awesome icon awesome library and go at the bottom, click on React, and just follow the steps over here. So the first thing that you need to do, you need to uh, type in or copy this command and go back to your terminal over here and paste it and hit enter, and then go to the next element and select the free SVG icon package and copy this and paste it over here, and then copy this and paste it over here. So once you're done, then you can be able to use the font awesome icon library. So, and also before we can be able to use the icons, so inside the context API and the menu items, we're going to use the icon property that has where we're going to be storing all the icon objects, and also make sure to add in the menu item type the icon item, which is going to have the icon prop type that is delivered by the font awesome icon to be able to use it in TypeScript. So let's go back to the menu selection functional component. And here, so we're using just a simple div to be able to show the text, to be able to show the name. And here we're using the icon property, which is of type icon, of course, to be able to use it inside the icon property of the stack. And here we're using this just to be able to show the or to use a different color for the background, and the text is going to be white, and we're using the tiny operator. And here we're using the is selected. So that's why we're adding uh, the is selected. So it's going to be true for one element. So we're going to work on this to make this functionable. But for now, let's just work on the design. And so if it is true, the background is we're going to use the custom red that we created in the tailwind.config.js, and the text is going to be white. Otherwise, we're going to use the default styling. So that's basically how I was able to create this. So let's go to the utility classes, and so for the parent component of this, so I'm just using the margin, the top margin, to have a lot of space between the logo app and the menu selection, and also into the select menu item. So this is going to be the utility classes. So we're using flex to make sure that these are next to each other and a little bit of gap to have some space between these elements. And also we're using the item center to be able to center these elements vertically. And also we're adding some margin, and also um, we're adding the margin at the bottom to have some space between each element, and also the margin left to have a lot of space to push it a little bit further to the right. And finally, I'm using the width just to be able to make sure that the width look like this, because by default it is taking a lot of space and it's not looking that good. So that's why how I was able to design this little menu selection is very easy. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to add a logout here, but also I'm going to make this functionable. So whenever I click on here, it's gonna change the colors, but also whenever I'm clicking on the statistics, we're going to to use another component, which is statistics. And if we click on areas, we're going to use another component called areas. And now the menu selection is working. So also I added the sign out button to be able to sign out. So here, as you can see, when I click on statistics, So our selection go to statistics, but also as you can see, um, the text changes. Not only the text, but the component, the whole component that we're using to be able to show the statistics changes. So when I go to the area, the component related to the area also get triggered. And also, we're for to be able to know which element that we selected, we're changing the background and the text. And also we can be able to log out if we want to. So when I click on log out, so I'm going to effectively log out from the dashboard because I'm using a built-in tag from Clerk to be able to do so. So let's sign in again. And now let's go back to our VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this. So the first thing that I did, so I created in the page folder, pages. So just for organization, I created these folders like this because I'm going to add a lot of components inside each folder. So that's why I did so. So I have the all habits, the areas, and the statistics. So if I click on all habits, we're just returning a simple div with all habits text, and the same for areas, and the same for statistics. So now let's talk about how we can be able to make the selection. So I'm going to start from the menu selection. So inside the single menu item, so what we are doing, we're using the menu item object from the context API through the use global context provider. And we're going to deconstruct this by using the menu items and the set menu items. And since we are using, so let's go back to the context API. So here we have an array and we are creating the selected property to know to select to create the selection logic. So when we click on this on the statistics, this need to be false, true, and other elements need to be false. So let's go back to menu selection. I'm going how to show you how to be able to do this. So the first thing that I did, I added the on-click event listener inside each div, and I added this function. So inside this function, what I'm doing, I'm just using a map function inside the menu items, and I'm saying that if the menu item prop that we passed inside this single menu items, if it is equal to the name inside the menu items, so what we're going to do, we are return the actual object with other properties. That's why we're using the spread operator, and the selected property is going to be true. And for the other elements, they're going to be false. So after that, we're going to use the selected inside the class name, and we're going to use the tiny operator. So if it is true for this item that we clicked on, the background that's going to be for this color, we're adding a bit of transition and the text is going to be white. Otherwise, the hover, it's going to be custom red for other elements because we're adding the hover effect whenever we hover over an element. So that's basically how to be able to create the selection logic for the menu items. Now I'm going to show you when I click on this how to switch between components whenever I click on a menu item. So, so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the dashboard. So inside the dashboard, where another thing that I didn't show you is the sign out. So it's very simple. So I created this logout section component. So that's how it is created. So we're using the font awesome icon library to be able to show this icon. And I'm just creating a single object with the name and the icon just to make things simpler and a lot easier to read in this component. And I'm using the sign out button from Clerk, as you can see, to be able to sign out from this session. So let's go back to the dashboard and over here, so that's the logic that I'm using to be able to switch between components. So here again, I'm calling the menu items from the context API, and I'm creating this new selected menu variable state with the assertion type, menu item type or null. So it's going to be first null. And the selected component, it's going to be null because this is what we're going to use whenever we click on the actual element. So we're using the selected menu to be able to store the actual component that we clicked on. So that's why we're using this use effect. So we're going to use the map function, and inside of it, the single item, if the single item, if it's is selected property is true, then we are going to store it inside the selected menu. So when we click on the all habits, we're gonna store the all habits component in selected menu, and the same for statistics and the same for area. So also we're gonna use the switch to be able to create this logic. We're gonna use the switch case. So if the selected menu dot name is all habits, the selected, so we're going to store the whole component inside the selected component, and the same for statistics and the same for area. And then under the sidebar, we're gonna put the selected component between between curly braces. So I'm just using flex just to make sure that these components and the sidebar are next to each other. And that's basically how to be able to create this. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the all habits element, and I'm going to start from the top bar. And the next thing that I created is this top bar. So that's going to be the full layout of our dashboard for the whole all habits section. So we're having this little top bar. So I added some space between the edge of the sidebar and the top of the window and the actual top bar. But also we're going to have in the right sidebar the profile picture, and also we're going to have the some of the most important statistics, and we're going to have the calendar over here, and also we're going to have all the habits that we're going to create later. So that's basically how it's going to look out our dashboard, but also we're going to add the search bar and the dark mode over here. And here I'm just adding this hide there, and it's going to be the name of the user, and we'll come back. So that's basically that I created so far. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this. And so the first thing that I did inside the whole all habits .tsx, the component. So I created this. So that's going to be the parent div, and I made it the width. It's going to be full to take the full width, and also I added another div because I'm going to add the habits uh, component where we're going to be showing the habits over here. And I made it inside this little div because we're going to have the sidebar over here, and we want to make sure that this is next to this whole element over here. So that's why I added the all habits top bar component, and I'm going to add the all habits component inside this little div, and I added some margin just to make sure that I'm having this little white space or empty space. And so I'm going to start with, so for this, it's going to be 80%, and the right side bar, as you can see, is 20%, just to make sure that everything it's changing depending on the width of the window when I'm changing it like this, because we're going to make this responsive. So I'm going to start by the all habits top bar. So that's the actual function. So that's the whole body. So it's very simple. So this is the main or parent component of it. So those are the utility classes. And I'm adding the flex position and the justify between just to make sure that when I put the elements over here, we're going to have this at the left side and the search bar in the dark mode at the right side. So that's why I'm adding the justify between. And so we are creating another div with these utility classes. And inside of it, we're adding another span just to be able to position the hi there phrase. And this is going to be the name of the user. And because I separated them, just make sure that because I want to use different font size, so that's why I did so. And here we're having the welcome back phrase. So that's for the all habits top bar. It's pretty straightforward. And the all sidebar. So I'm just making the background white just to make sure that how things are looking so far into our window. So the next thing that I'm going to add the search bar and also the dark mode to be able to switch from light to dark mode. And also another thing that I did to be able to change the background of to the Scholar. So I went to the dashboard page. So over here, because that's going to be the main or the parent div of all these components. So I choose this color just to be able to show this color over here, and that's it's making our dashboard look good so far. And the next thing that I added is the search bar, as you can see. And also I left some space over here because we're going to add the dark mode component or the component to be able to switch from dark to from light to dark mode. So that's the actual design of the search bar. It's very sleek and simple. So let's go back to our VS Code. And the first thing that I did here, so I made some adjustments and just to make sure that everything is organized. So inside the All Habits folder, I created the components folder. And here I moved all the components that I created or that we're going to use inside the whole All Habits. And also I created the All Habits search bar just to be able to uh, for the search bar actually. And so that's the body of the search bar. So I'm adding this in the parent div. As you can see, the white or the width, sorry, is 70% because we're going to add next to this another component, as I said. So that's why I made it 75%. And I didn't choose the fixed width just to make sure that when I'm changing the width of the window, it goes along with it. So that's why I use the percentage. And next, so that's going to be the next div. Um, so this div is actually the uh, this whole uh, this whole part. So as you can see, the background, that's the color of the background that made it rounded like this. And so inside of it, we're going to have the search icon. So those are the properties of it. We're using the font awesome icon library, and that's the input. So that's basically how to be able to create this little search bar. And the next thing that I added in our top bar, so I added this dark mode with this cool design. And as you can see, our top bar is looking so far so good. So I'm going to go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to create this. So the first thing that I created the dark mode component inside the components folder. So that's going to be the whole body of our dark mode. So over here we're importing the font awesome icon and these icons because we're going to use them to be able to show these icons, the sun and the moon icons. So let's go into the body of our component. So this, of course, is going to be the parent component. And as you can see, we're having the width as 90 pixels, so it's fixed. And the reason why I made it fixed, because as you can see, when I'm changing, it is fixed. Because when I was using percentage, things are getting messed up whenever I'm changing this. So just to make sure that this is uh, like this and organized, so that's why I use the width as 90 pixel. And also I use the relative position because we're going to use this as absolute because we want to, when we click over here, it's going to go to the left, to the right or the left side. So that's why I did this relative because I'm using this circle, which is its own div over here as absolute. And next we're having these two divs. So this div is for the sun icon and this for the font or the moon icon. And over here, I'm using the height as 100% to take the full height, and the pixel, the width is 45 pixels, so I made it again fixed. And the z-index, the reason why I use the z-index because I want the icon to be at the top of this rounded circle. So that's why I use the z-index for both divs over here. So so those divs are having the same utility classes. The only thing that is different is the icon that I'm using. And finally, this is for the circle. So I'm using this height, this width and the height and the height just to make this rounded and also to have a little bit of space at the top. So I'm adding the top since we're using this as absolute. And so the left right now is 40 pixel, but when we are going to make it functional, this it's going to be changing. And finally, to make it rounded, so I use the rounded, the border radius like this, and the background, of course, is going to be white. And so to be able to, sorry, to be able to use this dark mode, so go to the all habits. In the all habits top bar function and make sure to add the dark mode over here. And also that's why we added the gap here just to have some little bit of space between the search bar and the dark mode. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the design of the all habits container and how it's going to be looking. So after creating the top bar of the all habits section, so the next thing that I did, I created this little part to be able to show the date and also to be able to navigate through the dates by adding these left and right arrows and the button to be able to add a new button. So that's the design of it. Then we're going to be adding all the habits that we want to track. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to build this. So I created this component. I called it habits container. So inside the habits container, so first let's start with this um, parent div. So we're having the margin, top margin, just to be able to have some space between this container and this top bar. And so the background is going to be white, of course. The border radius, so I choose this, and the height is 500 pixel, so it is fixed. And we're using the flex and flex colon and the gap because what we want, because we are going to add another element, so that's why we used the flex colon. And for this component, as you can see, so we're having this little component that I created it inside this habits container. So I already created the design for the habits, but I want to just first show you how this is working before I can move on to the another component, which is the habits, which I call the habits container middle, that will include all the habits that we want to track. So the first thing that I did, I created this habits container, and inside of it, I created this habits container top. So I'm making sure that I'm creating all of this. It might seem a little bit complex, but just for organization. And it's better to have like this rather than having a lot of code and a lot of lines inside one file, which can be more confusing. So for this component, so that's the whole body of it. So we're having this parents div, which includes all these elements over here, and those are the utility classes. So we're choosing this padding and flex and justify between justify and item center, just to make sure that these are um, centered vertically, but also I'm using the justify between so we can make sure that this is at the extreme left and this is at the extreme right. So that's why we're doing the space between. And so the next thing, and this it's going to wrap this component and those two arrows. So those are the utility classes. And here, so this is the day for the day, and this for the date, and those are the utility classes. They are very basic and simple. And also inside of it, um, adding these two arrows inside. So each arrow is inside there just to be able to change the color of the actual arrow, and also to make sure that when I'm hovering over each element, so we're having this finger icon. And by the way, I'm using the MUI, so that's something that I forgot to introduce to you. So I'm using the MUI library, and I'm using their icons, and also we're going to use it for the checkbox. And to be able to install it, it's very easy. Before we can use it, we need to install the dependency, of course. All you have to do is just copy this command line and go to your terminal and paste it over here and hit enter. Then you can be able to use these icons. So that's for the left icon, and that's for the right icon. And as you can see, it's very easy to use these icons. And finally, we're having here the button. So we're having the button, and those are the utility classes to be able to style the button. And this for the icon, the plus icon, and this is for the new habit text. And that's going to be the final design of our this component. And next, I'm going to explain to you and to show you this part where the all the habits are going to be shown. So let's go to the VS Code, and as you can see, first before we can do so, I added some uh, borders. So because this component it's a little bit complex, so to be able to show you each thing, so that's why I added these colors in our browser. Of course, we're gonna get rid of them after I explained each element inside the component. So in the habits container, what I did, I created this new component. I called it habits container middle. So inside of it, so this is the actual code for this whole element. So we are gonna start from this part that has this color, because this is what we are going to add inside of it, all the cards that we're gonna be adding. And that's its div. And inside of it, we're gonna add the habit card. So inside the habit card, so we're having this parent div, and these are the utility classes, and we're gonna start from by the checkbox, and this is from the MUI library. So to be able to use this, make sure to go to the installation part and copy this and paste it into your terminal to be able to use the components. So we did so for the icons, but now for the material UI, you need to install this. And here, because we need to customize it, we're using these properties. For the icon, we are going to choose the rounded, the checked rounded circle. So we added this icon from the material icons, and when we check on the icon, this it's going to turn to this icon. And to be able to change the color, so we're using this properties or this built-in property from their library. So next, we're going to go to this part. So with the pink color or with the red color, sorry. So that's its whole div. And next, so we're having the blue border. So that's the blue border that has the icon and the component that includes the icon and the name. And under it, we're having the areas. So this this is its utility class, and inside of it, we're having this div that has the the icon of the habit and the name of the habit. So this is its div, and under it we're having the area div with this color. So that's the element or the component that you are going to show all the areas that we choose for the actual habit. So that's the on div. And over here, we are just hard coding in them, but later on we're going to use map function. So the same thing that we were going to do for the habit card. And also into the background, as you can see, I'm using this. So this is something that I created it. So in the colors, so let's go to the colors .ts. So I created this for the colors just to make sure that I can access to the default color. And also I wanted to make this uh, uh, to make it to change the opacity. So that's why I added this 50 and 100 properties, and we are using them over here. And finally, we're having the three dots icon. So that's it's on div. So that's the actual body of this whole element over here. And as you can see, it's pretty complex. So that's why I added these colors to not get lost while explaining how I created this habit card. And the next thing that I created is this habits completed component. So the idea here, whenever we check an habit, it's going to be added over here just for organization and make sure that we're just focusing on the habit that we are working on. So that's basically the design of it. So what I did, I just copied the habit card that we just created it and I put it inside here. And just as a reminder, so nothing is functionable. I'm just working on the design. Then we're gonna make this whole dashboard or this whole application functionable. So let's go back to the VS Code and the first thing that I did. So we're gonna start from the uh, all habits. And so I created the habits completed component, as you can see. So this is the habits completed component, and I put it under the habits container. So let's go to the this function, and so those are the utility, the body of it, and the utility classes are these. So we're having the background as white. So we added some margin uh, from the top, and the padding is this, and to make the edges rounded, we're using this utility class, and under it we're having this habits completed, and we're putting the habit scored. So this habit scored, I just, as I said, I copied it from the habits container middle, and I put it over here just to see how things look in our dashboard, and I think they're looking pretty awesome. And also for just to show you this, I for this component, so what I was doing, I was in the habits container, I was using a fixed height. So just to have some to get rid from the white space, from the empty space, and have some space to be able to show you the habits completed, I got rid of the this utility class fixing the height of this whole component. And before we move on to the right sidebar, so I want to test things out, and I added more habits over here just to make sure that everything is working, especially because we're having the sidebar and the right, this left sidebar and the right sidebar. And the problem that I found is when I added this, so the sidebar was kind of fixed, so it doesn't stretches out. So when this area grows, its height of it grows. And to be able to fix this problem, so what I did, so inside the sidebar, go to the class name and add the min height in property, the 100 viewport. So that's how we can be able to fix this problem. And also for this little container um, that contains, or this that contains the habits. So what I was doing in the habits container over here, I was fixing the height. And the problem was when more habits was added, they kind of they go out of this container. So to make sure that they are dynamic based on the elements that we're having over here, so I got rid of the fixed height. And so that's how I was able to fix this. So I'm going to show you right now. So if we go to the habits container middle and we add more habit cards, and we save and we go back, and as you can see, everything stretches out like we want, and also the sidebar uh, does as well. And if we get rid of this, and let's go back, as you can see, everything is working fine, and also the height of the sidebar follow. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to work on the right sidebar. We're going to add the profile image. We're going to add a container to show the overall statistics, and also we're going to add the calendar over here. So the next thing that we're going to start working on is the right sidebar. So I started with this user profile when the user signed up or signed in. So we're going to use Clerk for this again, and also we're going to show the full name of the user. So let's go back to our VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to start with is I created a new folder. I called it right sidebar because we're going to add other components and just make sure that everything is organized. So inside the all habits right sidebar, so we're going to call first the user profile that we created it from here. So I'm going to get access to it just after explaining this all habits right sidebar. So this is the root div. So those are the utility classes of it. So they are pretty simple, and we're using the width with the percentage to make sure that because it's going to be responsive, and we want to make sure that is not fixed. So when we are shrinking the width or the window, so let's get into the user profile that we just created it. And so we're gonna start from I'm gonna start from the body first. So this is the root div of it. So those are pretty simple utility classes, and I'm adding a little bit of margin at the top. And the first object is the user button that is provided by Clerk. And as you can see, we are importing it from this module. And we're using the appearance property provided by this model to be, and the reason why I used it just to make sure that this is a little bit bigger because by default it's very small. So I wanted to make it a little bit bigger. So this is what I found. And that this, by the way, I didn't find it inside their docs. I just, I just found it in the internet. So that's how to be able to change the width and the height of the user profile element. And underneath it, we're using the user object from the use user hook, also provided by Clerk, just to get access to the information of the user when he or she signs in. And we are, and the only property that we are going to work with to be able to show the name is the full name. So that's basically how we can be able to show this into the right sidebar. So the next thing that I'm going to add is the statistics element to show the most important statistics of our application. So this is the statistics component it's gonna be like. So it's very simple. So we're having the statistics title, and also I made it like this when I hover over the statistics, uh, because what I want is later on we're gonna make this functionable. When I click on statistics, we want to go to the statistics element over here, so that's why I added this. And as you can see, when I went back to the old habits, we're having this cool animation because we're using this library. Let me show you the library that we are using to be able to use this pie chart. So you're using this recharts library. So there aren't a lot of customization docs for it, but use ChatGPT to be able to guide me to create this little pie chart. And so we're having this the actual chart, and we're having the percentage of today's progress that is going to be dependent on the how many habits that we checked for this day. And we're having, so we're going to show these two information, the most important information, the best tricks and the perfect days. And because more extensive information are going to be into the statistics section. And that's basically the statistics component. I want to make it simple and cleaner, and there isn't too much information in it, so the user cannot be overwhelmed. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to create this. So into the right sidebar folder that we just created. So I created the main statistics component, and in the all habits right sidebar, I used it under the user profile. So inside the main statistics, but before I start explaining how this is working, so the first thing that you should do, you should so well, let's click on guide, and you should install this. You should use this command line to be able to use the recharts library into your terminal. So once you did it, then you can be able to use the actual component, and we're gonna start from here at the parent div. So those are the utility classes. So I'm going to go over them very quickly. So those are, so we're using the flex colon, the gap, and some margin. So the margin is the left and the right to have a little bit of space between the actual the information. So let's go back to the app. So you can be able to have some margin for, between uh, the edge of the right sidebar, left and right. So that's why I did so. And also I added some padding, and I added a little bit of padding at the top. So next, so that's the statistics text. So I'm using the span tag, and those are the utility classes. And to make, so when I hover over the statistics, the color of the text changes to the default color that we're using. So we're using the hover, and beneath this, we're using this for to be able to show the circular progress. So I'm going to start from here, then I'm gonna get into the circular progress bar, which is this component. So just to be able to show the text, the percentage, and the today's progress phrase. So we are putting them inside this div, and this div is absolute, as you can see. And also to make sure that this is centered inside the statistics uh, main component. So we're using the top and the left 50%, 50%, the transform property, and we're using the translate function inside the transform property to 50 minus 50% for the x axis and the 50% for the y axis. So that's how we can be able to center the percentage and the text. And so let's get into the circular progress bar. So I'm going to close this. So I'm going to show you the whole functional component. So there is a little bit of code. And as I said, thanks to ChatGPT, helped me to really to come up with this. Otherwise, I couldn't do so because, as I said, in their docs, there isn't a lot of information to be able to customize this. So I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna explain this very quickly. So we're using the data array and also for the colors because we're gonna use them inside the pie element. So the tag property, we're using the data, and also for the colors, so we're using it over here. So that's basically and also we're using these properties to be able to create this little design. And finally, I'm going to get into these two elements, and those are their structure. So we're using in their parent div, so that's the utility classes, and also we're using the flex wrap. The reason why I did so, when we are going to start working on this and make it responsive, as you can see, these elements, their position change because of the flex wrap utility class. So that's why I did it. And also I added the width as 100% so that these are centered. And here we're using the statistics info array that we created. So we're having some objects, and to avoid using this to duplicate this inside of it. So we're using the map function to be able to make this. And those are that's the body inside each element. So that's the div after the map function. And so we're using this for this circle, and beneath it we're putting uh, the number and the text under this div. So that's basically how to be able to create the statistics component in the right sidebar. So the next thing that I'm going to be adding is the calendar, and to be able to do so, we're going to use the MUI. So I already created it, to be honest with you, but I don't want to just put everything at once. I want to explain each thing uh, so you can't to not be overwhelmed. And the next element that I added is this calendar. And we're going to use the MUI library um, to be able to add this, to add this little component. And the reason why I added this calendar, like if the user want to access to the for a particular date, the habits that he did, so he can be able to do so just from the calendar. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how I did. So in the right sidebar folder, I created the calendar functional component, and basically the that's the body of it. So we're using the date calendar from the MUI module. And the first thing that you should do, make sure to install the to install it first. So go to the installation, and we're gonna choose the date and time pickers, and install. Copy this line, and then copy this line, and go to your terminal and paste them in it. And also, um, if we go here, we need to use the localization provider into the parent um, component where we're gonna be using uh, the calendar. And also, if we want to use the all, if the child want to access to the dates that we selected, so it is very important to do this. Otherwise, this won't work. And what I did, since this component is under the dashboard component, so I added it over here. As you can see, I added the localization provider, and also I imported it. I import them from these modules. So then we can be able to use this. And so let's go back to the calendar. And also we're going to use the date calendar component from this module. And so this the parent div, and those are the utility classes. And also into the date calendar, we're using this SX property to be able to change the color of when we of the date selection. So the only thing that I'm struggling with for now, hopefully that I'm gonna find the answer for it, is the color of the year. And because this was updated and I didn't found how to be able to change the color. I already tried some of the code that I found in Stack Overflow or even ChatGPT or Gemini. I wasn't finding the answer, and hopefully that I will, but uh, now I think it is looking good. So the only thing that we need to do, we need to make it functionable. So that's going to be the design of the dashboard. I'm going to zoom out just to show the overall picture of our dashboard. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to add some functionalities for this dashboard for the all habits section. And I'm going to start with the dark mode to make this functionable. Then probably I'm going to start with the window. When we click on the new habit, the window is going to pop out to be able to add the new habit. And then probably I'm going to start with the menu drop down. So that's basically our design of the dashboard. And as you can see, it is looking pretty fun. But also the most important thing is we need to make this responsive. And I think that's going to be the first element, the first thing that I'm going to add before I start adding the functionalities that I just talked about. And before we start making this responsive, so I made a slight change into the right sidebar. Right now, as you can see, we're having some space at the top. And also what I wanted is to make it look like the other components, like floating components into this area. And I think right now it is looking much cooler. And the reason why I did so, just when this it's going to be responsive, meaning that this is going to be under this to these three elements, we're not going to see any difference. So that's why I made this change, this slight change. So I'm going to go back to the VS Code. And so the first thing that I did, so into the all habits right sidebar. So I added some margin, as you can see, and around it, the border radius is like this. And also, I the margin of the statistics also I changed it because I found that there is a lot of space between the statistics component and the user profile component. So into the main, so I'm going to start with the user profile. So I changed the margin of it at the top, and also into the main statistics, I changed the margin top. So it was margin top 20. So right now it is 14. And so this is how it is looking so far. So now I made this fully responsive, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to start shrinking the width of the window, and at a certain level, as you can see, the sidebar is gone, and we're having this to be able to open up the sidebar. And if I shrink it even further, as you can see, we're having the user profile appearing here. And if we go at the bottom, it's not here because it doesn't make any sense to leave it here because we want we wanted to make it accessible from the top. And if I shrink it even further, as you can see, the height there or the text over here are completely hidden. So you can be able to leave more room and more space to the search bar. So as you can see, everything is working fine, and there is nothing like overlapping each other for when we shrink it further to this size. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to make this responsive. So we're gonna start from the all habits that just as a reminder that includes all these components over here. And we're gonna start from this parent div, and we're gonna use this media query, meaning that when we reaches this width, we're gonna use the flex colon. Otherwise, it's gonna be flex row, meaning that so when we reach 1025-24 pixel like this is going to be underneath all these elements. So that's why, so that's the first thing that I did. So next I'm going to go to the sidebar. So let's go to the sidebar, and also we're going to use the media query inside the class name. So here I'm using the max-xl utility class, and I want to the sidebar to be hidden a little bit earlier, so that's why I'm doing so. So when we reach this width level, it's gonna be hidden. Otherwise, we're gonna use the flex grow. So that's for the sidebar. And when the sidebar is hidden, we need to have something, as I said, to be able to open it up. So that's why I added this. So let's go to the all habits top bar. And over here beneath the dark mode functional component, I added this font awesome icon tag with the icon. And also in the class name, I'm using the same media query, meaning that right when the sidebar is closing, this it's going to be shown. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden by default. And also, I'm going to show you how to be able to show this uh, this uh, this button over here from Clerk, and this automatically it's going to be hidden. I'm going to show you how to do this. So in the top bar, so in the all habits top bar, so we are still in the functional component. I added the user button from Clerk, but before what I did, I added it inside the div, and inside also I added this div that's gonna wrap all this with the flex and the gap, because what we're having this this functional component of these text, and also we're having this new user button. So, so that's why I added this div to be able to use flex and a little bit of gap to have some space. And for the user button, the reason why I added this div, so that's its parent, to be able to whether we're going to show it or not by using this media query. And let's go to the right sidebar functional component. So here into the user profile, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use the same utility class for the media query. So it's going to be hidden when we reach 1025 24 pixel. Otherwise, we're going to use flex by default. So that's basically how to be able to make this fully responsive. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is when I click on this, I want the sidebar to be showed up so we can be able to navigate through the other elements of our application. So now when we click on the bars icon, as you can see, the actual sidebar opens up, and when we click again, it is closed, and also when this is opened and if we change the window, it's going to be closed automatically. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this. And the first thing that we are going to start from is the context API. And the first thing, so what we're going to do in the logic that I'm going to use, it's very simple. So we're going to use the open sidebar as a variable state, and because we're going to share it across this component, which is the habits, all habits, or the habits the top bar, sorry, and the sidebar. So they are very different components. So the context API will help us for this and to be able to use it since we're using TypeScript. So the first thing that we need to do to be able to use it in other child components. So inside the global context type that we created it inside the global context type.tsx. So we're adding this. So those are the types of each element. So the open sidebar is going to be Boolean, and the set open sidebar, it's going to be so this type. So let's go back to the context API, and here we are going to set the default value for each element. So we put these inside the open sidebar object because we want to make uh, the inside all the elements inside the value a lot cleaner. So we can be able to, because we're going to have a lot of elements over here, and to be able to just reduce the lines and make things less lengthy. So that's why I'm using this little logic. So once we set that up, so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the all habits top bar. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to use the open sidebar object. So we're going to use it from the context API via this custom hook that we created. And then we are going to deconstruct the open sidebar object to be able to get access to these two variable states. And in the GSX, so we're going to add this on-click event listener inside the font awesome icon that has this bars icon. And so I created this function. So all what does is it's going to change the state of the open sidebar. So if it is true, it's going to be false, and vice versa. And over here, we're creating this use effect hook. And the reason why we're doing so we can be able to trigger. So whenever the sidebar is opened, so whenever it is opened, we want to be closed automatically. And for that, we're using this use effect hook. And whenever the component mounts, we're going to add this event listener, the resize to the window object. And whenever we resize the window, this it's going to be called, and we are going to set the open sidebar to false. And finally, so when the component and mouse, we are going to remove this event listener. And next we're going to go to the sidebar, and also we're going to use the open sidebar from the context API. And here, so we're going to use the turn operator inside this class name, and make sure to add all the utility classes inside backticks. And we're going to use the $sign and the curly braces to be able to make this turn operator working. So if it is false, um, so it's going to be hidden, otherwise it's going to be shown. So that's basically um, so sorry. So if this, yes, if the we click on the if we click and if the open sidebar is true, it's going to be fixed, and we're going to add the shadow. So sorry for that. So I'm going to add this shadow, and it's going to be fixed because uh, we used the hidden for this site. So that's how we can be able to open up or close the sidebar. So the next thing that I'm going to work on, so I'm gonna there are two things that I need to add into the sidebar is when the user click outside of the sidebar. I don't want the user only clicks on this. I want it to click also outside the sidebar to be able to close it. And also I want to add a soft layer, a black soft layer when the sidebar opens up. So now when we click on the icon, so we're having this soft layer uh, underneath the sidebar that is covering the whole window. And when I click outside of the sidebar, it is closed automatically. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you what I did. So we're going to go to the dashboard, the page.tsx, and we're going to create this very simple functional component. I called it black soft layer. So this is the actual div. And it's going to take the full width and height. The background is going to be black, and the position is going to be fixed, so it can cover all the elements, and the top and the left is 0. And the opacity, so I set the opacity so to make it a little bit soft, and the Z index, so all the items, want to make sure that all the items are at the top. And we're using the Z index for the sidebar 50, so this can be just underneath the sidebar. And so we're going to use the open sidebar from the context API. So when we click on this is going to turn to true, and we're going to consume this inside this function, so it can be able to show whether we want to show the div or not. So we're going to use this turn operator. So if it is true, we're going to use the fixed position. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. So that's how we can be able to create this soft layer whenever we click over here. And now I'm going to show you how to make the sidebar disappear whenever I click outside of it. So we're going to go to the sidebar functional component. And over here, the first thing that I did, I created, um, so we need a reference to the DOM. And for that, we're going to use the useRef hook. And it's going to be, since we're using TypeScript, it's going to be HTML div element, and it's going to be set to null by default. And make sure to add the sidebar ref in the ref property of this of the parent div. So once you did this, we're gonna create this use effect hook, because that's gonna handle the logic of clicking outside. When we click outside the sidebar, it's gonna be closed. So the first thing, when the component mounts we're going to add the click event listener to whole document, and when in endmounts, it's going to be, we're going to remove it and make sure, that's very important, make sure to add the open sidebar as an area dependency, otherwise this won't work, because every time that the open sidebar is of true or false, this is going to be triggered. So once these event listeners are going to be triggered or used, we're going to trigger the handle outside click function. So basically what we're saying that so we're using the event as the mouse event. So when we click and basically what we're saying, if the click is outside of the sidebar by referencing to the sidebar ref, then we're going to set the open sidebar as false. So that's the easiest explanation that I can give for this logic. And as you can see, so it is working pretty fine. So the next thing I'm going to work on is to be able to turn this into dark mode. I need to make this functionable, but also I'm going to change the whole colors of the dashboard. So we're going to work on that first whenever I click on the night mode. Now the dark mode functional component is working. So when I click in here, as you can see, the circle goes to the right with this little transition. And when I click over here, as you can see, the circle goes back, and notice that the colors of the icons change as well. And as you see over here, the true or false, that is just the variable state that we are changing whenever we are clicking on these icons, and we're gonna rely on it to be able to change the color. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. And I did many changes in here for the dark mode. Um, so the first thing that I did, I created this variable state dark mode items that have uh, these items. So we're having two items because we're having two icons. So the first one is for the sun icon and the second one is for the moon icon. And we're using the isSelected property to switch between this and this icon, and we're gonna use it to make sure that we change to the dark mode or to change the dark mode state in a successful way. And the reason why I did all of this thing, and I changed the structure of the component because I found the problem when I click over here and I click again. If I'm just using a simple function and changing the dark mode variable state, it's gonna switch to false, which is what I don't want. So that's why I did all of these things. So I'm going to start from the body, and since we're using the dark mode items as an array, we need to use a function to be able to render these elements based on these properties. And here in the mob function, so we're using the mob function, of course. So what we're gonna do instead of duplicating the div, so we're gonna use the same div inside the mob function, since we're gonna map through two elements. And so we are adding the key. So it is mandatory in React. And we are adding the onClick event listener, and this is going to be triggered whenever we click on the actual icon. And also in the class name, so adding this operator, this turn operator, sorry, to be able to change the colors based on the selected. So if one because one item it's gonna be it's is selected as true. So if the first one if the first one is selected or the second one is selected, this it's going to turn to the this color. Otherwise, For the other element, it's going to be gray. And here we are going to add the icon property of each single item inside the icon property of this font awesome icon. And to be able to change the state, so we're doing this little algorithm. So we're creating the function, and we need to pass in the item that we clicked on. So that's why we're adding the single item index, and also we're adding it over here so you can be able to use it from here. And we're going to use the map function again into the dark mode items. And if the item that we clicked from here is equal of the item or the index that is in the dark mode items, then we're going to set is selected as true. Otherwise, for the other element, which is just one, it's going to be false. And then we're going to update the dark mode items so this can be re-rendered in the UI. And that's basically how to be able to make this switch between this and this. So now we're having the dark mode is fully functionable. And if I click over here, as you can see, the sidebar or the colors change. So we're going to start first by this sidebar. Then we are going to move on to the other components step by step. So let's go back to our code. And first element that I'm going to start with is the colors file. So here we already have the default color, but I added the text color and the background color properties. So this is white, this is black, and this is white. And also I added dark mode color object that has two properties, the background and the text. So we're going to use this to be able to switch the colors much easier into our components. And also I made a small change inside the dark mode. So as you can see right now, our array is not into the dark mode functional component. And because I ran into a problem when I change uh, the selection and I go back to the all habits, the dark mode or the is selected property that we were using goes back to false, meaning everything goes to their initial position because the dark mode functional component was changing. And to be able to resolve this problem, what I did, I took this array and I put it into the parent into the context API, which is the hierarchy of our application. So when this changes, so our state of the dark mode items, it's gonna remain the same. So yes, I had to do a little bit of work because I need to put it over here, and also I need to create the type. So to add the type into the global context type over here because we're using it to create uh, the our context. So what I did, I just because we already have the dark mode object. So what I did, I just put the dark mode items and the set dark mode items inside this object, and those are the types. So the dark mode item type, I created it inside the dark mode types. So over here, so that's our, because we already created it initially into the dark mode component. So what I did, I just put it over here because we're going to use it to set the type for the dark mode item. And for the set dark mode item, so that's its type to be able to change the state. So let's go back to the context API. And the next thing that we are going to do, we're going to add them over here, and those are going to be the default values of each properties. And make sure to add the dark mode item as its type as an array for type assertion, and then we're going to add them inside the dark mode object into the values property to be able to use them in other into the dark mode component. So we're going to go to the dark mode component, and here what we're doing, we're just adding them inside the dark mode object to be able to use them. So that's the only thing that you need to do, because since we're using the same names, so there is no way to change something into our code, and everything is going to work fine. So that's basically how to make this little change. So now I'm going to show you how to be able to change the background and the text color of the sidebar. So we're going to go to the sidebar functional component, and over here what we're going to do, we're going to uh, add the dark mode object, and we are going to deconstruct it, and we're going to just use the isDarkMode, because that's what we are going to rely upon to be able to change the colors. And over here, just to make things a little bit less lengthy into the class name, so that's why I added the inline style, and to make sure that everything looks good and clean. So I use the color property. So if it is dark mode, we're going to use the dark mode color object that we created over here, and the background and the color is going to be the text color, which is white. So that's the code for it. So let's go back to the sidebar. Otherwise, we're going to use the default color and the text color that we just added. And we're going to do the same thing for the background. So if is dark mode is true, we're going to use the dark mode color object with its background. Otherwise, we're going to use the default color. So it's very easy. And to be able to add this smooth transition, so I just added this transition all utility class to make this happening. So now I'm going to start, I'm going to work on this. I'm going to change the colors like we did for the sidebar whenever we changed to the dark mode. And the next thing that I did is when we turn to the dark mode, as you can see, the colors of this top bar also change. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm gonna start from the colors. So what I added is this background slate, and also for the default color and for the dark mode color, so we can have some less opacity of the main color. So we can, for the search bar, as you can see, so you can be able to see the search bar well, and also for the background of this dark mode. So that's why we added the background slate, and we're going to use this for these two components. And so the first thing that we're going to do, since these are separate in two different components, so this is into the all habits search bar. So as usual, we need the is dark mode. So we're going to get it from the global context provider, and we're going to deconstruct it from the dark mode object. And we're going to use again the inline styling. So we're going to use the style object, and so it's a very simple ternary operator. So if the is dark mode is true, we're going to use the background slate property from the dark mode color that we just added, and otherwise we're going to use the default color, and these are the colors that I choose for this to make sure that everything looks good. So let's go back to the all habits search bar. So we're doing it for this div, and also we're doing it for the input div. So that's the first component, and we're going to go to the dark mode component. So again, so we already have the is dark mode. So what we're going to do, we're going to go right into the body, the GSX, and in the main div, we're gonna do the same thing to be able to change the background, which is this background, and then uh, we're gonna use the inline styling for this little rounded circle. But now we're not gonna use the background slate. We're gonna just use the background, the default background. So if the is dark mode is true, we're going to use the background color, which is this one. Otherwise, we're going to use the background color, the default color, which is white. And that's basically how to be able to switch or change the colors when we switch to the dark mode. And the next component that I worked on to be able to change its theme to the dark mode. So this one, and as you can see, so it is looking so cool. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna start from the all habits container because this what has all the elements in here. So we're gonna do the same principle. We're going to import the use global context provider so it can be able to consume our context. And we're gonna use the dark mode object to be able to use the is dark mode. And here, because that's gonna be the parent component, so we're gonna use the inline styling to be able to change the color and also the background. So next we're gonna go to this element and we're gonna go to the habits container top. So we're gonna do the same thing. So instead of passing the prompt inside the habits container top from the parent component, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna use the use global context provider from our context API. So that's the advantage of using the context API again. And here, so probably here we're not going to do anything. So I just added it to be able to change the text, but we already did it over here in the parent component. So all the child components are going to be changing. So I was wrong about this. Sorry, guys. So let's delete all of these lines. And the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to go to this component, and this is where I'm making the changes. So I'm gonna start right into the habit card, which is this whole part over here, and I made some uh, uh, many changes into the styling. So here, so this is the parent div of this element of this box. So we're gonna just change the background, and we're gonna use the background slate just to have this color over here that's going to be different from the main color, and it is the same one that we used over here and over here. And also we're going to use it into the background of this whole part. And also the next thing that I did, I went to the divs for these areas over here, and I'm using this inline styling. So the color, if it is dark mode, we're going to use the text color. Uh, so I'm going to switch back and forth, as you can see. So we're having this color. So because we're using the default color, the 50 property. So if it is dark mode, and if it isn't dark mode, we're using this. Sorry, and if it is dark mode, we're using the so this for the background. Sorry. So that's as you can see, the background gets a little bit thicker. So when we change because of this and this for the text color. So we're using for the dark mode the text color which is white, and for when the dark mode is off, we're gonna use the default color which is this pink color. And the next and the last thing is this. So also as you can see, this three dots also the color is changing. and it is very simple. So I'm just duplicating this just to see if how things are looking for the areas div. So at the bottom, so we're going to use, because we're using this from the MUI, we're going to use the SX property for styling, and we're going to use the styling operator for the color property. So that's basically how to be able to change the colors for this component. Next, I'm going to add the same logic for the habits completed component. So this is how the habits completed component is looking when we turn into the dark mode, or when we switch to the dark mode. So, and also I changed also the background of of all of these components when we switch to the dark mode as well, just to see how things are looking so far. And I think things are looking good. So I think that the colors that I choose for dark mode are matches the dark mode. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you what I did. And we're going to start from the habits completed. And over here, we're going to do the same thing, the same logic, and also we're going to use the inline style with the color and the background color. And over here, what I did for the habit guard, just to be able to save some time, because we're going to use uh, the same card for this component. I just went to the habits container middle functional component, and I copied all the habit card and I paste it over here. And this, so it's not going to be stay like this, because once we start working with data, things are going to change. But just to see how things are looking into our DOM, so that's why I'm doing so. So I'm just pasting this over here. So that's how I was able to change the colors of the dark mode of this component. And lastly, for this background, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the page of the dashboard route. And here we're going to do the same thing for this, because that is the parent div of all these components over here. And we're going to change the background color like we did, and make sure to import the dark mode and the dark mode color and the default color, but also make sure to import the use global context provider. And basically, this is what we are doing to be able to change this. So as you can see, when we use the color inside the colors file over here, things are pretty much simple to be able to use the colors. All we have to do is to import these and use these properties based on which side we want. So the last thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to change the colors of all the components, and then I'm gonna be back to explain what I did. So now I completed the dark mode colors for the right sidebar, and as you can see, so everything is working great, and the colors match the overall color of the dark mode, and so we can be able to see that the whole application is looking so good with the dark mode. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to change all the colors when we turn dark mode on. So first we are going to start from the all habits component. So we're gonna go right into this functional component, and over here make sure to add these and import them over here. And we're going to use the same thing that we did for all the other components. We're going to use the inline style, and the color in the background also are going to change depending of the dark mode, if it's true or false. So once we did this, we're going to go to the main statistics, and over here I did the inline style for the only the background, and as always, make sure to add them over here. And next, what I did is I made some changes for these, for these sub or these texts. And so here, so that's going to be the inline style for them. And I added a new property. I called it text color 50. And because I want to have some kind of gray color, so when as you can see, so we're having the color is gray, and when the dark mode is on, it is white. So because we were doing over here, we were using the color from the Tailwind CSS, which is static, and so that's why I added this text color 50 property, which is the gray color. And so once we did this, so I need to make some changes the for this pi circle or circular circle. And what I did first, I got rid from the stroke because where I was some borders when I turned this the dark mode on, and it wasn't looking so good. So that's why I got rid of it by adding the stroke property. And so that's basically for the this component. Next, I'm gonna go to the calendar component. So we're gonna go to the calendar component. So I did the same thing. So I added these variable states here, and I'm adding this inline style for the background, and also doing some modifications over here just to make sure that I'm changing the colors, and I'm using the MUI, and I found that one of the problems and the issues if of using the MUI is the styling. So the styling is pretty complicated for this component. But the way how it is working is it's pretty good, and they're having a lot of complex functionalities that other UI libraries don't have. So that's why I'm using it. So those are the new properties that I'm using to be able to use or to change the colors. And I'm adding this to be able to change the color as well for the years. So that's something that I talked about in at the beginning of this video. I said that I had this problem, so now I was able to fix this, so we can be able to change the colors of the um, of this calendar component. So now, as you can see, all our dashboard is uh, is in dark mode, and it is looking so good. So the next thing that I'm going to work on and create the component that I'm going to add is when I click on the new habit, we need to have a window to be able to add a new habit. And now when we click on the new habit button, as you can see, we're having uh, this little box with this header. So this text saying add new habit, and the closing icon to be able to close the actual window. And as you can see, we're having the soft layer showing up. And when we click on here, as you can see, it is closed. And if we turn this into dark mode, as you can see, also the colors change to fit the dark mode theme. So first we are going to first we need to go back to we're gonna start with the context API because we need some sort of variable to be able to rely on to open up or close the actual window. So we're gonna create this first. So what I'm doing over here, I'm creating this open habit window. So those are the variable states that we're gonna use. And since we're using React, we need to add them into the global context type. So we're going to go um, to the global context type, and we're going to add them. So we're going to add them over here like this. So we're having the habit window object, and in them we're having two variables, this and this, to be able to change the open habit window. So after that, we're going to add them into the global context, and those are going to be the default values of each element. And then we are going to add them inside the value property to be able so other child components can access to them. So once we did this, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to create the actual component, and I put it inside the components folder, which is inside the all habits folder just for organization. So we're gonna head into the habits window, and this is the whole functional or code of this functional component. So as you can see, we're using the habit window object that we created it from the context API, because we're gonna use it inside the div to be able to show the actual window or not. So we're using it inside this tiny operator. So if it is true, we're gonna use the absolute position. So the component is shown into the DOM, otherwise it's gonna be hidden. And I'm going to go through this very quickly. So I'm using the left because since we're using the absolute, we can use the top and the left. So for our case, we're using the top 3% just to be able to have a little bit of space. And the reason why I'm putting it like in this position, because we're going to have a lot of items, a lot of components inside this, so it can be visible to the user easily. So that's why I added it at this position. And also I using the left position 50% with alongside with the translate function, just to make sure that this is always centered. Like whenever I'm changing the width, as you can see, it is always centered. And this is because I'm using this. And since we're using absolute position, we need to use this. Otherwise, this it's not going to be centered. And also make sure to add into the parent component, which is the which is this. Make sure to add the relative. So this can always be remain centered in this whole element. And also to be able to use the habit window, putting it like at the top of this div or this its parent div. So that's basically the utility classes. And also make sure to add the z-index. So always the functional component or the box stays at the top, and I'm adding a little bit of margin. So those are just simple, and I'm making the edges rounded and a little bit of shadow. And next, I'm using this component to be able to show these two elements over here. And this is the actual functional component. And so this is the body of it. So I'm using this div and I'm using the justify between so that these elements can be placed at the edges of the actual box. And here, this is the span of the add new habit text. And finally, we're using the font awesome icon library to be able to show this little icon. And inside of it, we're using the set open habit window to make it false so that this window is closed. And also we are using the habit window object from the context API to be able to access to the set open habit window. So this, there is no need for this. And also to be able to show the header functional component, I'm added it over here. And for the dark mode, so I'm using the same logic that I did for all the components when we were working on the dark mode theme. So the next thing we are going to be adding the input field where the user can be able to add the name of the habit. And the next elements that I added, so I added this field with the habit name text. And over here, so for this button, so to be able to choose the icon for the habit that we want to create. And finally, I'm adding this button. So the reason I added early on this button just to uh, know the logic that I'm going to use when all the elements that the user choose, and one of them is the habit name, how I'm going to be able to use this data and save it. So that's why I added from now the button. So just to show you a quick demonstration, so right now is the the field is totally empty, and if I click over here, as you can see, now I just added two properties for the habit object or item. So we're having the ID, of course, and we're having the name. And if I add something like this and I click on add habit, as you can see, the name property also was updated. So let's turn the dark mode on and open up the window. And as you can see, so the colors of the input also changes um, to fit the dark mode theme. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to explain how to be able to create this in the first place. So the component that I added is the input name and icon. So I added the memo because we want to save the actual component for performance, but I'm gonna get into this a little bit later. But for now, I'm going to show you first the body of the actual component. So that's the parent div. So those are the utility classes to make sure that all of this part is positioned well. And so we're going to use the habit name first, text. So the opacity is going to be like this. And I use the semi-bold font. And next, we're going to add the input and the font awesome icon inside this div. And we're using the justify between so we can have these elements aligned like this. And as you can see, the input is taking the full width. And the reason for that is because I'm using the width 100%. And those the other utility classes, so nothing fancy, they are very simple. And for the font awesome icon, we're using the for the purpose of seeing how things are working and showing up. So I'm just using this icon lab randomly, but we're going to work on this. But the first thing that we need to do, of course, we need to create the component to be able to choose the icon. So we're going to build that. And so that's basically how we can be able to create this component. So it's very straightforward. So I'm going to explain some of the concepts because since we're using uh, different components or separate components, so we need a way to be able to because as I showed you, I created the habit item that I showed you in the console in the parent component, and we need a way to be able to update the input or the things that we typed in the input. We need to be able to update the habit item into the parent component, and this is where the callback function comes in. So this is what we are going to do. So as you can see, we're using the onUpdate habit name uh, callback function. So I'm going to try to explain as I could this concept if you are new to it. So the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to create this function, and I called it update input habit. And this function, it's going to be linked to the onChange event listener of the input. So whenever I type something in the input, this is going to be triggered in the first place. And then we are going to trigger this on update habit. So we're going to pass in on it the text that we typed in through the event.target.value. And this on update habit name, we need to pass it up to the parent component, which is this habit now component. And the bridge is called the callback function. So first we need to add it over here. So we're added the on update habit name, and so we're adding the type of this functional or this simple function, and the prop of this function, it's going to be string, which is the input text. So if we go up, so we're having the onUpdate habit name function in the parent component, and it carries this input text prop, and we're going to use it to be able to update the habit name. So this is what we're doing. We're creating a shallow copy of the copy habit item, and then we're updating just the name property, and we are re-rendering the UI by using the set habit name. And this is how we can be able to update the habit name with its own name property, because later on we're going to create other components so that the user can choose whether you want to activate the notification or to choose the days where these habits are going to be triggered or used. So that's the whole logic that I'm using, and that's why I added the button, the save button at the bottom. And the save button at the bottom, it's going to accept the habit as a prop. So the habit, it's going to be the habit item that we created here. So we're going to pass it inside the save button, so we can go so we can be able to access to it inside this function. And then after we complete the window, then we're going to create array inside the context API, so the habits are going to be stored and to be shown inside our whole application. And so that's basically how to be able to update and create this habit item object and update it when we type in the fields. And also here I'm using the habit name. So the reason why I'm doing so, because I want to link the name property of the habit name with the input, with the value property of the input. So later on, when we want to edit the habit, so we're not going to have any problem. And one last thing that I'm going to explain is why I'm using the memo function. So the memo, yes, it is a function, and the reason why is because just for performance, and I know that it's not gonna impact the performance because we're not using anything that is going to take a lot of computing or a lot of memory. But for example, if we don't use the memo, whenever I'm opening up the window, all the things that inside this is going to be re-rendered, and this is why I'm using the memo. So that's basically how to be able to create this, and hopefully that I explained this well and you understood how to be able to use the callback function. So the next thing that I'm going to add the other components for the window. And the next component that I added is this icon window. And as you can see, so this is the design of this window to be able to choose the icon that we want. So also we can be able, so right now is not functioning. I want to just show you how to be able to create this little window. So also if we turn the dark mode on and we show the window, as you can see, the background turned to dark and all the text is white. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so the first thing that I'm going to start with is this file. So this is where we are storing all the icons, and we're using the font awesome icon library for this to be able to get all these icons. And what we're doing over here, we are creating this icons data array, and this it's going to have all these objects, and we're using the isSelected property to be able to select the icon that we want. So we're going to work on that later on. So that's the all array to be able to show the icons in the window that I created. And so once we created this file, so we're going to go to the icons window. So that's the actual component of the icons window. So we're having the all icons that will accept the icons data that is this. And over here, so I'm just importing the S dark mode from the context API to be able to change the colors. So this is the inline style that I'm doing. And over here, those in the class name. So we're using the utility classes. And again, we're using the left position 50% because this is absolute. And to be able to center this and the window, so we're using the transform and the translate function, and I'm using the padding, the rounded, to be able to make the edges rounded, and the other utility classes. So they are uh, very simple to use, and we're using the open icon window from the prompt to be able to show the window or not. And to be able to create this, so I'm going to show you the logic that I used. So in here, in the parent component, I'm using the open icon window variable state, and we are, since we are going to use the window icon window to be able to show it into this habit window, we need to add it over here. So as you can see, I'm passing two elements in its prop. I'm using the open icon window and the set open icon window. So to be able to use it inside the icons window, because the logic here, I want when I click in this button, it's going to change the open window variable state. So let's go to this button. So here at the bottom, the on-click event listener of this icon inside this functional component. So using the set open icon window as true. And to be able to do this, passing it down to this prompt from the parent component. So that's how I'm going to be able to change this open icon window. And once and since I'm using it inside this icon window, I can use the new variable, the new state of this variable. So let's go to the icon window. So once this is true, and since we're using it inside the class name, so if it is true, it's going to be absolute. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. And also we're using the set open icon window from the prop that we are passing it from the parent component. So when we click here, it's going to be false. It's going to be set to false, and this it's going to rerun to make sure that it's going to be hidden. So that's the basic logic how to be able to open and close the actual window. So I'm going to continue into the body. So we're having the choose icon text and we're having this div. So we can be able to add inside of it all these icons. So we're using the all icon um, array, which is this one. And so it is populated with the icon data that we created it inside this file. And we're going to access all the icons and we're going to use the map function to be able to show them like this. And we're using for each element, we're using these utility classes just to add borders for the icon, but also to center them and also add this hover effect when I'm hovering over each element. So those are the utility classes that I added. Also, I'm adding I'm adding the cursor pointer. So when I hover over each element, I'm having this finger. So that's it's very straightforward. And also I'm using the icon property from this library to be able to show the icon. So this is what I'm using. I'm using the icon dot fa icon property. So that's basically how to be able to create this little box and to be able to open it up and close it whenever I click on this and this. So the next thing that I'm going to work on, I'm going to work on the selection. So once I click on this is going to be closed, and we are going to update the habit item inside the parent component. So when we click over here, we're going to have the icon property and the icon that we choose. And also another thing that I want to point out. So let's go back to the VS Code and to make sure that the open icon window is working inside the header. So what I did, I got rid from the memo because if you're using the memo, it's going to be fixed, so it's not going to be re-rendered, and these are not going to be updated inside these components, so we can't be able to open and close the actual box. So sorry for this, guys. So make sure to add this adjustment to be able to open it and close it. So now so now we can be able to select the icon that we want. So let's click in here and we're going to choose a random icon. And as you can see, the icon changed in here. And so when I click on the add a habit, so we're having a new property called icon. And so the icon is the user, which is the correct icon that we choose to. And let's change the input to see that everything is working. And as you can see, also the name changed. And also the user inside the icon property remains the same. So everything is working fine. So let's close this window and let's go back to the VS Code. And so I'm going to start from here. So the type that we're using for the habit item. So I add the icon property that has the icon prop from the Font Awesome icon library. So that's the type for the icon. And the next thing that I did, I added the icon, and this it's going to be the default icon. And here I created a new variable. I called it icon selected because this is what we're going to use to be able to get the information from the icon or the icon that we clicked on from the icon window. So that's why I created it, and it's going to accept the habit item.icon, which is this icon by default. And the next thing that I did, so inside the icons window, I need to add these variable states inside the icon window so we're able to access to them. So I added these prompts over here, and let's go to the icons window and also make sure to add them over here. Um, and also make sure to add the type of them. So that's the type of the icon selected, and that's the type of the set icon selected. So we're gonna use just the set icon selected. So we're not gonna use this one. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over here and we're going to use the set icon selected to be able to store the icon that we clicked on. So that's why we're adding it inside the onClick event listener. And then we're going to close the window by using the set open icon window. So once we do this, automatically the icon selected will be updated in the parent component. And then we can be able to use it to be able to update this icon that exists in another functional component, which is the input name and button. So that's why we added the icon selected over here as a prop. So let's get into it. And inside the functional component, we're going to go. So make sure to add it first over here and also make sure to add the type of it. And we're going to use it right inside this phantasm icon, which is this little box. And we are going to put it inside the icon property of it. So that's basically the logic to be able to select the icon. And one last thing is let's go at the top, which is the most important one of doing all of this. So we need to find a way to be able to update the habit item because this is what we're going to use when the user click on the add habit to be able to store it into the database. So to be able to update this, we're going to use the use effect hook, and the icon selected is going to be the area dependency, meaning whenever the icon selected changes, this it's going to be run, and we're going to just update the habit item variable state. So pretty much we're doing the same thing that we did over here. The only thing that we are changing is the icon property, and we're storing the new icon selected variable state or the one that we or the user updated, and then we're going to re-render the UI by using the set habit item. So that's basically how to be able to create the selection of the icon. And before we move on to the other component, I want to make I made a little adjustment. Like for example, what I found if we select the icon like this, the focus goes away from this input. And as you can see right now, even if I select the icon, the focus remain inside this input. So I'm going to show you very quickly how to be able to do this. So go to the habit window functional component, and we're going to use the same logic that we did. So whenever the icon selected changes, so we're using it um, go to the input name and icon button because this is where the input lives. And because we're using the we're using the icon selected as a prop. So we're gonna use it to be able to set back the focus. So whenever the icon selected is changing, we're gonna rerun, we're gonna run this to be able to set the focus inside this input. So the next element that I added in our window is this function. So the user can be able to select if the habits want to be repeated weekly or daily. And as you can see, whenever, so I can be able to switch across uh, both these two options. And as you can see, the colors change. And if we switch to the dark mode, so every component that I create, I need to make sure that the colors match and look great when we switch to the dark mode. So as you can see, this is how they're looking into the dark mode. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how to create this function. So I created a new function, I called it repeat. And also, so the first thing that you need to do, make sure to add it at the top to be able to call this function. So let's go back to the function itself. So here I'm creating this area to be able to select the if the user want to choose the daily or the weekly option. So we're using the same logic that we did for the other selections. We're using the isSelected property, and also the name, it's gonna be daily or weekly. So because we're gonna use the dark mode, so we need the is dark mode from the context API. So this function, it's going to change the selection whenever we click on the button. So first, let's get into the body of the actual function. So that's the parent div, and this is for the repeat word. And also we're creating this div where that's gonna wrap the two elements, daily and weekly divs, and we're using, as you can see, the map function. And for each element, we're using it inside the button tag. So we're having the key, the on-click event listener. So whenever we click on the button, this it's going to be triggered, and the styling, the inline styling. So I'm going to explain this just to be able to change the colors. So I'm going to start with the color. So for the not selected part, so I started with this and so it's a ternary operator so it's a nested ternary operator. So this, if it is true, then we're going to check if the dark mode is true again. So if it is not true, the default color, it's gonna be default, meaning it's gonna be this color. So let's switch back to the light mode. It's gonna be this color, this pink color. Otherwise, it's gonna be the text color, which is the white color. And then I'm going to go to the background. So if the if we so we're going to start with the item that we selected. So if it is true, the default color, it's going to be this pink for the background. Otherwise we're going to check if the dark mode is on or off. So if it is off, we're going to choose this color. Otherwise we're going to choose this color. So that's basically how I was able to 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 use the colors based on whether the user choose the dark mode or not. And finally, I'm gonna go over the function to be able to switch or to select the icon that we clicked on. So we're using the change option function, and we're passing in it the index. And we're gonna use this index inside the map function. And so we're going to access to the repeat options array. And if the index that we used here equals the index inside the array, then the isSelected property of this particular object is going to be true, otherwise it's going to be false for the other one. And then we're going to update the repeat options uh, array to be able to update the UI, and this is how things are working. So the next element that I'm going to add the options that the user can choose, sorry, for the if we choose the daily option. So after we created the repeat option, so the next thing that I added is to be able to update the habit item. So now if I click on add the habit, as you can see in our console, we're having a new property and I called it frequency. So inside this frequency, we're having this index that has the object of type because we're going to create another index where we're going to be storing the days. But for now, just to be able to store each frequency that we selected, so we're using this. And if I switch to weekly and I click to add a habit, so inside the frequency, we're seeing the weekly inside the type, inside this object. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to create this. So I'm going to start from the repeat function. So inside the repeat function, so what I added is this onChange option, which is a callback function. But because what we want is we want to pass up the new updated repeat option variable state to the parent component. So that's why we created this this callback function. And also I added this repeat option type and also make sure to add it over here just for type in safety because we're using script. And here, so make sure to add the onChange option, which is the name of the callback function. And this is going to be the type. And it's going to include the repeat option as a prop, as an argument, which with this type that we just created. So after doing this, so we're going to go at the top and we're going to use this callback function, but before, make sure to add it inside this function. So make sure to add inside the onChange option the update repeat option that we updated whenever we click on the buttons. So after doing this, so here make sure to add the callback function and so at the top of our functional component, which is habit window, so we are going to create this function to be able to use it. And since we made it to accept the repeat option as an argument, so we need to put it over here with the type repeat option. And so this is the little algorithm to be able to change the frequency property inside the habit item and also make sure to add it like this. So once we did all of this, then we can be able to work on these function. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to filter the element that has the is selected as true. Then we are going to extract the name since the filter selected is an array. So we need to get we are gonna access to first index which is the zero index, and we are going to access to the name property. Then we are going to create a shallow copy of the habit item. Then we are going to directly change the type based on the name that we got, and then we are going to update the habit item so we can be able to update the UI. So the reason why we're doing all of these things, so we want to make sure that all the information are stored into the print component. So later on, when we are going to work on editing the habit, so we're not going to find any problems. So the next item that I created is this to be able to choose the days that the user want to repeat the habit. And as you can see, we can be able to select the days that we want to. And if we want to unselect the last one, we can't. So we need to have at least one day. So that's why I did so. And for the dark mode, as you can see, the colors change accordingly. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you what I did. So we're going to start from the repeat function because that's the parent component of this element that I just showed you. And add in this array so that has the name, which is the letter of the day and the selected property. And also we're using, so we're going to assign the day to the all days. And the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to pass in the all days inside the daily option. And also we're going to pass the set all days. So make sure to add these to be able to use the all days and the set all days as a prop of the daily option functional component. So I'm going to start straight from here. So this is the actual body and the JSX of the component. So we're having this parent div and the on these days text, and we're having the all days map with all days.map that is inside this div. And so that's going to be the for each element. So we're going to put it inside the span tag. So we're having the on-click event listener. The stunning is going to be the same that we did for the repeat option. The key, the class name, to be able to change the to be able to customize and style each day. And here, as you can see, we're having the is selected property that we're using to be able to change the text. And as I said, the styling is going to be the same for the repeat. So now let's go to the logic to be able to make the selection. So whenever we click on a day, so here we're gonna first, because to avoid having this problem to unselect all of these items and just having just one item is selected at least. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're going to get the count of the elements that are selected. And so we're gonna map through the all days function or all days array, sorry. And the first thing that the first check is what we're going to do. We're going to check if the selected count is 1 and the is selected is true for the item that we clicked on. And the index is equal the single day index. So we can be able to specify to return the single day that we clicked on. So in this way to be able to avoid unselected all the items. So if this is false, meaning that we're not having one element is remains, then we are going to go to this part and we're going to select uh, each item that we collect on. And then we are going to update the all days variable state by this line. So once we did this, so whenever we are doing these changes, so that's why we're adding these at the functional component where we're adding these prompts. So whenever we're doing this, uh, so whenever we are doing these changes, so that's why we're adding these things. So then it's going to be reflected at the top of the parent component of each of this element, which is the repeat functional component. So that's how we can be able to do this, because we're going to use this. We're going to use later on a callback function to be able to pass it up to the habit window, which is the parent component, so we can be able to update the habit item, which is located over here. So now we can be able to store the elements that or the dates that we selected inside the habit item object. So let's say I want to select these days like this, and when I click on the add a habit, so in our object in the frequency array, so we're having this array of days, and inside of it we're having these days that I selected. So let's just select one day, and let's see again our object, and as you can see we're having the days as Wednesday. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this, and I'm going to start from the so I'm going to start from the repeat function, and as you can see I'm having the on change day options that I added as a callback function. So let's go to the function itself, and I'm going to show you from here what I did. So the first thing that I did is I need something, so whenever the all days, since the all days is not a different component, so we need something that it's going to tell us when the all days change, so we can be able to trigger the callback function. So we're using the use effect for this case, and this is what I'm doing. So the all days, it's going to be the array dependency, meaning this is going to be triggered, this function, whenever the all days change. So whenever we're changing its state, this is going to be triggered. So this is the actual callback function. So this callback function, you need to add it over here under the onChange option that we already created. So pretty much we're using the same logic, and also make sure to add it over here. And the all days prop, it's going to be of the option type. So once we did this, make sure to add it over here so we can be able to consume it from the parent component, which is habit window. And we're gonna trigger this change days option that we created from the parent component. And here, so that's the logic to be able to extract only the letters that we selected. So we're going to use this filter and mob function. So first we're going to filter all the elements that there is selected property as true, and then we are going to get the names, and the mob function, it stores element in a form of an array. Then we're going to create a copy shallow of the habit item, the same thing that we did for the other functions, and we're going to update the habit item so that can be reflected in our UI. And so we're because so I'm going to explain this. So in the frequency, so because we're having the day, so I added the days property, and also into the type of it. So we're using the days as a array of string. So to be honest with you, I didn't have to do this kind of structure. So, but because I started with it and I don't want to overwhelm you guys, so I just kept going with the structure. But normally I need to use I need to use an object directly into the frequency property. But since I did this, so there is no problem. So we can work with that. And this is how we can basically change or update the days property inside the habit item. So the next thing that I'm going to add is the component when we click on the weekly. So we need to have another component to be able to change or to choose, sorry, the days that we want the habit to be repeated in a weekly basis. So for the weekly option, so that's going to be the design to be able to choose how many times this habit it's going to be used for in a weekly basis. And as you can see, so we can change between the number 1 and the number 7, so it makes totally sense, but we are going to set that up. And if we change into the dark mode, as you can see, so we can be able to see clearly this component into the dark mode. So let's go back to the VS Code, and so the first thing that I'm going to start with is this function. And for, as you can see, our our habit window component is getting a little bit lengthy, but I'm doing this in a purpose of to be able to handle all the logic between these functions. Because after I finish everything and I want to make that everything works well, then I'm gonna add them in separate files so we can be able to make our code uh, always cleaner. So let's go back to the weekly option function. So that's going to be the function. So I'm going to start as always with the body with the GSX. So that's the print component. So after that, we are going to add the how many how many times a week that we choose. So we're having the frequency and we're having the times a week, and just to be able to place them like this. So that's why both of them we added them inside this div. And and as you can see, we're using the flex. So the next object or the next div, it's going to be next to each other, and we're using the gap hyphen 20, so to have more space between these two elements. For this div, so that's going to be the actual body of it. So that's the parent div that is wrapping all of these. So we're having two buttons, the minus and the plus button, and inside of it we're having this span tag for the weeks. So as you can see, we're using the week or the week's variable state that is coming from its parent component. So that's why we're adding these props. So the weeks, it's a number, and the set week, so that's the that's its type. So it's very long to say it, but that's the actual type of it. And because we're using the variable states inside the repeat functional component, which is its own parent component. So that's the variable state, and it is set to 6 by default, and we can just set it like this by default by 1. So this we're gonna so it's not a big deal. So the reason why we're doing this, so here in the onClick event listener, we're using the update counter as a function. So both of them are sharing the same function, but the difference here in the argument, we're using here down and up. So here we're using these if statements, so they are basic. So we are accepting option just to make sure that to know which button that we clicked on. So if we clicked on the top, we're going to update the week, and we're going to use the previous state. And if like we want to kind of restrict the numbers to 7, so that's why we're using the ternary operator. So if it is under 1, then you can be able to update or to increment the counter. Otherwise, if we hit this, then it's going to be 7, and the same logic that we're doing for the down button. So we're using the ternary operator as long as the current state is above 1, then we are going to decrement it otherwise. So when we hit 1, it's going to be 1. So that's the actual tiny operator. And that's basically how to be able to update this. So the next logic that I'm going to add is I'm going to add the callback function that we used for other components. So we can be able to pass it up all the way up the parent component, which is the habit window, so we can be able to update the habit item object. So now we can be able to update the habit item. So when I click on add habits, so right now the frequency is 3, and inside the frequency property, I added this number property, and right now is 3 because I set it to be 3. So let's set it to be 6 and click on add habit, and we're going to see the 6 inside the number property. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to use the same logic that we did for the other elements. So in the frequency type, we're adding the number type with the number property with the number type. And also we're adding it over here. By default, it's going to be 1. And so let's go all the way down to the component. So let's go to the weekly option component. And here, so we're adding the weeks and the set week. So we already have done this. So inside the repeat function, which is the parent component of the weekly option. So what we're doing here, we're creating this use effect. So whenever the weeks variable changes, this it's going to be triggered, and the onChange week option. So that's the callback function that I added inside the repeat function. And at the top here, make sure to add it over here. And then it's going to be linked to the change weeks option. So that's the function. And basically because we are carrying inside of it the weeks parameter, then we are going to update the number property by doing the same logic that we did for the other components, meaning that we're going to create a shallow copy, then directly updating the number property, then updating the habits item. And here, so this is how we can be able to update the habit item element. So that's why when we click in here, we're having all the information that we are going to use to be able to add it inside our application. So the next thing that I'm going to add is whenever I'm switching between these components, like when I switch to daily, so we're going to have the component that refers to the daily option. So we can be able to switch between the weekly and the daily. So when I click on the weekly option, as you can see, we're having our frequency component here. And if we click back onto daily, we're having back the component that we had before we clicked on the weekly option. So let's go back to the VS Code, sorry, and I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this. So the first thing that I did, I created this name of selected option because we need the variables state that we are going to rely upon to be able to use it into the GSX. As you can see here, so we're gonna use it to be able to whether choose the daily options component or the weekly options component. So we're using this inside this GSX. So, but the first thing that I did, I used this use effect to be able to extract the name that we're going to store into the name of selected option. So this is what we're doing. We're using the filter function to only get the element that has its selected property true. Then since this is an array, so we're going to use the index 0 and then its own name. Then we're going to to save or to update the name of selected option. And we're using the repeat option as an area dependency. So whenever we're clicking on the daily or the weekly, this it's going to be triggered so we can be able to change the variable and then change the component based on this uh, this based on whether it is equal to daily or weekly. So that's how we can be able to do this. And the next thing that I'm going to add is the reminder component, so we can be able to, if we want to be notified. So I'm going to work on this component, then I'll be back to explain everything I did. Next, I created the notification component. So if we want to trigger the notification, so we have this option. So when I click on this toggle switch, as you can see, we're having this to be able to select the time. So now it's not working, so we're gonna build this. And also if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, the colors change. So we can see all these elements very clearly into the dark mode theme. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you the functional component. So here I created the reminder functional component and also created the is on set is on variable state to be able to switch between on and off. And so that's the actual body of the component. So we're having this for to be that is wrapping these two items, the daily notification and the toggle switch component that I created it here. So it's pretty basic. So the same logic that we did to be able to create this. So what I did, I created inside this parent div these two elements that are hidden and they're having the on-click event listener. So whenever we click in, then we are going to trigger the update toggle. And also we're having this we're having this div that is the rounded circle that we are seeing here, and it is with the absolute position. And here we're using the turn operator to be able to switch between right and left utility class. And so we're using the is on variable state to be able to do so. And so that's basically how to be able to create this. And finally, so we're going to rely on the is on variable state to be able to show this component, which is this one, based on it. So if it is true, then we are going to show it. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. So that's the basic logic how to be able to create this. So the next thing that I'm going to add is to be able to pick the time. So whenever I'm clicking on this. So the next component that I created is this one. So when I click on the time to select the time that we want, so I created this component to be able to select our time. So that's going to be the final design of it. So right now it's not functionable, but I want to just show you the how to be able to create this component and how to be able to open it, to close it and open it. So, and for the dark mode, so I'm not going to work on this. So I need to make sure that this is working and functioning. Then I'm going to change the colors based on the dark mode theme. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this. So the first thing that I did, so I'm going to open this up and I created inside the All Habits folder the time picker. So that's the where we are going to put our uh, the design and everything in between and for this component. So I'm going to start from the JSX as always. So I added a little bit of comments to not get lost and also to be able to see each like the tags or the elements for each item. So here, of course, that's going to be the parents div, and those are the utility classes, and I set the width as fixed, so that's the fixed width, and the top is 89 pixel because I'm using it as an absolute. So the left, it's going to be 50% since we're using the absolute position. So we need to find a way to be able to center it like this. So, and I added the transform function, and the translate, it's going to be 50%. And also I added the z index just to make sure that this is always at the top, and the edges around it, and I added a bit of shadow. And here I created a way to be able to open and close the window. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And so we're going to start from the context API, and like we did for the other elements, to be able to open them and close them. So we're going to create this variable. So I called it open time picker window. And since we're using TypeScript, we need to add it here in the context. And of course, the type, we need also to set the type. So that's are going to be the type of these variables, the Boolean, and this type to be able to change the open time picker window. So once you did this, make sure to add it inside the value property so you can be able to use it into the child components. And so I'm going to go back to the habit window. So inside the reminder that refers to this component. So when we click on this, we need to set the variable that we created to true. So here inside this div, so we're having this span. So this it's going to be changing depending on what we choose. So we're going to work on that later on. So inside the onClick event listener, we're having this function, and make sure to add the set open time picker window from this object that we created in the context API, and we're going to set it to true. Then, so once it is true, then this is going to be triggered. So if it is true, we are going to set this absolute. So this is going to be shown, otherwise it's going to be hidden. So that's the basic logic how to be able to open and close the window that we created in our design. So let's move on. So this for the elements for the select time and the close end button, and those are the utility classes that are pretty straightforward. And here we're using again the onClick event listener to be able to close the window, and using this set variable, and we're set it to false. And next, so we're gonna go to the fields. So this for the minute and second. So here it's going to be the parent div of these components, so you can be able to place them and correctly inside the whole component. So that's why we're doing so. And inside of it, we're using this div again, and those are the inputs. And to add a bit of customization, so I added these stylings. So I added them I did for the other components. So this inline styling. So I want to make sure that this is not crowded. So that's why I added so. And also when I want to work with the dark mode, it's going to be much easier for me. And for the class name, so that's going to be the class name or the utility classes. And this for this. This is the utility classes, and finally this is for the minutes. So pretty much they are the same. So the only difference that I'm going to do is when the user is changing them. And here for the and these components, or this div is for the EM and the PM. So those are the utility classes and the divs. And lastly, so this is for the button. So that's the simple design of the select chart. So right now I'm gonna make it functionable, meaning that the user can be able to select between these, and also when it selects time, and I'm gonna do some restrictions, and when the user hits save, it's gonna be updated over here. So the next thing that I worked on inside this component is the selection of the meridian. So we can be able to select between the PM and the EM. As you can see, also the color has changing, but also the selection is happening behind the scene. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so I made some changes in the uh, in the in the body. So the reason why I'm doing this because here I created this meridian array that has two elements. So this for the EM and this for the PM, and I'm using the isSelected property to be able to handle the selection logic. The same thing that I did for the other components. And so once we created this, so let's go at the bottom, and here I'm using this to be able to show the two elements at the same time. So we're using the map function, so that's pretty known in the React world. So this is I'm using the map function, and then inside of it, because we're having two elements, so we're going to use this once, and then it's going to be shown two times because we have two elements inside or two objects inside the meridian array. So I kept everything like the same for the utility classes. So the only thing that I'm doing here, I'm changing in the inline style is this journey operator. So first I need to go to the function, and this is how we can be able to handle the selection logic, meaning that whenever we click on one of these items, the isSelected property is going to be changed. So here we are creating a copy of the meridian array, and based on the return by using the map function. So if the index that we're having inside this map function is equal to the clicked index that we are passing through the function, and this index is coming from the index inside the map function. So if they are equal, then the isSelected is going to be true, otherwise it's going to be false for the other element. And then we're going to update the meridian array by using the set meridian. So, and also I'm logging this out just to make sure that everything is working well. And that's basically how we can be able to create this small function. And here in the styling, I'm going to explain this very quickly. So in the background, so we're using the isSelected property. So if it is true, we're going to use the default color, which is the pink color. Otherwise, we're going to use uh, the background slate of the pink color. So we can have this soft color like this. Otherwise, so the default color, it's going otherwise, we're going to use the background slate, meaning that this background it's going to be set for the other elements that has the is selected as false. And for the color, so we're using the same thing. And also I added this text color gray. So I added this property inside this object just to make sure that we're having this gray, this bold gray color. And also, as you can see, I'm using it over here. So, so that's pretty much how we can be able to handle the selection of the PM and the EM. And then the reason also why I'm doing this, so when the user is going to click save, and when we are going to put everything together, the time and the meridian, it's going to be very easy for us. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the inputs, meaning that the selection. And my idea is when I click here, the background it's going to be changing and the color is going to be changing like we did for this. And also I need to add some restrictions and also to make sure that these are updated correctly. So the next functionality that I added is to be able to change the colors of whether we clicked on the hours or the minutes. So when I click on the minutes, as you can see, so the all the colors are changing. And the other one is gray. And also behind the scene, the selection is happening. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you uh, how to be able to create this logic. So the first thing that I added is the time value array. So instead of using just a simple string, so I made it as an array, and inside of it, these objects. So we did the same thing that we did for the meridian. So here it's going to be for the hours, and this is going to be for the minutes. And we're using the selected to be able to handle the selection logic. So inside so once we did this, of course, we need to change the GSX. So here are the things that I did. So over here inside the input, I added the value because we need because later on we're going to use the onChange event listener, and we need to link the value of the each input with each object. So since it is an array, so this is the index 0 and this is the index 1. So to be able to use the first element, so we're using the time values, and this is the index of it, 0, and the text. So that's going to be linked to this element. And for the other input, we're using the index 1. So it works pretty much, so it works the same thing that we do in the math function, but the reason why I couldn't be able to do so because we're having this span between them. So I couldn't do this, so that's why I did I did I did this. Sorry. So, and for the on-click event listener, so we're using the on-click event listener to be able to change the selected properties. So let's start from here. So I created the update time value function, and we're doing the same thing that we did for the update meridian function. Uh, so first, we are going to use the click index inside the argument. So that's why we are passing it over here. We're passing the 0 index. And so because we need to compare it inside the map function. And the same thing that we're doing it for the other input. And here we are using the same logic that we used inside the meridians to be able to change the background. So I'm not gonna get into that again. So I already explained it. So that's basically how to be able to create the selection. And the next thing that I need to create is the to be able to change. So whenever I'm changing the numbers, this it's going to be also changing inside the area over here. Now our component is fully functionable. So I'm going to show you all the edge cases that you can run into. So like for example, if the user leave this empty and goes to this to be able to choose the minutes, as you can see, it is back to 0. And also another thing that I want to show you, like if we can't, so we can only choose or type in two digits. And if I want to type any character, nothing's gonna work. But if I type in a digit, as you can see, it is working. And another thing that I added, let's say, for example, I just type in 1 and I go to the minutes. As you can see, it is updated to 01 because it is less than 10. But if I do 10 or 11, so nothing's gonna happen. And everything that I'm doing over here is working the same in the minutes field. Like if I leave this like this and I go back to the hours, as you can see, it is updated like this. And also another thing that I added, only we can be able to add and modify the input when we click on the field that we want to. Like if I change the selection or the focus to another element, as you can see, so this is not selected and I can't do anything in it unless I click on it. So that's why we added the colors to be able to so that the user can see which one is selected. So that's how our selected time is working, and it's working pretty fine. So let's go back to the VS Code to show you how to be able to handle and create this logic. And I added many things inside the code. So the first thing that I'm going to start with is the update or the update time values text. So I created another function so you can be able to handle the onChange event listener. So let's go to the updates, but the first it is accepting two parameters. So the first it's the event, so we can be able to extract the value that we are typing in and also the index. So let's go to the update time value text. So this is going to be of type this one, and the index is going to be a number. So the first thing that we're doing is we are copying the time values and we are storing the value that we are typing inside the current text. And then we're using the parse in to be able to convert the text into the number. And this is numeric, so we're using the regular expression like this. So to make sure that the current text, which is the input field, is a number. So it's going to return true or false because we're using the text test function. And all of this are the checks. So we're checking that if it is a number, and also we're checking if the length is under 2, so the user uh, can't type in more than 2 characters or 2 numbers. And this is to make sure that the numbers are between the 0 and the 12. And also the last check is we want to make sure that the current text is not empty. So if all of these checks are true, then we can be able to trigger and to uh, to do this code. So over here, we're just updating the time values variable state. So that's how we can be able to handle everything that we are typing and make sure that what we are typing is correct. And the next thing is the handle on blur function. So it is linked with the on blur, and what that does is this event's gonna be it's gonna get triggered whenever we leave the input. So that's why we're using this. So let's go to the on handle blur, and I'm going to explain all the code inside of it. So the reason why we're doing this is want to make sure that, as I said, if I leave the input, this is going to be updated like this, or if it is empty, it's going to be updated to 0. So over here, we're doing the same thing that we did for the other function. We're copying the time values and we are storing the current text inside this variable. And if the current text is empty, then we are going to store to update the text property by like this. Otherwise, we're going to otherwise, we're going to check if the length is 1. So if it is, we are going to add the 0 at the beginning. Then we're going to update the time values. So that's basically how to be able to do this. And also another another edge case is we want only to be able to update the input when it is selected. Like if I change the focus like this is not going to be, I can't be able to type anything in it. So to be able to do this, we're using the read only property inside the input, and that's it's going to be dependent on the is selected property. So the read only, if it is true, we can't be able to update the input. So we are doing the opposite of the is selected. So if the is selected is true, it's going to be false because of the exclamation, then the read only, it's going to be false. So we can be able to be able to handle the input. So that's the logic that I used. So, and as you can see, everything is working fine. And I hope that I didn't forget to mention or explain anything, but so that's how we can be able to select to create a select time component. And it was a little bit longer than I expected, but here we are creating this select time component. And the reason why I did so, because I didn't find a component like this in the internet that's going to fit the theme that I want for this application. I want to make sure that everything is looking good. So the next step that I need to do is to be able to save this. So when I click on save, it needs to be updated over here, and it needs to be saved in a variable so we can be able to add it inside the habit item. So when we click on say on the add habit, everything's going to be saved. And another thing that I forgot is the focus. So over here in the use effect, I'm using the focus. Like for example, if we close this and then we open it up, as you can see, the focus is back, and it's going to be dependent on the input that we selected. So if I I select this and I leave it like this and I go back, as you can see, it is selected into the minutes input. So the first thing that we're going to do, we need first to import the use effect from React, and we need to create these refs like this. And the use effect hook, I created the use effect hook to be able to handle this. And the area dependency is going to be the open time picker now. So meaning that this is going to be only triggered when this is changing. So if the open time picker window is true, we want to check which input is selected. So if it is this, we are going to use the hours ref. Otherwise, if this is selected, we're going to use the minutes ref. And finally, make sure to use the minutes and the hours ref into their specific inputs. Like for the hours, we're using it in this input, and for the minutes, we're using it in this input. So now we can be able to select the time. So I'm going to show you. So I already did it, so that's why this time it's selected. So over here, when we click on when we want to select the time at the first time, so we're gonna have the current time as you can see. So the 11:06 p.m. So that's the current time when currently when I'm recording this video. And so as you can see, it is working fine. So let's reload the page just to show you how things are looking. First, as you can see, so we're having the none because we didn't select anything. So when I click over here and let's choose another time. So I'm going to choose this one and click save, and as you can see it is updated, and actually our habit item is updated as well. So uh, I'm going to log it out. So let me add. So first, sorry, I need to go to the habit window, and I'm gonna go at the top. Sorry guys for that. I know that it's not best practice to have a lot of subcomponents inside one component, but I'm doing this just to make sure that everything is working fine. I don't have to go back and forth between files. So let's log so I'm going to just put it over here and just log the habit item. Just I want to show you how uh, our object is looking. So I'm going to add stuff like this. And as you can see, it is updating. So we're having all the elements that we choose, all the options and notification time that I added to be able to store the time that we selected. So I'm going to get into this once I get back into the code to explain all the modifications that I did to be able to select the time. And before we go back to the VS Code, I want to mention that we are going to make three elements. So the first element and the first fix that I did. So what I was doing, I was creating a restriction in the minutes field and I was setting it to 12 and it doesn't make any sense because we can, for the minutes, we're having 59 minutes. So that's the first adjustment. The second thing that I did is how we can be able to set or to show the current time automatically whenever I open the window. And as you can see, so it is 11:12 p.m. So that's the current time. And thirdly, we are going to work on how we can be able to pass the information that we clicked on saved into the habit window to be able to show it over here. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you everything step by step. And so the first thing that I'm going to start with is the adjustment that I did to be able to uh, to adjust the minutes. And so here, this is what I'm doing. So I'm creating another function. I called it is input is valid input. The reason why I'm doing this because for the parsed value, uh, it's going to be between 0 and 59 because before I was using the same logic because we were having the same restriction, but now the limit it's going to be very different because for the minutes is 59. So here I'm creating an outside value is called a function is called is valid input that's gonna accept three elements. So we're gonna accept the current text, the parsed value, and the index. And we want to make sure that these are all true. Then we are going to return the true. Otherwise, we're gonna return false. And this function, we are gonna use it in this if statement alongside the is numeric. So we want to make sure that all of this is true, then we can be able to update the times value. So that's the first adjustment that I did. So the second thing to be able to show the current time whenever we open the window. So we're gonna go down to the use effect. So I created the use effect. For that, it's a logic, and it's gonna be triggered whenever the open time picker window is changed. So whenever it's true, then this is going to be triggered. So we're having this function first to be able to get the current time. So this for to be able to get the date and we're going to get the hours and we're going to save it into the current hour variable. Then we are going to get the minutes and we're going to save it in the current minutes and we're using the pad start. So if, for example, the number is 2 or 4, so one that has one digit, it's going to add, at first, it's going to add the 0. So that's why we're adding this. And also, we want to make sure if we are at the morning or at the afternoon. So we're going to use this Ternary operator because we're going to use it to be able to select automatically which the AM or the PM, and then we're going to format the from the 24-hour format to the 12-hour format. And the reason why, because I'm living in Morocco, and it's as you can see, it is French in French language because as you know, in Morocco that's the second language, and I'm having the 24-hour format. So I need to change to 12-hour format. So that's why, so that's the logic that I'm using, and we're going to store it in the formatted hour. Then we're going to use it to be able to update our time value. But first, we're creating a copy of it. You know how React works. So we need to make a copy of the time value. Then we are going to update the time values to make sure that the rendering occurs. And then this is for the EM or PM selection. So we are mapping through the meridian array, and we're going to use inside the if statement or the condition the EM PM variable that we created it from, sorry, that we created from here. And based on that, we are going to change the is selected whether it's true or false. And then we are updating the set the meridian area so this can be reflected into the UI. So that's the second step. So the third element to be able to pass the information or the time into the parent component, which is the habit now. So we're going to use for that the callback function. So I created first the callback function at the top of the function. I called it the onSave time, and it's going to accept the time value as a string. So let's go at the bottom in the function, the save time function. So this is the simple logic to uh, to be able to save the time into one string and then pass it up to the parent component. So we're using the filter method, and then we're going to filter the we're going to filter the which the meridian EM or PM, and we're going to get, because it is an array and it's going to be just one array returned inside the meridian select. So that's why we're using the index 0, and we are going to use the text to be able to get the element because it has the text property. And then we're going to just use the time values. So the index, the first index and the second index, and we're adding between them the this, and finally we're adding the meridian selected, and we're adding a little bit of space. Then we are setting it or putting it into the on-site save time, and to be able to use it in the parent component, and then we are closing the window. So now we're going to go to the parent component, the habit window. Then after that, we're going to go to the habit picker component. So let's go to the GSX. So that's the actual time picker component. So it's going to accept the on-save time. So make sure to add this. And then it's going to be linked to the update reminder time. So let's go to this function, and what we are doing here, we're just updating the notification time property inside the habit item. So we're doing this like the same thing that we did for the weeks and the days and all the options that we worked on. And also make sure to add the notification time. So it's going to be set by default as an empty array. And then the type, make sure to add it inside here. And as you can see, things are working fine, and we can be able to choose the notification or which time that the habits is gonna notify us to be able to use it. And one last thing that I'm going to create in this window, I know it took a lot longer, and it took me a lot of time than expected, but finally we need to create the category so we can be able to set the areas or the category for the habits so we can be able to organize them well. Also, another thing that I added is when I turn the daily notification on, and I'm going to show you in the console. So I added this property is notification on. So basically the value it's going to be dependent whether we turn this on or off. So if I turn this off and I check the actual item, and as you can see, it is false. So I'm going to go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. So it's very, very simple. So the first thing, so we're going to start from the top, and we need to add the is notification on property inside the habit item. So it's going to be set by false. It's going to be set to false by default, and also make sure to add it into the habit type. So once you did this, so we're going to go to the reminder component. So, and here we need to add the set habit item into the props of the reminder function so you can be able to update the habit item. So after adding these, so we're gonna go into the actual component and also make sure to add them here like this. Make sure to add the set habit item, and the set habit item, it's gonna be of this type. So inside the update toggle function, so whenever we are clicking on the toggle to be able to change the value, so what we are going to do, we're going to copy the habit item so you can be able to make the change inside the is notification on directly based on the current value of the is on. Then we are going to update the habit item by using the set habit item. So doing this or using this, it's going to help us further in our project to be able to make sure even if we choose the time for the notification, but also we need to check if the notification is on or off to notify the user for the habit. And the next and the final component that I created for this whole add new habit is the areas because we're going to have areas to be able to organize the habits. And so this is the demonstration. So we're having two elements that we can choose from, the study and the code. So just for the purpose of testing, so if I click over here, as you can see, our object is updated. So let's open that up. So I created a new property. I called it areas inside the habit item. And as you can see, we've been able to store the study object. And let's choose another element and let's open that up. And as you can see, this item is added inside the areas property. So let's unselect these two elements and let's check again the areas. And as you can see, the areas property right now is empty. So let's go back to our VS Code to be able to show you how to create this component. And so before I start showing you the whole code, what we are going to do, we're going to go to the context API. And here we are going to create the all areas variable, the area where we're going to be storing all um, the areas that we created. So right now it's hard coded, but after as we move on, so later on in our project, when we start working on the functionalities of the app, this is going to be dynamic. And this is the actual items inside the all areas. And of course, we need to add. So I'm going to add the all areas and the set all areas inside the all areas object inside the create context. And so also we're going to go to the global context type, and then we're going to add them like this to be able to define the types. And the all areas has the type area type that I added inside the global type file. Sorry. So after creating this, we're going to go to the MUI website. So this is what I'm going to use. So that's the component that I'm going to use. So because we're using TypeScript, so this is going to be set by default, and copy this. So click on copy. And what I did, I created the multiple select shape.tsx, so you can call it wherever you want. And I pasted all the code in here. So, so after doing this, we're gonna go to the habit window, and we're gonna go at the bottom. And here, as you can see, we're having the habit window area. So if we go into this, so that's where I stored the code, and so that's the name of the file. So we're having this div, so that's the parent div, and so we're having these utility classes for the area text, and here we are calling the multiple select chip component that we just created. So let's head over the functional component, and I'm going to show you all the things that I did to be able to customize this component to fit our needs. So the first thing that I'm going to start with is the styling, of course. So here, as you can see, the colors are blue by default, and I want them to be pink. So that's the default color of our application. And so the first the first element is the form control that shows all the items in a list. So this is what I started with, and then the input label, so that the choose area, when it is at the top, it's going to be colored like this. So that's the actual styling of it. And finally, to be able to change the borders, so we're going to go to the input tag, and this is where we can be able to change the borders. So that's the first element that I did. Then we are going to go to how we can be able to show the area or the all areas that we created in the context API inside this component. So the first thing that we're going to do, so let's go a little bit at the top. And so here, our variable, so we need to use the global context provider, the custom hook, and then we're going to deconstruct the object to be able to access to the all areas. So once we access to it, we are going to filter out the all. So we don't want have the all element inside the list. So we're going to use the filter function to filter the all element or item, and we're going to store it inside the filtered area. So once we're having this new array, then we are going to use it here with the map function, and we're going to use the menu item to show up or to show each item. And as you can see, we're using the font awesome icon here, and also we're using this variable to be able to show the name, and each icon is going to be assigned to its icon property. So that's basically how to be able to show the list inside this component. So the next element, so how we can be able, whenever we click on here, this, yeah, it's gonna be selected. So by default, if we go back to this component, all the elements are stored into the person name variable state, which is an array. And here what I'm doing, I'm just changing the name into the selected area. And just to show you how things are working, so I'm going to log that out because it's very important, so I can be able to explain the next element. So let's go back to our application, and if I click on study and I click on course, so I think nothing is happening. So let's put this inside here, and let's do that again. And as you can see, we're having this array with the code and the study. And if I uncheck both of them, or I check just one of them, as you can see, we're having just the study. So that's the selected area. So it's very important to understand this because it's gonna be very easy for me to be able to explain the next element. And we can't just use directly this array and to pass it up to the parent component, which is the habit window. We want the whole item, which has the type all area, meaning it has the ID, the name, and the icon. So the only fix that I found is I use this use effect, and the selected area, it's going to be an area dependency, meaning whenever we click on this and this variable changes, this it's going to be re-executed. So what I'm doing here, I want to extract based on the name that we're having inside the array, the object that we're having here, meaning that if I click on study, I want just this item so I can be able to pass it up into the parent component. And if I click in both of them, I want these two items to be stored. So let's go back to the VS Code, and this is what I'm doing. So I'm using the map function inside the selected area, which is an array. Then we are going to use the find method with the all areas to be able to find the matching name inside the selected area and the object inside the all areas. Then we are going to update the selected area items, which is this new items that I created to be able to store the whole objects that I explained. So once we did this, I'm going to use another use effect, and it's going to be the area dependency. It's going to be this one. So whenever this changes, I'm calling this callback function on change. So we need to find a way to pass up the information from this component. So if we go back here, so we need to pass it up into this functional component habit window. So we're using the onChange callback, and we are going to link it to the get selected name. So that's the function. And also by itself, we're going to use another callback function to pass up this information into the habit window, which is the parent component of both components, the habit area and the multiple select chip. So we are going to add the onChange callback function, and we are going to link it to the get selected area. So let's go to the function. And what I'm doing here, so because it carries the selected area item, so we are going to update our the habit item state, and we are creating a copy of it. So it's the same principle that we did for the other functions, and we are going to directly change the areas property with the selected area item, and then we're going to update the habit item. So like just to show you the habit item to log it out. So as you can see in the areas, it is empty. And if I select study and I go back to the areas, so we're having just the study object that is stored. It's like I showed you at the beginning before I start building and explaining this component. And also that's I think that's the final element that we are going to create for the habit window. And as you can see, there are a lot of things going on inside this habit window. It took me a lot of time that I expected to be able to create this. So now if we want to add a habit and the field is empty and we click on add habit, as you can see, the habit name field is still empty. So that's the message that we are going to log out. And let's say if I want to add a habit that already exists in, so this one I already created it. And as you can see, we're having the habit already exist. So to be able to do this, I'm going to show you how, because I added an area called all habits inside our application that we're going to use to be able to show in our whole application. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first step that the first place where I'm going to start from it is the context API. So here, as I said, I added a new array. So this array is called all habits. So that's the all habits array, and it's going to have a type of habit type. So that's the same type that we created it inside in the habit window. So it's going to follow the same structure. So what I did, the type, I put it inside the the global context or the global types. So I added these types over here just to make sure that all these types are in one place because we're going to use them also in the context API. So let's go back to the context API file and to be able to use them in the child components. So I added them inside the all habits object in the create context, and in the global context type, make sure to add them over here, and also make sure to add the type of each element. And also one little trick to be able to add this because it's a little bit long. So what I do is I just go over here and I copy this one and I paste it here. So that's a little trick to be able to save some time rather than type in all this type because it's a little bit long. So once we did this, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the habit window and but first, in the context API, I want to continue one thing is in the use effect, we're adding this little code, and so we are just simulating the fetching of the data. So this is the data that is simulated from the database, and then we are adding or using the set timeout to just simulate the time lag, which is 1 second. Then we are going to update the all habits, and we are going to call the fetch data function to be able to execute all of this thing. And also one thing that I added here is this function because we can't be able to store the elements as an icon prop inside the database because MongoDB doesn't know this. It only knows the primitive types. So to be able to fix this, so what we're going to do, we're going to create this function to be able to convert the text from the icon. So I created this text icon function inside the icon data where we are pulling out all the elements or the icon objects to be able to show them into the icon box to choose the icon for the habit, and where I'm creating this little function by using the switch case method. And what we're doing, we are just converting the icon text to its proper object icon. So we are returning for each element its own proper icon object. So this is what this function does. So it's very important that because to avoid a lot of problems when we start working with MongoDB. So once we did this, we're going to go to the habit now function, and then we are going to go at the bottom all the way down to the save button function. And sorry guys that I put all the code in one file because it's not a best practice in React. And so here what I did, I called the all habits and the set all habits because we're going to use them to update the state. And here I created the check new habit object function that I linked it to the on-click event listener of the button. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to check if the habit.name is empty. So if it is empty, we're going to console or to return this into our console log. And to be able to check if the habit exists, we're going to use the sum function inside the all habits array. So if it is returning true, meaning that it is already existed, so we're going to go to the else block. Otherwise, we're going to call this add new habit function, and we're going to close the habit window by using the set open habit window. And to be able to, so this function is located in a file, in a folder, and I called it the utils folder just for organization because we're going to add other elements. So I created a new folder. I called it all habits utils, and inside of it, I created the add new habit function. So this is the function to be able to add a new item inside the all habits. And as you can see, we're adding these elements. So we're adding the all habits, the set all habits, and the new habit. And so if we go back to the add habit window, so we're so there is kind of discrepancy between the habit, the new habit, and the habit. This we are just changing the name of the object habit. So that's why we added the new habit over here. And what we're doing, so we're just adding the new habit inside the all habits, and we're using the set all habits to be able to update the UI. So like by creating this in this function or like the structure, because we're going to add other functions later on when we start working with the database and we and fetching data. So this it's going to be a lot cleaner. So that's how we can be able to add the restriction and also to be able to create all our items or our habits in one area because we are going to use them to be able to show them inside here. So now I made the adjustments so you can be able to show the habits that we're creating in our array and the UI. So as you can see, we're having this test habit and with this icon because if we go, so let's make this a little bit bigger and hopefully that you can see. And as you can see, the item that we're having is the test habit and that's the icon. Um, that's the icon. So as you can see, so wherever that you're having inside the area, it's going to be shown in our UI. So I'm going to add, let's add a new name. And also what we will see is the notification whenever I add an element. So let's add these just to make sure that all the items are saved in the application. And let's click on the add habit. And as you can see, we're having this new notification and I'm using this React Hot Toast library to be able to create this. It's a popular library to use for notification. And as you can see, our new habit has been added in here. And right now, it looks much cooler right now. To be honest with you, that's something I was amazed of. So as you can see that everything is working great. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you all the things that I did to be able to create this. But I think first I'm going to start from here. So in their website, so make sure to copy this line, command line, and go to your terminal and paste it here and hit enter. So once you did this, so we're gonna go to the root component, and for our case, so it's all habits. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna add this object, the toast. So once we did this, we're gonna go to the habit window where we the function to be able to add the habit, and here instead of using logs, we're gonna use the toast object, and also at the top make sure to import it. So I'm gonna go all the way at the top and make sure to import the toast to be able to use it. So let's go back to our function. And so the same thing that I did here, I'm using the toast that error to be able to show this message in our notification. So also in the add new habit, so I added this inside the try and catch block. So I added this as a success to be able to notify or to show this message habit added successfully. That was a mistake. Otherwise, we're going to return this phrase. So now I'm going to show you how to be able to show the information in the UI like this. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the habits container middle. And here, because this component is responsible for showing all the elements in this little part. So first we're going to add the all habits from the context API like this, and then instead of hard coding the habit card objects that we created over here, we're going to use the map function from the all habits. And so that's pretty basic. So we are going to create so we're going to add the habit card inside the all habits, and we're going to pass inside the habit card the single habit item, and make sure also to add the index here. So this is a new prompt, so we're going to go to the habit card and make sure to add the single habit as a prompt, and it's going to have the habit type. And so let's go down a little bit. And so we're going to start from the font awesome icon, and we're going to include the icon inside the single habit that is linked to the icon tag. Then we're going to add the name property of the single habit. And here inside the divs or the areas for the divs, so instead of using this span or this div directly, so we're going to use the area or the area property of the single habit, which is an array. And this single or this area has the type. So I'm gonna go back to the types to show you the structure. So in the global types, so we're having the area type that has the ID and the icon and the name, because the areas is an area of area type. So let's go back to the habits container middle. So here, as you can see, it is an area type. So meaning that we need to add the icon, and the icon, it's going to be, we're going to adjust the name for now because this is what we are showing up in here. So we're going to add the name property from the single area. So that's something that I didn't point out when I started creating the all habits area in the context API. And that's basically how to be able to show the items from this array inside the UI like this. And before we move on into the other operations, which are delete and modifying the habits, first we need to set up the date selection. So we need to make sure that this date is working alongside with the calendar. So right now we are at this date, 5th June 2024. So this is Wednesday. And if I click over here, as you can see, we'll go to the next day, and also it changes into our calendar. And if we go up like this, like the calendar is synchronized with the current date. And let's go, for example, to another year and select the date. As you can see, if we click from here, also the date changes from here. And if I go upward and I click in here, as you can see, I go from the date that I selected, which was this date. And as you can see, everything is working fine. And this is very important first to set up because, like for example, if we choose a habit And if we select the habit for these days, and I want to make sure that, for example, if we don't choose the Sunday, which one that is selected, it doesn't appear in here. So that's why it's very important to set the date up before we can move on into creating other operations for the habits. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first place where I'm going to start from is the context API. So we need a place to be able to store all the data that we are selecting. So we're going to create two variables, the selected current date, where we are going to store the date in a string format. And as you can see here inside the use date, we are using the get date string function. And that what that does is converting the date object into the string. So that's why we're doing so. So I'm going to get into this function and the offset date to be able to track the difference between the current date and the date that we selected, because this we are going to use it in here when we clicking on these arrows, and also for the calendar. So the first element I'm going to start with is the get date string. So what I did, I created a new function. I called it the date string, the date functions, where I'm storing or I'm putting all the functions related to dates. So I'm going to start by the get date string that has two arguments, the current date and the days offset. So the days offset, it's going to be the difference between the day or the current day and the day that we selected. So the first thing that we're doing here, we're creating a new date object based on the current date and the offset. So, and we are storing it inside the adjusted date. And then, because we want to return our date into this format, we're going to extract the year and the month and the day, and we're going to store them in their separate variables. And here for the month, we're adding 1 because it returns a number, and also we're using the path start because we want to be two numbers because it is returning from 0 to 9, so it's one number, and we want to be 0, 1 and 0, 2 and so on. And the same thing that we did for the get date, and here we are going to return our full day in like this. So that's how this get date string is functioning. So the next element that I'm going to show you how to be able to use this to be able to show the names of the days and also to show the date like this. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the habits container top because this is where so this is the component, the default component. We called it the habits container top. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to add these objects that we created inside the context API. And also one thing that I forgot, make sure to add them inside the create context. So those are the elements, and in the global context type, so those are the types. And let's go back to our component. So we're going to add them here, and then we're going to extract each object. So for the selected current day object, so those are the elements that we're going to use, and this for the offset day object. And here to make this interactive, so we're adding the on-click event listener for both divs, and we're going to use the same function, the updates date, and it is accepted it is accepted an option argument that has literal types, so that has the next and the pref. So if it is next, so we are going to increment the offset date, otherwise we are going to decrement it. And whenever we changing the offset date variable, we're using the use effect to be able to update the selected current date. So this can be updated into the UI. And we are updating the selected date, selected current date by using the get date string. And inside of it, we are going to add our date, the current date, and the offset date to be able to calculate the difference between. So for this case is -1, so it's gonna go to the previous day, and it's gonna be +1 to go um, to the next day. And if we, so just to show you, like here the offset is 0, so that's the log of it. And I click here, as you can see it is 1, and I click here it is 2, and the same if I go on and on. So that's the code how this is working. And now I'm going to get into these functions to be able to show the text like this. So for the name, so I created a function, I called it current day name. So let's get into it. So this is stored, as I said, into this file. So it's going to accept the date string because we are going to pass in the selected date, which is a string. And then to be able to get the days, we are going to create an area like this, and then we are going to convert the date string into the date object, and we are going to get the day by using the built-in get day function because it is returned as a number, so that's why we're using this array. And then we are going to so this is going to be the index of this array, then to be able to return the proper name that we want. And if we go back again, so we're going to find another function. I called it get formatted date to make sure that this date looks like this. And we're going to use the same principle. This will accept the date string because, as I said, we're going to pass in it the selected date, which is a string. Then we're going to convert it into a date object, and we're creating the array, the month names array, since the get month is returning a number, and we're going to use it as an index inside the month names, and then we're going to return our day like this. And finally, I'm going to go to the calendar. So let's go to the calendar file where we're having the code of this MUI component, and we're going to do the same thing. We need to use the select current date and the set offset date. And here, so we're going to use the onChange event listener to be able to change to listen to any change whenever we are clicking on the calendar. So that's the function that it's going to be triggered. And here, so what we're doing, because the MUI doesn't use the date object from JavaScript, they are using the date.js object. So we need to convert it into a date object. So this is what we are doing. And as you can see, the new date is by default the date.js object. And here we are going to calculate the difference because we need to, because we are going to update the offset. So we are going to calculate the difference between the selected or the current day and the day that we clicked on that we selected. So this is what we're doing. Then we are going to update the offset day. So when the offset day is going to be updated, if we go back to the habits container top, also this is going to be triggered because we're using the offset day uh, as an array dependency, and then the selected current day will be updated again, and all of this will be updated. So let's go back to the calendar, and here inside the value, just to make sure that the value of the calendar is synchronized with the date that we are working with. So we're going to use the value, and as I said, the MUI component doesn't use the normal date object. So we are doing this. So if the selected current date is not null, so we are going to use the date.js to be able to convert it into the date.js object. And we're going to use this value inside the value uh, property of this component. And that's basically how we can be able to do so. So I thought that it's going to be simple, but it takes a little bit of work to be able to make this up. But as you can see, everything is working fine. And the next component that I added is the categories, or what I call the areas. And as you can see, so we can be able to select the elements. So right now it's not fully functioning, but I want to just show you how things are working, and I added it to be able to filter out the habits that have the areas that we selected, because I thought that the areas that we created over here won't make any sense if we don't do this, and this is going to be dependent on the so we're going to get the information from the same area that we're using over here. As you can see, we're having the same areas except in all, because it doesn't make any sense to add the all area over here. So this is just for the application, the overall application, if we want to get back to all the habits that we want and select the thing that we selected over here. So let's jump back to our code to be able to show you how to be able to create this. And the first thing that I did, I created this areas container file, and we're going to import it and put it under the all habits top bar. So let's go back to our file, and there are a lot of things going on. I'm going to try my best to explain what's happening inside this file. So we are going to let's hide these elements, and we are going to start from the variables. And here, of course, we need the all areas variable or array from the context API, because this is what we are going to rely on to be able to show the information. And we're creating the selected area to keep track of the selected area. So this needs to be a single, because we are going to select one area, and it's going to be a form of key and pair value object. So the key is going to be a number, of course, and the value it's going to be a boolean. And first I'm going to start by the JSX. So here that's going to be the overall JSX of this all component. So those are the utility classes for the outer div. And inside of it, we're going to use, of course, the all areas or the map function to be able to map through each element inside the all areas. And the area is going to be of type area type, and the index, of course, is going to be inferred to a number. And inside of it, we are going to use the single area container, where we are going to pass in the area. And this is the single area container, so it's a pretty basic functional component. And this, it's going to be for each element over here. So this is the div. So those are the utility classes of it. And inside of it, we're going to have the icon and the name inside the span tag. So I'm going to explain why we use the selected, but first we need to start from the use effect and how we can be able to populate the all areas inside this key and pair value. So this is where this use effect comes in. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this initial selected area object, and it's going to have, so that's going to be the type. So as you can see, it is empty. And then we're going to add the index and the Boolean values. So it's going to be like this format. So I'm going to show you here into the console. So this all is selected, and as you can see, so it is true. And for the other elements are false. And this need to be dependent on the elements that we're having inside the all areas. So that's why we're using the for each loop. So we're going to just use the index, and then we are going to populate the initial selected area based on the elements that we're having inside the all areas. And first, everything is going to be false. And we're going to set the first index as true because we need to have one at least is selected. So it's going to be, of course, all. So that's why we added this line. And then we're going to update the selected areas. And this is going to be dependent on the all areas. So whenever we add an area inside the all areas, this is going to be re-executed. And so the next thing that I'm going to explain is the on-click event listener. So I created this toggle selection, and we're going to pass inside of it the index. So let's go to the toggle selection. So let's open that up. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to copy the selected area inside, or the whole object inside the selected area. Copy for immutability because of how React states work. And first we are going to make all the elements as false. So we're going to use the keys function of the object, and we're going to use the for each loop, and all the keys are going to be false, or all the values inside the keys are going to be false. So that's why we're doing this. And then we're going to just select the index that we passed inside here. Only it's going to be true, so we're going to directly change it as true. Then we are going to update the selected area. So that's how we can be able to have one selection. As you can see, if I click on work, this is going, the last one is going to be true, and all the other ones are going to be false. So once we did this, so it's going to be very easy to change the colors. So that's why we passed the inside the single area container, we passed the the boolean inside the isSelected property. So it's going to be based on the index inside the selected area object. So also here we are going to get the isSelected, and we're going to use it inside the class name, and we're going to rely on it based on its value. So if it is true, this is what we are going to use as a styling. Otherwise, everything is going to be great. So that's how we can be able to create this simple areas selection. So now we're having this part fully functionable, meaning that we can be able to filter by the area, and also to filter by the date depending on the frequency that we choose for every habit. So just to show you, like for example, if we go to another day, as you can see, we're not having any habit. And if we go to Monday, and Tuesday, the only habits are going to be shown are these, because we choose for the habits to be on Mondays and Thursdays. So if, for example, let's test this thing out, and let's go back to our current date, and I'm going to add a new date. So let's add something. I'm just gonna call it test 3. And as you can see here, I added another character just to be able to differentiate between the Tuesday uh, and the Thursday. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to choose these days, and I'm going to choose these areas. And here, as you can see, if we go to the Friday, so we're going to have the habit that we created. And if we go to the Wednesday, we're going to have the habit that we created. And also for the Monday. And let's say I want to filter by the areas. So if I have a lot of habits, I want to filter things out by the area. And if I click on work, as you can see, I'm only going to show the habit that has work, and the same if I do for the code, and the same if I do for the study. And if I want to go back to show all the habits, so I can be able to click on all, and all the habits are in here. So as you can see, everything is working fine, and the filtering system is working for both the areas and the date. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so the first thing that we're going to do first, we're going to create another variable states or variable state. I called it selected area string, so it can be able to store the name of the area that we clicked on. And also make sure to add it. So I added it inside the selected area string object, added the global context provide type. So make sure to add this like these. So those are going to be their types. And so let's go back to the area container. And the first thing that I added first, when we click on the study, for example, we need to get the name study and to store it into the selected area string. So I added this selected area string object, and we're going to deconstruct it to be able to access to the set selected area string. And if we go back a little bit here inside the toggle selection, we're going to add or to update the selected area string like this, and by accessing to the name property of the index inside the all area. So this is how to be able to get the name. So once we got this name, we're going to be able to use it to be able to filter everything out based on the area that we clicked on. So let's go back to the habits container middle, because that's the container where we're having all the habits over here. So first we need to access to the selected area string, and we're going to add this, and we're going to deconstruct it. And I'm going to start first by this use effect hook, because this is what's it's going to be triggered whenever we click on these elements, or whenever we change in the date, or even when the all habits change in when we're adding a new habit. So that's why we're adding them here inside the area dependency of the use effect. So this is the actual code to be able to do all the filter. So first, we are going to uh, get the first two characters of the selected current date. And again, we're going to use the current date name. And to be able to get to the first character, the two first characters, because as I said, instead of using one character for the days, I used the two characters to be able to differentiate between the Tuesday and the Thursday. So I'm going to get into this, but now let's continue with this filtering logic. And then we're going to create this filtered habit by area, and it's going to be empty, and it's going to have the type habit type. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to filter by frequency, uh, by date. So this is the code that we're going to do so. And here we are going to, so I'm going to start from the inside. So the single habit, it's going to be each habit, and we're going to access to the this property. And since the frequency has one object, so that's why we're doing the index 0, and we're using the sum to find at least one day, and that's why we put if the day is equal the day that we selected, that has the two characters, it's going to return true. Then it's going to be filtered out and saved inside this area. So once we did this, and we're going to check if the selected area string is different than all. So meaning that if we click on one of these, it's going to be different than all, and then we're going to run this element. And since this is the primary filtering, so that's why we did it first. And then we're going to use the same filtered habits by area, and I'm going to use it to be able to filter the sorry. So we're going to use this filtered habits by frequency to be able to filter by area. And that's why we're using the filter, and we're doing the same logic. So we're going to just return all the elements that their names is equal to the selected area string that we just created inside the context API, and also that has the name of the area that we clicked on. Else, meaning that if we click on all, so we are going to store inside the filtered habits by area all the habits that filtered by the date that we are selected. And finally, we're going to update the filtered habits by area. And also, before we move on to the next step, I want to show you something in here. So I'm going to start by the name of the days, as you can see, and the days array. Doing this, and also another problem that I ran into that I fixed is make sure to add this use effect to be able to create a new reference of uh, the habit item. Sorry, let's go at the top of the habit item, because the problem that I ran into, so when I create a new habit, and I want to create another habit and I modify the frequency, the previous habit also changes. So that's the problem that I run into. And to be able to fix this, I created this use effect in here. So that's basically how to be able to create this filtering system by using the area and the date. So the next component that I created inside the habits component is this one. So to avoid having something empty here when we don't have any habits scheduled for a specific day. So so the icon that I used is from this website. So it is a SVG icon. So this website has a lot of free icons to use, and I find it very, very useful instead of using a library like Font Awesome Icon library or other libraries. So once you choose your icon, click on Edit Vector and click on Copy SVG. And we're going to go back to the VS Code. And what I did, I created the component in here. So I created a folder called assets, and inside here I created this file, and I pasted inside the return function. I added as an argument a color just to be able to change the color from outside or from the parent component where I'm putting the list icon. So the color argument, I put it in here with the fill method. So also what I did, I created this habits empty placeholder functional component. So this is the actual GSX of it. So the parent div is this, and I'm adding the list icon functional component that we just created, and underneath it, we're adding this little text. And also I'm adding these to be able to use the list icon and the default color as a prompt of the list icon functional component and make sure to export it because we're going to use it inside the habits container middle. So this is where we are showing all the habits. So we're going to use the turn operator. So if the all filtered habits is empty, we're going to use the empty habits order. Otherwise, we're going to use the map function to be able to show the habits. So that's basically how to be able to create this little empty placeholder whenever we don't have any tasks scheduled for this specific day. And now we can be able to update our habits based on whether we checked on them or not. So as you can see, this habit is already checked. And the reason why it's already checked, if we uh, check the habit into our console log and we go to the completed days, so we're having this day and this day. So that's why it is checked. And so in the frequency, so this should be appear in the Monday and Friday. So if we go to the Monday of this date, as you can see, it is not checked. But if I check this one and I go into the console log and let's check our habit and go to the completed days, and as you can see, this date is inside the completed days. And if I uncheck it and let's check that again into our console log, and as you can see, the object that is related to the day of 10th June 2024 is not here anymore. So as you can see, everything is working fine. And if we add another element and let's choose for the Monday and select something like this randomly and add the habit. So if I check this and I go to the console log, so let's see our the completed days of the habit, and as you can see, this has been added here. And if I go to another, so let's go to another date and let's select this one. So we're gonna find it. So let's work with the habit one. And if I check it and I go, so let's clear that up and check and uncheck this. And if I go to the habit object, the first habit object, as you can see, so that's the date that we where we or when we checked on. So as you can see, everything is working great. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to create this, but first I made some adjustments and I'm going to start from the context API. And the first thing that I did, I imported this library to be able to generate IDs, and that's something that honestly I didn't do. So I had to do from the beginning. So that's the command line to be able to install this library, to be able to use this, and make sure to add this in all IDs that we're having in our context API except this, because that's not going to change. It's just for the dark mode. So that's the first adjustment. And the second adjustment, go to the habit window, because I faced a lot of bug. So when it comes to this part, so if I choose a day and I close the window and I open it up, so this it's going to be still selected, but inside or behind the scene, the Monday is selected. So it was a kind of discrepancy that took me quite a while to be able to figure that out. And as you can see right now, the Monday is always selected by default when we want to add a new habit. So make sure to add this use effect into the functional components daily options. So what's going to do this is we are going to set all the elements of the days, there is selected property, it's going to be false, and then we're going to select the Monday true, and then we're going to update the old days so this can be shown in our UI. So that's very important to make this adjustment. And we're going to go to the habits container middle functional component. And this is where we are going to handle the logic of checking or unchecking the actual habit. And I'm going to start from the variable states, and what we need to add first, we need to add the selected current date, and we're going to create the checked and the set checked, because this is going to be linked to the checked property of the checkbox MUI component. And here what I'm doing, so I'm setting this initially. So this is this means is we are going to take the single habit and we're going to access the completed days, and we want to check if at least one element that has the selected current date. So like I'm going to show you from here, like so we are in this date, on this date, and for the first habit, so we're having the completed dates. So this one, so what this little line is, it's going to check at least for this day, because that's the selected current day, and if it is true, then the checked property is going to be true, and thus this is going to be checked. So that's why we're doing this. And we are going to add, of course, the onChange event listener to listen to any check or uncheck event. And we're creating this functional component, or this function, sorry, this handle click checkbox. And first we're going to store the state of the checked variable state, and we are going to update the checked. And then so based on the state of the checked, we're going to run these functions. So if it is checked, we're going to run this. Otherwise, we're going to run the unchecked, the habit function. So let's get into the checked habit, and I'm going to explain what's happening in here. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this completed day object. We're creating the first ID, and the date is going to be the selected current date. And then we're going to update to create a new object called the updated habits. And so it's going to have this type. And so we are going to take the single habit, all the elements, and the only thing that we are going to update is the completed days of the single habit. And we are going to access to it. And here we are using the spread operator. So the other elements in the completed days will still intact. And the only thing that we are going to add is the completed days, completed day, which is this object. They are going to update the state like this by using the map function, and we are going to use the ID to make sure to check and to see or to change the proper habit. So if the IDs are checked, we're going to return the updated habit into the array updated all habits. Otherwise, we're going to return the other habits. And we're going to update the all habits by using this line. So that's for the checked habit function. If it is unchecked, we need to delete this the day from the completed days property. So this is what we're doing. So we are creating this object and this single habit. We are using the spread operator to all the elements, other elements or previous elements will still intact, and we're going to just use the completed days, and we're going to use the filter function to be able to filter out the days that we want to delete. And we are going to update our habits, all habits state like this. So this is how we can be able to make this happening, and as you can see, everything is working fine. So now when we check the habit, so we're going to have this little placeholder like this, and also the habit goes down to the habit completed container. So I'm going to create a new habit just to test things out and just to show you guys that everything is working well so far. So let's choose the area, and also we're going to choose the Friday to be able to show it in here, and let's click on add. And as you can see right now, this empty placeholder showing the success message is not here because we're having another element here. And if we check this, as you can see, so we're having back this placeholder. And if we uncheck all these elements, as you can see, they're back in here. And also we're having this little message just to encourage people to check their habits for the current day. And if we go to another date and into Monday, so we're having, because we choose the habits to be shown into Monday and Friday. So for this particular date, if we do the same thing, as you can see, it's going to work for this, only for this date. But if we go to the Friday, as you can see, there is always here because they are not checked. And if we check them, as you can see, we're having this placeholder. So also this will work for the, so let's go to the Monday, and if these are unchecked and we want to filter by the areas, as you can see here, so we're having filtered even from here because they're sharing the same filtered habits array. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so I'm going to start with this component, this single habit card component. So basically what I did is I took all the code for the single card that we were having inside this component, and I put in it inside here just to make more space and make this code more readable. But also we're going to use this single card twice by this component, which is the habits container middle, but also by the habits completed component, which is this component. And also inside the habits container middle, we were we are using the all filtered habits, but now it's not inside the habits container middle. So it is coming from the context API. And the reason why and the idea here, because I want the filtered, all filtered habits to be used uh, or shared between these two components. So that's why I added it inside the context API. If we go to the context API, so let's go back up, and this is the actual variable states. And to be able to use it, make sure to add it inside the create context, and also inside the global context type, make sure to add these as these types. So inside the context API, again, make sure to add it inside here in the values property to be able to use it in other components. So let's go back to the habits container middle. So actually, nothing's gonna change, and for the name, so everything's gonna be it's gonna remain the same. So the only thing that you are going to add is this code, but I'm not gonna get into it. But I want to talk about another thing and another adjustment that I did inside the single habit card, because I had a lot of problem because what we're having here, so if I uncheck this, so this is not appearing, but every habit or everything that we're doing here is shown inside the habits completed because they are sharing the same all filtered habits variable state. But the problem that I had is when I check this, the habit here, which is the same habit, wasn't checked. Just to be able to fix this, so I added this use effect. So it's very important to add this use effect inside the single habits card. So once we did this, I'm going to talk about how to be able to hide the elements inside the habits completed, even though that we're sharing the same information or the same data. And when I clicked on this, here it's going to be hidden and it's going to be shown. So I'm going to start from the habits container middle. So that's the actual code that we are using to be able to do this. So for the habits container middle, so for this component, so we're going to use the completed habits, the completed days, that sum function. And so if the and we're going to check between the selected current date and the date of the inside the completed days. So if one of them is false, uh, then we are going to show the element inside the middle habits containing middle, meaning that it's not checked. Otherwise, it's not going to be appearing, meaning that it's going to be hidden. And we're going to do the same thing for the habits completed. So if we go to the habits completed, as you can see, we're having the same logic here. So the only difference is we're using the true. So that's for how to be able to hide the elements that we checked in here and the elements that we unchecked in here and the elements that are checked in here. So that's for this part. And the second thing that I'm going to get into, how to be able to add the placeholders. So what I did, I created first this success icon. So I got it from this website again to be able to use for this placeholder. And so if we go to the habits container middle, so that's the actual div and that's the actual logic. So we're using this statement to be able to show this, and we're using the is on habits completed. And this is uh, the logic to be able to know if all habits are completed for this day. So if this is true, then we're going to show this GSX body, and we're going to do the same for the habits completed, but the difference here, we're going to use this variable. I called it the are all habits not completed. So this is how we can be able to calculate this. And based on this, we're going to show this little text, and that's the actual utility class. So that's how we can be able to create this. So that's the logic that I used to make this happening. And the next component that I created is this little drop down. So as you can see, when we hover over each element, so the colors change. And also if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, it fits the dark mode well. And this we're going to use to be able to delete or edit the habits. So when we click in here, this needs to open up at this position where we clicked on. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this drop-down file. So this is the actual code of this drop-down. So I'm going to start from the top. So we're having these imports, and so we're creating this interface for the drop-down menu because we're going to use an array to be able to show the elements. So the array is going to have the name and icon, and those are the types of each property. And here I'm using the is dark mode because we're going to use it to be able to change the background. And so I'm going to start from this body, the GSX body. So we're going to use the drop down menu item and to be able to map through each element. So, and that's going to be the entire div for each element. So for the styling, those are the default styling into the class name by using these utility classes. And in each element, we're having the icon and also we're having the text. So here what I'm doing, I'm using two states, the hover and the index hover. The hover so I can be able to know if I hovered over an element or not. And I'm using the index hover because to avoid when I hover in here, to avoid that these two elements are hovered at the same time. So we need an index. So to be able to just program that we are going to hover on one item. So that's why I added the index hover. And as you can see, the function is shared between the one div in here. And we're using these event listeners on mouse enter and on mouse leave to be able to change the state of the hover. So here we're using the same function. So we are passing the index where we hovered over the element and the state it's going to be changing true or false depending whether we left or entered the component or the element that we hovered over it. And here we're just changing these states, and based on this, we are going to change the background of each element. So inside this, so I use the inline styling because of the object that I created, the default color. And so here what we're saying, if the hover is true and if the index, this index is equal to the index hovered, which is this one, then we are going to change the color. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. So we're going to keep the default color. And we're doing the same thing color for the color property. So if these elements are met, then this is going to be white, otherwise nothing's going to happen. So to be able to have this effect when we hover over each element. And for the text, we're going to do the same thing. So here into the this div, so we're using nested ternary operator. So I'm going to start from the first. So these need to be met. Then this is going to be black. As you can see, it is black by default. And if it is hovered, and we want to make sure to if the dark mode is on or off. So if it is on or off, that's going to be the default color black. Otherwise, it's going to be white. And this is what is happening. And finally, for the whole div or the parent div, all what we have to do, it's very simple. So we are going to use the is dark mode. Um, and if it is true, we're going to choose this color. Otherwise, we're going to choose this color, which is white. And that's basically how we can be able to create this little drop down. And the next thing that I added is to be able to open or close the drop down. So when I click in here, as you can see, the drop down is opened. And if I click outside of the drop down, it is closed. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to start from the context API. So let's open our context API file. And so what I did, I created this variable these variables, and so it's going to be set by default to false. And also make sure to add them in here, and also make sure to add them into the global context provider at the bottom. So these are their types. So once we did this, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the actual um, drop-down file. And so make sure to add the open drop-down object that we created, and we're going to deconstruct these elements from the open drop-down object. And first we're going to put this in here in this ternary operator. So if it is true, we're going to use the block as a display, otherwise it's going to be hidden. And also next we need to create a reference, so you can be able to control the element into the DOM by using the useref hook, and it's going to have this as a type, and it's going to be set to null by default. And make sure to add the ref into the ref property of the div element. And to be able to close the drop down when we click outside of it, so we're going to use this code inside this use effect. So first we are adding the click the on click event the click we're adding, sorry, the event listener, which is the click to the whole document. And once we to do a cleanup, so we are going to remove it, and it's going to be dependent on the open dropdown. And this is the actual code to be able to handle this operation. So once we did this, um, we need we need an opener, a trigger that will trigger the drop down, and this is going to be the actual opener, and this is inside the single habit card. And if we go at the bottom, so that's the actual element of the icon button that we, or the three dots icon button. And all what you have to do is to add the on-click event listener and to set the open drop down to true, and also make sure to be able to use the set open drop down, make sure to add this line, and also make sure to add the open drop down in here. So that's how we can be able to open and close the drop down. The next thing that I'm going to add is to be able to position this drop down right where I clicked. So now when we click in here, as you can see, we're having our drop down open up right where we clicked. And I added another habit just to test things out. And as you can see, it is opened right where we clicked on. So let's go back to the VS Code. So let's make this a little bit bigger. And we're going to start from the context API because we need something where we're going to store our position top and left. And so the reason why I used it inside the context API, just to make sure that we can, because we're having two separate components that are going to use the same drop-down position variable state, but also into the area we're gonna also use this to be able to modify or delete our area. So here in our drop-down positions, we're having two properties, the top and the left. And so also make sure to add them like this into the context, create context, and in the global context, make sure to add them like this. So those are going to be their tops, and into the dispatch set state action. So these are going to be their types as well. So whenever we can be able to change, so we can be able to change the state of these two variables, top and left. So once we did this, we're going to go to the actual, so we're going to go to the single habit card because this is where we click on the three dots. So what I did here, I added, so instead of using the set hover directly or the set open drop down directly from the icon button, so what I did, I added this function, the handle click three dots, because we're gonna be adding some code in here to be able to extract the top and the left position. So this is the function, and we're gonna add the event parameter, and this is going to be its type. So first we are um, storing it into the target, and then we are going to extract to get to the all the properties of this HTML element via the get bounding client rect. And from this, we're going to just get the top and the left, and we're going to store it into the drop down positions via the set drop down position. And also make sure to add the the set drop down position in here from the drop down positions object that we created into context API, and also make sure to add it in this custom hook to be able to use it. So this is the first step, how to be able to extract the top and the left position. So next we're gonna go to the drop down, and here what we're gonna do first, we need to get the drop down position from here, and based on the top and the left, so we're going to add them into the inline style, into the left and the top property. And so for the left, we're going to use the left property, and for the top, we're going to use the top property of the drop down positions. And here I added some numbers just to be able to position it like this, because first when I created this, it was right in here, but it wasn't looking that good. So to be able to position it and to be able to put it a little bit down and to push it a little bit to the left, so this is what I did to be able to do so. And that's how we can be able to position our drop down right where we clicked on. So the next component that I created is this. When I click on remove, as you can see, we're having this little box to be able to choose whether we want to delete or cancel the actual operation. And if I click on cancel, it is closed. And so let's go back to the VS Code just to show you all the things that I added to be able to create this component. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to create this actual component. So what I did, I added this new file. I called it confirmation window. And this is the code of it. So we're having a bit of JSX to be able to render the actual element. So all of these are the styling, the inline styling to be able to make sure that, so let's open this up again to make sure that this always at the center of the screen. And because we're using the absolute or the fixed position, as I'm doing here. So I want to make sure that this is going to be constantly centered, and that's why we're using the margin left, the margin right auto, and the top is going to be 30%, so we can be able to have a little bit of space over here. And I want to make it this way so it can be very easy to look at. And if I don't do so, it's going to be a little bit at the bottom and it's not comfortable to look at. So that's why I added this top 30% and the transform property where I had in this translate y 50%. So always it's going to be um, uh, at the center. So we want to make sure that always it's going to be at the center whenever we are changing the size or the width of the window. And those are the basic utility classes to make this. So I'm going to go into the most important stuff. So we're using this media query. So as you can see here, if we reach a certain level of the size, as you can see, the whole window change its width so we can accommodate the size of the window, of the whole window. So this for the background, this for the patterns. So we're adding the Z index. So we want to make sure that the actual box is always at the top, and we're using the flex column, the gap, the item center. And here we're adding something new, which is the open confirmation window. So I'm going to get into this because we need to create in the context API like we did for the other elements to be able to access to this variable. So if it is true, it's going to be fixed. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. And this for the title, are you sure? And this for the actual message, and this for the buttons. So if we click on the button, so we're going to set the open confirmation window as false, and this for the class name for this utility classes to be able to style the cancel button, and the same for the delete button. And we're adding the color just to have this color for the our default theme. So right now, let's go to the context API. And first, we need to create the open confirmation window inside here. So the same idea that we did for all the variables, make sure to add it in the create context, and also in the global context type, make sure to add the types of these elements like this. So and then so let's close this, and also we're going to close the context API. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all habits page. So let me, because we're having a lot of files over here. So in the all habits folder inside the all habits.tsx, we're going to add the habit window here to be able to show the actual component into the all habits component. So make sure to add it here. And the next thing that we're going to do, um, we're going to go to the, so we're going to go to the single or the confirmation window here. And sorry, we're going to go to the drop down. And here, make sure to add the, so we're going to add the open confirmation window object here to be able to use the set open confirmation window, because we're going to use it to be able to, whenever we click on the remove, to be able to trigger the confirmation to open. And here I created this a new function handle click option. So it's going to be linked to the on-click event listener of each element inside the drop-down menu items. And we're going to pass in inside of it the index to know which element or item that we clicked on. So that's why we're using the switch statement. So the index is going to be the key. So if 0, we're going right now, just for now, we're going to log in the edit. Otherwise, we're going to open the open confirmation window by using the set open confirmation window, and it's going to be true. And we are going to close the drop down by using this line. So that's basically how to be able to create this, to be able to delete the habit that we want. So right now I'm going to work on the deletion process. So whenever I click on delete, the habit, it's going to be deleted. But before we can be able to delete our habit, we need to be able to select the actual habit and to store it into a variable. So I'm going to show you into the console log. So when I click over here, as you can see, we're having the habit that we clicked on is stored in this variable, and I logged it out just to be able to make sure that everything is working fine. And if I click outside the drop down, it's going to be null. And so also I'm going to show you another thing. If we click on the delete and we click on the cancel, as you can see, it is set back to null. So that's very important. And also I'm going to show you how it is working if we have another habit. So let's go to Monday because this is has been scheduled for Monday by default. And so let's log this out. Let's clean this out and let's click on here. And as you can see right now, we're having the object that is related to this habit that I called test. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to start from the context API. So we're going to go to the context API file. And in here, we're going to add another variable state. I called it selected items. That is going to accept habit type and area type because we're going to use this to be able to store also the area because just to avoid creating another logic of a drop down or create another drop down. So it is very clever to do this. And also it's going to be set by default to null. And also we are going to add it in here in the create context, and it's going to be set null by default. And the global context types, we're going to add the objects like this. And finally, in the context API, if we go at the bottom, in the values property, make sure to add them over here so we can be able to use them in other child components. So once we did this, so the first step is um, we need to select the habit when we click on here. And the component that we are going to go into is the single habit card. So inside the handle, click three dots. What we're going to do, we're going to add this line to be able to select or to store the single habit inside the selected items. And also to be able to use these set selected items, make sure to add the selected items object in here. And we're going to just deconstruct it to be able to use just the set selected items only. So once we did this, right now we're going to go to the second step is when we click outside of the drop down, it needs to be null. So how we can be able to do this? So we're going to go to the drop down file, and in here in the use effect, what we're going to do, we're only going to um, set selected items as null. And next, if we go here, we need to click on, when we click on the cancel, it's going to be set to null. So how we can be able to do this? So we need to go to the confirmation window, and in here we are going to use the set selected items. And again, before we can be able to use them, we want to make sure that we are adding them at the top. So we are going to add the selected items object so we can be able to extract from it the set selected items. And that's basically how we can be able to select the habit. And also it's going to help us so when we click on the edit to be able to edit the habit that we selected. And before we move on to the next step, I found a little problem. Like here, if I click in this confirmation box, as you can see, um, the selected items, it's going to be set to null, and that's a problem because we want only when we click on the cancel or on delete. So to be able to fix this problem inside the dropdown, what we are going to do, we're going to use or to add this if statement, and then inside of it, we are going to add the set selected null, meaning that the open confirmation window only if is true. Only if it is false, then we're going to set it to null. So when it is true, if we click on the box, it's not going to be set to null. So that's how basically we can be able to handle this. And make sure to add the open confirmation window in here with the set open confirmation window. So that's how we can be able to fix this problem. So if we um, save the project, and as you can see right now, if I click on here, nothing's going to happen. But when I click on the cancel, it's going to be set back to null. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start by creating first our delete habit function, where we're going to be deleting the habit that we selected. And I placed this function inside the utils folder, inside the all habits utils. So I already created this add new habit, and we're going to create another function. I called it delete habit. Because the reason why I did so, because after when we start working with MongoDB, we're going to add some fetch methods, and this is going to help us to make sure that our code is cleaner and not having all the code in one file, which can be a little bit overwhelming. So for the delete habit, which can accept these three arguments, we're having the all habits, the set all habits, and the selected item. And these are the types. And also for the selected items, we added all of these because we said when we created our selected items in the context API, we said that it will accept all of these. And in the try catch block, we're going to use this pretty simple method to be able to delete any item from an array. We're going to use the filter method from the all habits, and we are going to filter out based on the ID, the selected item. So if it is equal to the habit that's inside the all habits, then we are going to store everything in the updated habit except this item that we found. And then we're going to update the all habits. We're going to re-render our UI by using the set all habits. So the items, it's going to be gone into our UI, and we're going to return this success message. So I need to add this for our message. Otherwise, we're going to return an error. So let's delete this console log just to make sure that everything is working well. And also I need to delete this one. So that's the simple function to be able to delete our habit from the all habits file, or the all habits array. And next, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the confirmation window, because this is where we click on the delete button. So what I did here in the onClick event listener, in here, I added this onClick event listener that is linked to this delete option method. So this is the actual method. And also, as you can see here, we're adding some functions, and those are the type guards functions. And what that means is, since we're using the selected items, so since we're going to use it for the area and for the habit, we want to know each which type that the selected items has, because we want, based on it, we are going to trigger the proper function. So that's why we created these functions, to make sure that which type is. And first, this is the for to know if the area type is to know if the item selected item is area type. So the item, it's going to be any, and we're telling TypeScript in return of this function, it's going to be area type. And we want to make sure that the properties like the name and the icon in the item. And if and also to distinguish between the two types, because they also have the other type, which is the habit type, has also the name and the icon. We're going to say to find that the frequency is not inside the area type. So if all of this is returned true, then we say that the is area type the selected item is an area type. And also we're going to do the same principle here. All what we change is the properties. So we're adding the frequency and the notification time because these are not in the area type, they are only in the habit type. So we are going to use this function. So if it is returned true, we know that it is a habit type. Then we can be able to call the delete safely, to call the delete habit. And then we are going to add all the elements here, as I explained in the delete function. So we need to have these, and then we're going to close our open confirmation window by using this line. And as you can see that everything is working well. So the next operation that I'm going to do is we need to be able to edit the habit if we want to. So for the editing operation, so the first thing that I need to do, since we're going to use the same habit window that we are using for adding a new habit, so I'm going to use the same window to be able to edit the habit. And I'm going to show you how we are going to proceed on this. But the first thing, as you can see, as you may notice, is here I'm using the edit habit phrase, but also I'm using it over here. So that's the first step that I added just to set all the foundations before we can move on to showing the name and all the options for the habit that we want to edit. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So first, the first thing that we're going to start from is the drop down. So into the handle click option function. So this is where we are going to, so this is the statement that we are going to access to it whenever we want to edit an item. So what we are doing here, we are going to open the open window. That's pretty obvious, and we're going to close the drop down. So we're using the set open habit window as we do in here, and also um, make sure to add the habit window object. And also, we're going to deconstruct it to be able to access to the open habit window and the set open habit window. And this we're using inside the use effect. And we're using it again in here because the issue that I had, so if I open this or this one, so that's the same window, and I click in here, it goes to null. So to be able to fix this problem, so if I click on here, as you can see, our habit has been selected and saved. And right now, even if I click here, so nothing happens. But before it was set to null, and this is what I don't want. So I added this one in this condition. So once we did this, the next step that we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the habit window, and in here, so we're going to go to the functional component, the header. So this is what is responsible for this component. And here, and also another element that I want to show you is when I click on the close button, we need to set the value to null. As you can see, it is set back to null. So in the habit window, into the header, so what we're going to do, we are going to use the selected item object, of course, because this is what we're going to rely on as a condition to change the header text. So if it is not null, so we're going to update the header by the edit habit. Otherwise, we're going to update it by the add new habit. And also in the close button, so we are setting this to null. So that's why we added the set selected items here. And for the button below, so we're going to go to this function in here, and we're going to use the same process. So we are going to add the selected item objects, and we are going to create to deconstruct it to be able to use the selected item. And we're going to create a new state. I called it button text, and based on the selected item in this use effect. So if this changes, always trigger this. So if it is true, we are going to use the edit habit. Otherwise, we're going to set inside the button text the add habit. And also make sure to add the button text in here as a variable into the GSX. And also the same if we go to the header. Sorry, if we go to the header, make sure to add um, the variable header in here to be able to show it in our window. So for the editing part, the next step that we are going to do is we are going to show the information inside the input and the icon. And as you can see, I already created this habit just to test things out. And as you can see, we're having the name of the habit, but also we're having its icon. And if we go to this one, as you can see, we're having the name of this habit and its icon. So first we need to work step by step. So we're not going to work on all of those things. So I want to work on each element. And let's go back to the VS Code and what we're going to do. So we're going to go to again into the habit window component. So in here at the top in this use effect, we're going to add this part. So meaning that when it means that when the window is closed, but here so this part is gonna refer to when the open or the window is opened, and I want to check if the selected item is not null. So if it is not null, then we're going to update the habit item with the selected item that we stored into the we are going to update the habit item with the selected item, and we're going to assert it as a habit type. And so that's the first part. And then we're going to go at a little bit at the bottom and inside the input name and icon button. And in here, what we're going to do, we're going to go to this part and we're going to create this else statement. So meaning that if the open habit window is opened, again, we're going to check if the selected item is not null. So if it is not null, to be able to update the input, we're going to just use the um, on update habit name, which is a callback that we already created to be able to update the name or the input, and we're going to use the set icon selected. For this one, I just added it because we didn't have it, and make sure to add it into the props of the input name to be able to use it like this, because that's what we're going to use to be able to update the icon in here. So, and also we're going to use the icon property of the selected item since it is area type. So that's basically how we can be able uh, to show the elements of the habit that we want to edit, like the name and the icon. So now we can be able to show the frequency based on what we choose for the habit. Like for example, if we want to edit this habit, so it's going to be automatically, we're going to have the daily option set automatically. The reason why is because if we go to the object and we go to the frequency, as you can see, the type is daily. Let's say we want to create a new habit. So let's create a new habit and we choose weekly and we're gonna set everything like this and we are going to add the habit. So let's choose the Saturday. So here, if we want we click on edit, as you can see, it is set to weekly because we choose weekly. And if we go back to the habit one, just to make sure that everything is working great, so we're having the daily. And if we want to add a new habit, so we're going to have the daily set by default. So let's go back to the VS Code. In here, go to the repeat function. And what we're going to do first in the variables, so we're going to add the selected item objects to be able to access to the selected item. And inside the use effect, so I added a little bit of code to be able to handle this operation. So it's a little bit lengthy, but don't worry, I'm going to explain everything. That's why I added these comments. Um, so we're not going to touch this. So that's the code that I added. So the first, so we're having the if statement. So to know whether we are going to create or edit a new habit or edit a habit, so we're going to use this if statement. So if this is not null, meaning that we're going to edit the habit. First, we're going to assert this the selected item as a habit type, because first TypeScript doesn't recognize the selected items as the habit type because it has two types. So we're going to assert it by using the as keyword, and we're going to store it into the current habit selected. And also I did a little mistake here, so I need to choose the selected item rather than the selected items. So in here, we are going to get the name of the selected option. So we're going to access the frequency, and since the frequency has one item, so we're going to use the index 0, and then we're going to access to the type. And then we're going to use the map function to be able to update the selected option based on what we got into the selected options habit name. So based on this, we're going to select the true, and for the other element, it's going to be set to false. And we're going to update the repeat options array. And the else part here, if we want to create a new habit. And so this is what we're going to do. So it's very simple. So we're going to um, update the repeat option array, and we're going to set everything as false. So the is selected property is going to be set to false, and then we're going to directly update the is selected by true. Then we're going to update the repeat options by using the set repeat options to be able to show this into the UI. And all of this is going to be dependent on the open habit window. So whenever this changes, all of this is going to be executed. And as you can see right now, everything is working fine. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the days. So whenever I'm selecting the days, so I need to be showed automatically depending on what I selected when I created the habit in the first hand. And also, one adjustment that I made is to put um, the code that we were having at the top of the use effect. We're going to put it inside another use effect that's going to have its own array dependency, which is repeated option. And make sure to add the code uh, make sure to put in it or to put it inside here. So now we can be able to select or to show all the habits or the days that we selected for the habit that we want to edit. So I'm going to show you a demonstration like for this habit. So let's click on edit, and as you can see, we're having all the days that we selected are on. And if we go to another habit, as you can see, right now we're having different days. And if we go to the first habit, so it's the same days that we did for the just 3. So we're going to go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what to do to be able to create this. And inside the daily options function, so inside the use effect, so we are going to add this code inside the else statement and meaning, and also one addition thing that I did. So I added this if statement, so meaning that if the selected item is null, we are going to run this code to be able to select only the Monday. Otherwise, if it is not true, if it is not null, meaning that we are going to edit the habit, we're going to run this actual code. And the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to store the selected items inside the current habit selected, and we're going to use the assertion to, to show the habit type. And inside the selected options of habit selected, we are going to store the array of days. And finally, we are going to update the old days, and we are going to use the includes function to be able to first uh, see if the days that are inside the days array are equal to the single day.name. So if it is true, we're going to set the is selected as true, otherwise it's going to be false. And finally, we are going to update the all days so we can be able to render this in our UI like this. So the next thing that we're gonna work on is the daily notification, and the final step is to be able to update the areas whenever we want to edit the habit. And the next element that I worked on is this one. So when I click on edit, as you can see, this daily notification is automatically on, because if we inspect the object in the console log, as you can see, the is notification on property is true. And if we go to the habit one, so and we click on edit, as you can see, it is off because in the object the is notification on property is false. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so what we're gonna do, we are gonna go to the bottom, and we're gonna go to the reminder function. And in here, I added this use effect hook. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're going to add the open habit window area dependency, because this is gonna be dependent on whether we open or close the window. And we are going to see if the selected items is not null. So if it is not null, we are going to save it in here, because we need to assert it as a habit type, because we all know that selected items can accept area type and habit type. So that's why I added this line. And we are going to extract the is notification on property from this variable. And we are going to use the set is on to be able to update the state, the is on state, based on the is notification on. Otherwise, if the selected items is null, where it's going to be set by default by false. So that's the simple code to be able to create this functionality. And the next thing that I added is to be able to show the areas inside the habit window of the habit. So when I click on the habit, as you can see, I have the study area. And if I do the same thing for the habit one, right now we're having these areas because this is what we saved inside this habit. And if we click over here into the edit, I'm not going to have anything because I didn't choose the area for this habit. So let's go back to the VS Code and first go to this component, and inside this use effect. So that's I created it, and make sure also to add two variables at the top, make sure to add the selected items and the open habit window from these objects that we created into or in the context API. So here, so it's very simple. We are going to rely on the selected items to whether we know we are going to edit or create a new habit. So if the selected items is not empty, we are going to do the same thing that we did for the assertion. So you can be able to access the properties of the habit type. And then we are going to extract the areas from the habits selected. And the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to return uh, the names of the areas because the area is an object that has the ID, the icon, and the name, and all what we want is the name. So that's what we did. And then we're going to, since this is an array of string, as you can see, so that's its type. So we're going to update the selected areas because this is what's responsible for showing these elements or this menu list. And here else means that if we are going to create a new habit, meaning that the selected items is null, we're going to empty the area component by using the set selected areas. And of course, that is going to be dependent on the habit window. So the same thing that we did for all the components. And as you can see right now, everything is working fine. And now we can be able to edit the habit when we click on edit habit. So I'm going to do some changes inside this habit. So I'm going to change the icon. Also, I'm going to change the days. I'm going to set the notification. And also I'm going to change the areas. And when I click on edit, so we're having this notification. And if I go back, so as you can see right now, this habit has a new element and the icon also changed. And if I go back to see that everything has been changed successfully, so as you can see, we're having back all the items that we changed. So everything, so it shows that our component is working well and all the logic that we set is working successfully for all the edge cases. So I'm going to close this window and let's say I want to create a new habit, and as you can see everything go back to its default position. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how we can be able to do so. So in the habit window, so let's go at the bottom here inside the save button, and I made some adjustments inside the function check new habit object. So this should be changed this name. Um, so let's change this name like this. And also I need to change it here. So it does match the function. And so what I did, I used here this if statement. So if the selected items is null, meaning that we are going to create a new habit and we are going to do our checks first. And so if the habit exists, so we're going to create a new habit. So that's something that I already explained. But the new part here is this else statement. So meaning that the selected items is not null. So we're going to call this function that I created, and we're going to close the window. And so let's go to the edit habit function. And this function, I created it inside this habit on habits utils. And we're going to do the same thing that we did for the add habit function. So we need first these elements. So those are the props and these are the types. And we're going to use a try catch block. So we're going to use again the assertion. And then we're going to find the index of the habit that we want to update inside the on habits. And then we're going to create a shallow copy of it. And then we're going to directly um, update or insert the habit inside the copy all habits depending on the index, and then we're going to update the all habits, and we're going to return this message by using the toast host library of otherwise we're going to return this error. So as you can see that everything is working fine, so we can be able to add, delete, and modify our habits successfully. So after we can be able to add and edit and delete the habits in the front end, so now we are going to switch to the back end, and we're going to start adding our habits into the MongoDB database. So I'm going to show you how things are working. So add uh, let's add this habit. So we're going to choose these days, and I'm going to choose these areas, and I'm going to click on add a habit. And as you can see, we waited a little bit and we're having this notification. And the reason why, because we were storing the habit into the database. And if we go to the database and let's refresh our collection, so we're going to find our habit here stored into our habits collections. So this is how we can be able to add a new habit into the database. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to start with is creating the API route. So to be able to do so, since we're using Next.js, so we're going to create this folder. I called it habits. And then we're going to create this route.ts. And this is the post method that we're going to use to be able to add our habit into the database. So we are going to accept all these information from the client, and then we are going to call this connect to DB function to be able to connect to our database, and then we're going to create our new habit. And we're going to use the habits collection, which is the schema that I'm going to show you. And then we're going to save this into the database by using the save method. And we're going to return the habit to the client. And if something goes wrong, we're going to return the error with the status 400. And then we're going to go to the habit schema, and this is the actual schema, meaning the structure that we are going to create for each collection or for each document into the collection. So I'm going to start from here. So that's the basic, that's the whole structure of each habit. So we're having the name, the icon, and also I use the Clerk user ID as a foreign key because this is what we're going to use to be able to show for each user its own habits. And the frequency, the notification time is notification, the areas, and the completed days. So those are the structure that we used in TypeScript to be able to create this habit in our database. So that's why using TypeScript, it's gonna help us a lot to be able to create our structure or our schema very easily. And for the frequency, as you can see, we're using their own type for the frequency, the areas, and the completed days. And so between them, there are those brackets because there are areas. And also we set them as required. Um, and also this, it's going to be default as an empty array because we can be able to, so once we create a new habit, those elements could be empty. So that's why we added the default as empty arrays. And for the area schema, the frequency schema, and the completed day schema, so we created their own schemas and we're adding them as types inside here, inside the habit schema. So once we set this up, we're going to create our collection by using this line. So if it is not created, so we're going to access to this part. Otherwise, if it has been created, we're going to load up the models by using the models. and dot habits collection. So this from the Mongoose. And also make sure to, so that's something that I already explained to be able to install the Mongoose because we already created that. So once we created our habit schema and the API route. So I did some adjustments in our code. And I'm going to start from the context API. So here, I'm going to start with the all habits data. And in here, as you can see, I added the text icon to the icon property because what we were doing, we were using directly the icon object. And we can't be able to store the icon object inside the database. So it's going to come from the database as a string, and we need to convert them into the icon object. So this is what I did in here. And also, I added another function. I called it the fetch all areas. So instead of using this directly in here, because that could lead to some hydration error, meaning that what's happening in the server side, it's going to be different than the front end side. So that's the problem that I had, and to be able to avoid this problem and to simulate the fetching from the database, so I did the same thing for the all areas data. And here, as you can see in the icon, I'm using the same principle. So I'm converting all the icons from text to the icons objects by using the text to icon function. And also in the context API, as you can see, I'm using this is signed in as an area dependency. So this is coming from Clerk, and specifically it is coming from the user hook from Clerk. So here I'm deconstructing this and I'm using the user and the is signed in. So the reason why we are using the user, so you can be able to get access to the actual ID of the user, and is sign in to be able to use it as an area dependency, so you can be able to make sure that this will occur and happen. So whenever the is signed in is true. And also here, just to be able to test things out, I'm using the user that ID. But this is gonna come from the, as I said, from the database. So there is no need to use this when we start working with the get method to be able to pull out the information from the database. And the next adjustment that I did, so if we go to the global types here, in here, the ID, I set it as optional because it's going to be generated by the MongoDB. Unlike the area type and the frequency type and the frequency type. So this we're going to still work with the ID from the UID library. So those are the typing adjustments, and I did so because this will, to make sure that this will match the schema that we created for the habits inside the MongoDB. So once we did this, we're going to go to the habit window, and we're going to go at the top here. So here, as you can see, I'm using the user ID. So whenever we create a habit item, we need to add inside of it the user ID of the user that is connected by using Clerk. And also we're using the use user hook to be able to access the user ID. So we're adding it inside here, and we're adding it inside here. And also another thing, if we go to the add new habit, so I added some code over here. And I'm going to start with this emit, meaning that we are going to emit the ID from the habit type, because in our schema, we didn't set the ID for the habit schema. Because if we don't use this emit, we're going to have a mismatch and we're going to have the 400 error. So that's why I added this. And here, what I'm doing here, so this code that I added to be able to convert the icon object to the text before we can be able to add it into the database. And I created this function icon to text. And as you can see, so this is the function. So instead of using the icon object, we're using the icon name. For some reason, I couldn't be able to switch that by using directly the icon. So that's why I used the icon name property of the icon object. And it's going to accept the icon as any type. So let's go back to the add new habit. And so I'm going to extract first the areas and the icon. So the icon is to be able to change the icon of the habit. And I'm going to get into the areas just for a second. And then we are going to update the icon. So this for the area and this, and then we're going to update the icon property inside the habits by using the habit icon text that we stored over here. So that's the string one. It's not the icon object. And then after doing this, we are going to update the areas because the areas also are stored in as icon objects and we need to convert them into text. So that's what we are doing here. So after extracting the areas, we are going to map through it and we are going to use the spread operator. So this doing this is creating a deep copy of it. So the area, so the other elements are going to be intact and the only property that we're going to work with is the icon, and we're going to convert the icon from icon prop to the icon text. And this is going to be stored in the areas copy, and we're going to use the same principle here to be able to create this updated habit. And after having this updated habit, we're going to add it into the post method to be able to add it into the server side. So then we are going to extract the ID because we want to make sure that the ID that we're having inside the database is the same ID that we're having in the front end. So we're going to extract the ID from the server. So as you can see, so we're extracting, deconstructing the data.habit, and we're going to update the habit that we created by adding this ID into the ID property. Then we're going to add it into the front end. So that's the logic that I'm using. And the next thing, or the final one, is we go to the multi-select chip. So this is what we are using for this. So let me open this habit. So this is what we're using for this component. And in here, so I think in here, so there is nothing here. I think so everything is working fine in here. So this is how we can be able to add a new habit into the database. And the next thing that I added is to be able to extract the information from the database and show them inside our UI. And as you can see, I already created these habits. So these habits are actually stored into the database. So if we go back to our collection, so let's check these habits. And as you can see, so those habits or items we're having into the MongoDB are the same that we're having in here. So I'm going to just show you another demonstration. So let's add these like this, and we're going to choose the areas. So let's choose the notification, the daily notification. Also, we're going to work on this. And let's click on add habits, and as you can see, it has been added. And if we reload the page, so we're going to find the habit that we created persistent in our UI. And if we change the days, as you can see, it's going to show up for the days that we selected alongside the other habits. So it shows that everything is working well without any problem or a bug. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you So so the first thing that we are going to go to is the routes, and we're going to first create our get method to be able to extract the data from the MongoDB. And here we are going to use the search params, the query. So that's the query that I use. So I'm using Thunder Client to be able to test these endpoints. So the clerk ID, uh, it's gonna be the parameter. So this is what we are doing here. We are taking the parameter clerk ID, and then we are going to connect to the database, and we're going to use the habits collection schema, and we're going to use the find method from Mongoose to be able to search for the based on the user ID that we are connected with through Clerk. And based on this, we're going to return the information or the data habits data to the client. So that's the simple code to be able to get the information from the database. Now, I'm going to go to the context API. I'm going to show you how to be able to fetch the information from the database. Of course, we're going to use the fetch method, and this is the method that I created, the fetch all habits, and this is the endpoint. And the only thing that is going to be variable is the user ID that we're using from the user hook from Clerk, and we are going to get the information from the server and store it into the data. And since the data has another property called the habits property, so it's going to be of type habit type. And then we are going to convert, as I said, because we stored all the icons into text, we need to convert them back to their icon props. So the first icon that we are going to start with is the icon of the actual habit. And this is what we are doing to be able to convert the icon from text to the icon prop and store it into the icon property. And the reason why we're using the map function because it's an array and we could have a lot of habits. And we're doing the same thing for the icons inside the areas. So that's the actual code. So we're gonna map through so we're gonna use the updated icon here, and we're gonna work with it again to be able to change the icons inside the areas property from text to icon, and this is the actual code. And then we're going to update our all habits to be able to update the UI. So we're gonna take this updated habits with areas, and we're gonna use it to update the all areas area so that it can be shown inside our UI. So the next thing that I'm going to on is the deletion of the habit inside our database. So next I added the delete function. So before I delete the habit, so I'm going to refresh our database into MongoDB. And here, as you can see, we're having the habit, and I'm going to click on remove and choose delete. And as you can see, the habit has been deleted successfully. And if we refresh our database again, so we're not going to find our habit. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from the route.ts, and we need to create our delete method. And so after adding this function, so we're going to use the try catch block, of course. And so the only element or item that we need to use for the deletion is the ID of the habit. So we're going to get from the client the habit ID, and then we're gonna use this function from Mongoose to be able to find the habit that we want to delete. So, and we're gonna use the ID as a parameter, and if this is not um, if this is still is null, so we're going to return this message to the client. Otherwise, we're going to return the habit deleted successfully. So after doing this, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the utils folder at the bottom, and we're gonna go to the delete habit function. And in here, I added this code to be able to delete the item by using the fetch method. And here, so this code that I added, so we're going to use the fetch method, and the method is going to be delete, and the body we're going to send to the server this object uh, that has the ID, habit ID property that we set in our route, and we're going to use the selected item that ID since we are storing the habit in the selected items. And if the response is not okay, we're going to return this error message. Otherwise, we're going to delete this. We're going to show this message, and then we're going to update our habits, all habits, variable state into the front end to be able to re-render everything in our UI. And now we can be able to update the habit. So right now we're having this habit, and we are going to click on edit, and we are going to update um, the name first. Then we're going to update the icon. So let's add some days here, and also we're going to add the selected time for notification. And so let's add these areas for the habit and click on edit. As you can see right now, it has been updated successfully. So if we load the page, so we're gonna find out that all the updates that we did are persistent because they are saved into the database. And if we go to the MongoDB and refresh our database, we're gonna find that the information were saved, as you can see, in our database successfully. So we're gonna go back to the VS Code, and of course we're gonna start from the route. The first thing that we need to do, we need to add the put method, and we're going to accept as a search params the habit get. So so from the query as we did for the delete, so we're going to accept the habit ID as a query parameter and the ID as the value. And here we are going to get from the client all these elements that we are going to update. And here we are returning our error message if the habit ID is not found. And we're going to connect to the database via this method. And then we're going to use the find one and update method from Mongoose to be able to update the all these parameters based on the ID. And here I'm just logging this out, so I need to save this. And so everything goes well. We're going to return the message, and also we're going to return the habit. So I'm just doing this. So I'm not gonna use it, but I'm just doing this, randomly. And we are going to return the error if something went wrong. So next, we're gonna go to the edit habit. And before we can be able to update and use the fetch method, we're going to do the same logic that we did for adding the habit, meaning that we need to convert the icons into text. And this is what I'm doing. So I'm extracting both icon and areas from the habit, and we're going to convert the icon of the habit from icon to text. And we're going to do the same thing for the areas. And then we are going to create a new array or a new variable, sorry, updated habit, and then we're going to use the spread operator behind the habit so it can be able to access to the all previous elements. And the only parameters that we are going to or properties that we're going to change is the icon and the areas, and inside of them we're going to put the habit icon to text and the area copy, which are these. And then we are going to use the fetch method. And since in our route we made that from the client, we are going to accept all these. So we need to add them into the front end like this. And we're going to use the updated habit, of course. And for each property, it's going to be saved on its property in here. Then, so if something goes wrong, we're going to return this message. And then we're going to update the all habits in the front end, and we're going to return this message by using the host notification library. So this is how we can be able to update the habit. Another operation into the editing process that we need to work on is when we check or uncheck the habit. So if I check the habit like this and I load the page again, so as you can see here, it's gonna stay persistent in our UI because it has been saved into the database. And if we go to our MongoDB, so let's refresh the page to be able to see the modifications that we did. And we're going to go to the habit 2. And then we're going to go to the completed days. And as you can see, we're having the date. This date, the current date, has been added into the completed days. And if we do the same thing for the habit 1, and let's uncheck this as well. And I'm going to update the UI. And as you can see, everything remains in the UI because everything has been saved successfully into the database. So let's go back to the code. And we're going to start from the edit habits. So I made some adjustments in here. So the parts that we were adding in here to be able to convert the icons into text. So I put it in here because we're going to use it in the single habit card. So since we're going to use it twice, so I had to add it into a function. So we're using this. So it's going to be the same logic, all what we're doing here. So the input is going to be the habit, and we're going to return as an output the updated habit. And we use the convert icon to text of habits function. We used it in here to be able to store it into the updated habits. So that's the first adjustment that I did. And the next thing, we're going to go to the single habit card. And in here, so what I did first, I created this function at the bottom. So let's go at the bottom. So this function, it's going to send an HTTP request to the database, to the server whenever we check or uncheck. So since this, it's going to be used twice, so that's why I added it inside this function, and it's going to accept as a parameter the habit. So let's go up a little bit, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the um, handle clicked checkbox, and we're going to go to the check habit. And in here, what we are going to do, uh, we need to convert again the icons to text. So that's why I created the function in here, and I'm exporting it, as you can see, to be able to use it in here to be able to do the conversions. And we're going to store the habits to update in the server. And then we're going to call the edit the habit in server function that I just um, we just created. And so every time that we check this is going to be called, and we're going to send an HTTP request to the server to be able to update that in the server. And again, we're going to use the same function when we uncheck the habit, as you can see over here. And these parts are for the UI. So this is how we can be able to check or uncheck. So all the operations right now, the adding, deleting, and editing the habits, and also showing the habits are completely done. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to work on the statistics by creating the functions needed to be able to update the statistics, but also we're going to work on the statistics page. And before we move on into the statistics page, the last thing that I added is the notification to be able to have a notification from the browser for the habit if we set the notification on. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the page of the dashboard, and we're going to add this function. And also, we are going to add this function so you can be able to request to get the permission as granted. So these are very important in the page of the dashboard. And also one thing that I added is this function, and I created it inside the notification functions file. And to be honest with you, this function, I didn't create it. I just got help from ChatGPT to be able to create this function. And once this function I created it, I used it inside the add new habit, and I added it inside this if statement. So if only there is notification on, then we are going to call this. And also I added it inside the edit. So whenever we are editing our habit, this also is going to be called. So now we are going to start working on the statistics page. And here, as you can see, the first thing that I added is this top bar. And also it is completely responsive. So if I change the width, as you can see, we're having this little icon to be able to navigate through our application. And also notice when I click on the all habits to go back to the first page, as you can see, the sidebar is closing automatically. And if I turn this into the dark mode and I go back to the statistics, as you can see, also the colors change. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so inside the statistics folder, I created another folder. I called it components folder. And in it, I created this statistics top bar functional component. And this is the actual component, as you can see. So it is pretty simple. So we're having the inline styling to be able to switch between dark mode and the light mode. So we're doing the tyranny operators for the background and the color. For the class name, those are the utility classes. And this is the statistics text. And in here, we're having the font awesome icon library that we're using to be able to show the bars icon. And also we're using the media query to be able to hide or show this icon. And also we're using the on-click event listener. So when we click on it, we are going to set the open sidebar to true so it can open. And also in here, we're using these variables from the context API. So you can be able to open the sidebar, but also to be able to use the is dark mode to be able to switch from the dark mode and the light mode. So nothing fancy in here. So this body is very simple to create. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to create um, we're going to create some more items here so we can be able to show some numbers for our application. And also another element that I added inside the useFix. So when I when I click on here, the sidebar is going to be closed automatically. So we're going to go to the context API, and at the bottom, I added this little useFix. So every time that the menu items change, we're going to uh, close the sidebar by using the set open sidebar to false. And the next component that I added into the statistics page is this one. It's statistics board to be able to show the statistics of the overall application. So we're having the total habits, the total perfect days, the average per daily, and best streak. So this is not working yet, but first we need to create the component. And also, as you can see, it is fully responsive. So let's go back to the browser. And when I hit certain uh, size, one box is hidden just to leave room for the others, for the other boards. And also, if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, also the colors change accordingly. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside the components folder, I created this functional component. I called it the statistics board, sorry. So that's the component, the overall component. So I'm gonna start from the top. So here I'm just creating this type for the statistics card. And here, so the variable, um, so we're creating the statistics card to be able to store all the elements that we are going to need for each card. So we're having the ID, of course, the icon and the counter and the text. And this, since this it's going to be only used in the front end, so that's why I added the ID like this. And here we are adding or storing the window state in our, or the window size or the width of our window inside the window width. And here we are calling the sDark mode from the context API. And this handle resize, it's going to be called whenever we resize our window. So that's why we're adding these elements in our use effect. And to be able to hide the card, this card, we're using this little filter. So if the window width is less than 6040, we're going to filter that so we can be able um, to hide the card that has the average per daily. Otherwise, we're going to use the statistics card as a whole. So that's how the easy logic to be able to create this. And of course, this we're going to use the filter statistics card in here to be able to show this in our UI. And this is the body of our component, so it's very easy. Again, we're using the styling, inline styling to be able to switch from dark mode to light mode colors. And this is for the utility classes for the overall component. And here we're using the map function. And for each card, so this is the actual body, and those are the utility classes for each of them. So after creating these containers or these ports, so now the thing that I worked on is these numbers are going to be dynamic based on the changes that we are making for the habits. So I'm going to make some changes here inside our habits. So I'm going to go to the current day, and let's say I uncheck those elements. And if we go back to statistics, right now we're having total perfect days and also the average per daily changed. And let's go to another date and let's uncheck this. And if we go to statistics, right now the total perfect days is 2, and the average per daily is this number, and the total streaks remain 3. And if I delete one of these habits and we go back to the statistics, as you can see, everything changed accordingly to all the things that we did for the habits. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside the statistics board, um, we're gonna create, so there are a lot of things going on here that I added, and to be honest with you, it took me quite a while to be able to figure that out, especially calculating the streak. And thanks to AI, that really helped me to really create this function. And here, as you can see, it's pretty complicated to be able to create this. And so I'm gonna start from the use effect. So this use effect that it's gonna handle all the calculation. So we're gonna start from here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're going to calculate the total number of completed habits. And the first thing that we're gonna do, we're going to extract unique dates from all habits. And so we're gonna rely on the completed days area inside the each habit inside the all habits. And then we're going to create this constant, and we're going to create this empty object, and we're going to loop through each unique dates. And here what we're doing, we are getting the first two letters from the from each date. Because what we're gonna do in here, we are going to access to the single habit, and we're going to access to the frequency of each day, and we're going to return uh, the uh, the days, the two letters here, if they are equal, the day that existed inside the frequency. And we're going to um, get how many days that we based on the number of habits each day, that length. And then we're going to access to this, and we're going to increment the perfect day count. And the next thing that we're going to do here, we're going to calculate the average per day of habits. And this is basically the actual code to be able to do so. So it's pretty simple. And the final thing here is this one. To be honest with you, I don't know how this works. So all you have to do is just copy this. And so as you can see, it's pretty complex algorithm to be able to come up with. So thanks again to the AI to be able to get this function up and running. So once we are going to get this function in, we're going to map through each habit inside the on habits, and then we're going to return the numbers of the streaks of each habit. Then we're going to use the reduce function to be able to increment things. And in here, we are doing the update of the of our UI. So that's basically how we can be able to create this. And the next component that I created is this one to be able to show the statistic of each habit. So we're having the icon, the name of the habit, and if we set the notification, we're going to have the time when we're going to be notified of the habit. We're having how many or the frequency of days, and also we're going to have these numbers of each habit. And if we click on this, we're going to have this heat map to be able to track visually our habit. So because we're having two habits, so eventually we're going to have two elements here, and it's going to be dependent on the habits or how many habits that we're having. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you very quickly how to be able to create this. And into the statistics, so I created the statistics habit area. So that's the functional component. So let's get into it. And over here, as you can see, we're going to use the all habits from the context API to map through each habit. And also I created the statistics habit card that is going to show us each habit component, and it's going to accept the habit. So let's get into it. And here, as you can see, so that's going to be the full code of the component. So we're having these variables. So here we are managing the expanded state. So when we click on here, it's going to be opened. And if we click again, it's going to be false. And so that's going to be the body of our component. So it's very simple. So as you can see, so that's the full component in here. And also we're using the habit heat map. So let's get into it. And that's the function. And we're using this calendar heat map from this library. So let me go to the libraries and in their GitHub. So that's a popular library used for heat maps, so it's very simple to use. So that's what I'm using. And you can follow their documentation to be able to use this. And also to be able to customize, because that's something that took me quite a while to figure out, because this component or this library, it's pretty old. So what I did, I added this to override the initial styling, and I added inside here, I added this color, and in our component, I added this, that's the class that I added for this color to be able to show the color that we want over here. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I need to work on these numbers so that they can be updated whenever we do something with our habit. And now all the numbers are dynamic based on the performance of each habit. So if we expand this, as you can see right now, this heat map is fully functionable dependent on the completed days of each habit. So as you can see, we're having total 12 and the consistency and the streaks. So the consistency is going to be calculated by this formula, the streaks divided by the total numbers multiplied by 100, we're going to get the consistency. So the total is pretty obvious. So we're going to calculate the length of the completed days of each habit and the streaks that we already did for the total streaks. And also, if I expand this, so it's going to be um, another result, because it depends on the performance. And as you can see right now, this page looks much cooler because we're having all the data in one place. And also another thing that I did, if we go to the all habits, as you can see, this I also updated this component with the total streaks and the total perfect days. We're gonna pull out the information from the statistics and we're gonna show them in here. And this is gonna be dependent on the current day. Like for example, if I uncheck this, as you can see, it is 0%, but also this also changes. So let's go to this current day. And if I uncheck this, as you can see, this also changes. And if I, for example, let's go to another day where we're having 2 days. And if I check one, so because there is one left, we're having 50%. So as you can see right now, everything is working fine. And we're closer to finish um, this application. And also, if we turn the dark mode on and we go to the statistics, as you can see, all the colors are changing to fit the dark mode theme. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to explain very briefly the things that I did. And I'm going to start from the statistics habit card. And here the function that I added is this one to be able to calculate the consistency. And we're going to rely on the calculate streak function. And this calculate streak function is going to come from this component to be able to calculate the streak of each habit. And it's going to be divided by the length of the completed days area inside the habit. And so this is going to return a number, of course, and we're going to use it directly to be able to show in our UI. So this is what we're doing in here. And we're using the toFixed method to be able to get rid from the numbers after the comma. And for the streaks, we're going to use the calculate streaks directly to be able to return the streaks of each habit. And we're passing in it um, the habit object. And so at the bottom, to be able to show the information in the heat map. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this function. And the reason why we're doing so, because this calendar heat map accepts this kind of type, so the date and the count. So we need to convert this. So we're going to take the dates from the completed days and next to it, we're going to have the count, which is going to be always 1. And so we're going to use this date. So we're going to pass in inside the heat this function, the habit, because this is what we're going to use. And we're going to pass in this function that we created. And then we're going to return the array that is going to be stored in the date data. So this date data is going to be used into the values of this component. And so that's basically how to be able to make sure that this whole thing is dynamic. So it's pretty easy to set up. So after that, we're going to go to this component. And so we're going to go to the main statistics functional component. And actually, what we're going to do, we're going to create this function to be able to calculate the percentage of today's progress. So this is all the steps needed to be able to do so. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to get the completed days from the current date. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to get all the habits that needed to be done for this current day. And we're going to return the result by dividing the total habits of completed days by the total of habits of the current day. And here we're doing some checking. So if the length is 0, so we're going to return 0. And also we're doing this. So if it is undefined, we're going to return 0. So we're doing the check-ins to make sure that always we're going to return 0. So this can still working. And for these ones, so they are pretty easy because we set up all the functions to be able to calculate this. And in the area dependency, we are doing this. And to make sure that those are updated, so we're going to create this use effect hook. So first we're going to calculate the total streak, and we're going to rely on the calculate streak function that we created. And we're going to increment the streaks by using the reduce method. Then we are going to calculate the total perfect days, and we're going to update our our state statistics info. So first we had just a simple constant, but right now I used the variable states just for rendering into the UI, and that's why I added these like this. And all of that's going to be dependent on the all habits. So that's basically how we can be able to make this all happening. The next and the final part that we're gonna start working on is the areas part. So to be able to match all the design of the other uh, pages. So what I did, I added uh, the header like this with this button to be able uh, to open a form to create a new area. And if we turn this into the dark mode, as you can see, this also changes. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to open up the File Explorer. And in here, I created this area folder. And here I created the areas.jsx. So this is where we are going to put in the areas top bar. So I already added some code for the other parts, but I want to just show you each thing one by one. So the areas top bar, so it's going to be this component, and this is the actual body of it, so nothing fancy. For the button, here I created um, custom component where I'm using the button and added some other things to make sure that this button is reusable as much as I could. So I'm adding all these elements, and also I'm adding these icons by using the SVG icon. And those are going to be the properties. So I added these properties like this, the size, the icon, and the color, just to make sure that this button is usable for the areas. And if we go again to the areas top bar, so for the button, as you can see, I'm using the size and the icon just to be able to make the customization a lot easier. And here we're having the this 3 bars. So whenever we hit a certain threshold, as you can see, this is going to be closed and we can be able to open it up like we did for the other pages. And the next element that I added is these habits, as you can see. So it's going to be based on the habits or the areas that, or the elements that we're having in the all areas area. And so as you can see, all these areas are the same that we're having in here. And if we turn this into the dark mode and go back to the area, as you can see, also the colors change. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I created this all areas container, and we're gonna put it under the areas top bar. So in here, the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna create the areas card that are gonna accept the single area as a prop, because that's each element that is stored inside the all areas. And then we're going to use the whole div to be able to render each element on its own little box. So, and in here, we're going to get the all areas from the context API, because this is where we're storing the information. And then we're going to use the map function to iterate through each element. And we're going to use the area card functional component to be able to render each element. And we're going to pass in inside of it the single area. And so that's basically how to be able to create this. And also, if you noticed in here, so we can't be able, so we're not having these dots to the all, because this need to be set up by default initially, and it doesn't have to be changing. So to be able to do this in our JSX, what we're going to do in here, we're going to use this statement. So if only if the other elements that are not all, then we're going to show the icon to be able to click on. And in here, we're doing the styling to be able to switch between the dark mode and the light mode. And those are the utility classes to be able to design or create the design of this page or this component. And the next logic that I worked on is the selection of the area. So when I click over here, as you can see, our area is selected. And if I click on edit, right now we're just logging this just to make sure that everything is working fine. And the reason why I'm doing so, because we're going to use the same drop down that we're using. So let's go back to the all habits. So we're using the same drop down. So that's why I want to make sure that when I click on edit, I want to open up the habit window. And if we click on the area, and we're gonna make sure, and we're gonna check if the area is an area type, then we're going to return this edit area. And then when we create our model, we're gonna replace by this simple login text. And also for the remove, if I click on remove, as you can see, if I click on, so if we're having this, so as you can see, we're having the delete area, which means that we are targeting the correct item. And if we go back to the all habits and we do the same thing, and if we click on delete, as you can see, the delete of the habit happened. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do inside the all areas container, um, so we need to go to here, and we're going to add this drop down functional component in here to be able to use it. And inside the area card, we're going to get these to work with from the context API. And we're going to create this function I called the open drop down function, that is going to be linked to the on-click event listener of the icon button tag, because this is what we're going to use to be able to get the positions top and left to be able to place our drop down. And this is what we're doing. We're getting the positions, the top and the left, and we're going to assign it and just drop down positions. And then we're going to update the selected items by the single area, and we are going to open up the open drop down via this line. So also what we're going to do, we're going to go to the drop down and we're going to add this if statement in the case. So if we click on edit, we want to make sure that if it is a habit type or area type. And that's why we're creating these type cards that we did for the confirmation window. So if it is the habit type, then we're going to open up the window or the habit window. Otherwise, we're going to log out the edit area. And once we create our model, we're going to put it here to be able to open it up. And so that's basically how to be able to do so. And also if we go to the confirmation window and also make sure to add the confirmation window in the all areas to be able to use this model. If we go to the confirmation window again into the delete function, we added this if statement. So we want to make sure that the selected item is a habit type or a area type. So if it is a habit type, we're going to open up, we're going to trigger this function to be able to delete the habit. Otherwise, we're going to log out the delete area. So after adding these components, the next thing that I added is the modal to be able to add areas. So when I click on add area, as you can see, so this is going to be our simple modal to be able to add an area. And if I go back to the all habits and I switch to the dark mode and I um, go back to the areas, as you can see, first the form is closed automatically, and if I open it up again, as you can see, the colors also change to fit the dark mode. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to create the model. So what I did, I created this file. I call this model.jsx, and this is going to be the whole model. And as you can see, so that's the body. So I wanted to make it reusable as much as I could. So here we're having all the props that we're going to get externally. And so this is going to be the default class. And we're going to having all the default utility classes. And in the return JSX, we're going to only show this if the is open, that we're getting it outside of the data form model from this prop. So if it is true, then we're going to show all this. And this is the styling for the dark mode and the light mode. So the class name, it's gonna take first the default classes, and then we're going to add the class name from the prompt to be able to override the default classes. And we're having the header, and inside the header, so that's the functional component of our header. And also what we're doing, we're using the input name. So this input name that I created it in here, and it's pretty much reusable. So I had to use the use context inside of it just because I ran out a bit of time. So first I wanted to make it reusable as much as I could. And this is the whole functional component of the input name. So, and that's pretty much for the model. So the next thing that I'm going to show you the logic to be able to open it up and close it. And the first thing that I did, I created this uh, constant open area form to be able to use it to whether we are going to open it and close it. Sorry. And then we're going to create this one. And then in the global context provider, so we need to create the types of these two objects, and the context API, again, make sure to go at the bottom and add all these values inside the values properties. So once we did this, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all areas top bar. And so we're going to go to the areas, and we're going to add the so let's go to the in here, and we're going to add our data form model. And as you can see, it is accepting all these props. So there is open the onClose, the form title, the onChange, and the onClick. So the isOpen, it's going to be accepted from the open area form that we created it inside our context API. And the onClose, so whenever we are closing the data form model, this is going to be triggered. The form title is the add new area. The onChange, it's going to be linked to the input inside the data form model. And whenever we click on it, so the button inside the data form model, it's going to be also triggered. And so, so this is how we can be able to create our data form model. And one last thing, inside the context API, I added this use effect hook just to be able to close all the windows whenever the menu items change. And the next thing that I worked on is the selection of the icon. So we're going to use the same icon window that we used for creating the habits. And if I click over here, as you can see, we can be able to select the icon that we clicked on. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from the context API. And the first thing that I did, I created these two variables, one for the open icon window to be able to open or close the window, and the icon select to be able to store the icon that we selected. Normally, I had to do this when I started working on adding the habits. And then make sure to add them in the create context and also in the global context like this. And I put them inside one object that I called open icon window object. So once we did this, so we're going to go into the area.jsx and we're going to add those things because the icon window that we used also has these properties. So all what we're going to do, we're going to link those variables to the props of the icon window. And and the next thing that I did is um, let's go to the modal, and we're going to go to the input name component. And in here, the first thing that I'm doing, adding this set open icon window and the icon selected. So this is going to be here. Whenever we click on the icon, we're going to open the icon window. And also, we're going to use the icon selected. And we're going to put it in here to be able to change the icon of this little box over here. And also into the, make sure to add for the, so let's go to the icon window. So let me go to the icon window and into the class name. So into the class name, yeah, so that's for the creating this little window to be able to change the icon. So the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna add the area that we want to create into the all areas state so they can be rendered in our UI. And now we can be able to add an area if we want to. So I'm going to show you. So let's choose another icon and click on add new area. As you can see, it has been added successfully. And let's say, for example, if I want just for validation, so I want to create a area that already exists. So we're going to have this error message, or if I do this, we're going to have this message until we write something and click on add, and it's going to be added successfully. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And inside the all area top bars, all all areas container. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to create this new object called area item. Pretty much we're going to do the same thing that we did for the habit item. And in here, we're creating the handle on close function that it's going to be linked to this data form. And so that the handle on click, so whenever we click on the button, this is going to be triggered, and we're going to trigger all this code to be able to add our habit item. And here we're going to create our use effect. So when the window is closed, we are going to reset the area item, the name of it. And also when we open in our form, we're going to generate a new ID. So this is the code. And here we are. So whenever we change the icon property, we're going to change the icon. Whenever we're changing the icon from the icon selected variable, we're going to change the icon property inside the area item. And also another thing that I added inside the data form model is this text value. So something that I didn't create it. So to be able to link the area item dot name with the input inside uh, the input name tag that we component that I created. So I added this text value into the prompt, and then I added the value in here because since this input name, it's extending all the properties from the native input HTML. So that's why we can be able to access the value without having to put in it inside the prompt. And so let's go back to the all areas container. And in here, so whenever we click on the button, this is going to be triggered. And so we're going to check if this empty, and we're going to check if the habit is already existing. If it's not, so we're going to call this add new area. So we're going to pass in inside of it these three arguments. So let's get into the um, so let's close this. By the way, I'm using this Codium plugin. It's like Copilot, but it's totally free. And so let's go to the Explorer, and I created this add new area in here. So the same thing like that I did for the all habits, so you can be able to add other code when we are gonna start working with the database. So this is basically the code to be able to update our all areas area, and we're gonna return this success message telling the user that this um, area has been added successfully. So the next thing that I added is to be able to add the habit into the database. So I'm going to add this one. I'm going to choose another icon and click on add new area. And as you can see, we waited a little bit, then this habit has been created. And if we go to our database and we check our database, we're gonna find our area has been um, added in our um, MongoDB database. So let's go back to our VS Code, and so we're gonna start by creating our schema like we did for the habits. And this is what's gonna be how it's gonna be our schema, the name, the icon, and the clerk user ID. And we're going to check if the model already exists. If it is not, we're gonna create one in the database. Otherwise, we're gonna use the one that we already created. And also, once we create this, we're gonna create our route. And so that's gonna be the route, so the post method. So pretty much the same thing that we did for the habits. The only thing that is changing right now are the properties. And here we're going to return to the client the area because we're going to use this to be able to save our ID to make sure that the ID that we're having inside our database is the same that we're having in our front end. And then we're going to go to the add new area. And also another thing in our type, we're going to make this as not required because MongoDB generate the ID. And that's why we uh, add this emit to be able to emit the ID and not have any problems with the with the schema. And here what we're going to do first, we're going to convert our icon into our icon text, the same thing that we did for the habits. And we're going to create a new object where we're going to store all the elements, the previous elements of the area items. The only thing that we're going to change is the icon. And this only it's going to be used to be able to pass it or send it to the server, to the database to be stored, because we can't store the icon prompts. The only thing that we can store is a string. And we're going to do this. And then we're going to get a response back from the server, and we're going to extract only the ID. And then we're going to create a new object. We're going to use the spread operator to keep the previous elements. The only ID thing that we're going to change is the ID. Then we're going to use this to be able to update or add this element in our UI. And we're going to return a successful message. So, and there you have it. So this is how we can be able to add a new item into our database. And the next thing that I'm going to work on is the get method to be able to extract the habit or the areas in our application. And now we can be able to extract the information from the database. And as you can see, we're having these these areas. And if we go to the MongoDB and refresh our areas collection, so we're going to find them all in here. And if we reload the page, so we're going to load up all of these elements. And also if we go to the habits, for example, and let's edit this one. And if we go here, we're going to find the habits that we created. And let's edit the habits, and also we're going to find them in here. So all the areas that we created inside the areas page will be appearing here, but also will be appearing here successfully. So let's go back to the VS Code. And also another thing, that's an edge case that I created. So when the user, for example, if the user just signed in and it doesn't, so we need to create the all by default. So we're going to handle that into the front end. So the first thing that we're going to do, of course, we need to create our route. So we're going to go up into the areas route. And here we're going to create our get method to be able to extract all the habits or the areas based on the Clerk ID query. So we're doing the same thing like we did for the habits, and we're going to use the area schema or modal to be able to find all the areas that have the Clerk user ID that we're looking for. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the context API. And this is here I created inside the fetch all areas. So we're going to do this try and catch block to be able to fetch the data based on the user.id from Clerk. And then we're going to get a response from the server, and we're going to store our data into the data constant. And this is how we can be able to handle if the user just signed in and doesn't have any areas. So we're gonna see if the data's length is 0. It means that the user has the first time to use the application. So we're going to call this the all areas. So if we go to this function, so I put it into the bottom. And so first we're going to create our object, and we're going to convert this globe icon into text by using this function. The name is going to be all, and the Clerk user ID, we're going to get it from the user hook from Clerk. And we're going to use the try and catch block, and we're going to use the post method to be able to create our all areas. And then we're going to extract the ID and update our ID, and then we are going to return from this function, so you can be able to save it inside the all area. And then we are going to convert the icon from text to icon. Then we're going to update the all area. So that's the process. And we're going to use the return, so you can be able to exit the fetch all areas, so that does not run. And so if it's not the case, we're going to extract all the information, all the areas, um, and we're going to convert the icons from text to icon. Then we're going to update the set all areas. And this is how we can be able to handle that and to be able to extract the information that we created about all areas in our front end. So the next step that I'm going to do is to be able to delete the area. And now we can be able to delete the habit. So let's select this one and click on remove and click on delete. As you can see, we're having the successful message, and the actual area has been deleted successfully. And even if we go back to the all habits, so we're not going to find it in here, because what we're having in here is directly linked to the habits that we're having in here. So we're going to go back to the VS Code, and so we're going to create a couple of things first. In the area route, we're going to create this delete method. And this is what we're going to do to be able to delete. So we're going to get from the client only the ID, and then we're going to use the find one and delete method to be able to find the ID that we want. And then we're going to return this as a message. So it's just for testing purposes. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go at the bottom here, and we're going to create this function, this delete area. So that's going to accept these arguments. And we're going to do the same thing that we did for the habit. So we're going to filter the ID of the selected area out from the area, all areas. Then we're going to then we're going to send HTTP request with the delete method to be able to delete the habit that we want depending on the ID of the selected area. Then we're going to return this successful message if everything goes right. And in the confirmation window, we're going to add this into the else statement. So that's why we use the type guards to check this is area type. So we're gonna call this function that we created, and we're gonna pass in it all the elements, and make sure to add the all areas at the set all areas in here. And we're gonna call this function that we just saw. We're gonna close the confirmation window, and the selected item is gonna be null. And right now everything is working fine. And the last thing that we're going to work on the areas component or page is editing the area. And also another thing that I added when we are deleting our area is we want, when we delete, for example, so let's say we want to delete the test area, it should be also updated in all the habits. So I'm going to show you. So that's something that I created. And so let's delete the test. And we're going to go back to the habits. And as you can see, the test area, it is gone from the habits that had the this as area. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you the code to be able to do this. And the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to delete the selected area from all habits. And then, so that's the code that we're going to use to be able to do so. So we are going to use the map function, And inside the areas, we're going to use the sum function to be able to find at least the area inside the areas property inside the on habits. And then we're going to filter that out and to be able to get rid from the area that we want to delete from the areas property. Otherwise, we're going to return the habit. So for the other elements that we didn't find the areas that we want to delete, we're going to return the object. Then what we're going to do, we're going to convert the icons. So this icon for the habit, it's going to be converted, but also we're going to convert the icon of the area. So that's the code that we're going to do to be able to make this. And this is the tricky part. So we need to update each habit in our database. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this array and we're going to use the for each loop. And inside of it, we're going to use for each habit, we're going to take it and put it inside this function, the update habit in MongoDB function that I created. And here we're going to use the put method. So here we're going to use the put method for each habit to be able to update all the habits that we want. So we're going to use the put method or the exact method that we used for the edit habits, and I made some adjustment to be able to fit our context. And finally, what we're going to do, we're going to update all areas, but also we're going to update the all habits. So we can be able to update the areas in our front end, but also in the all habits in the front end, so we can be able to see the result right away in here. So when it comes to editing the habit, so the first thing that we need to do is to be able to change the names and also to be able to get the selected item into the model that we created to be able to edit our area. So I'm going to show you, like, if we click on edit, as you can see right now, we're having the edit area and we're having the name of the area and also the icon, and also the button, it's going to be changing. And if we click on add area, as you can see, everything goes back to its initial position. So the first thing that I want to share with you before we can be able to update uh, the the area into the database, but also to be able to update the on habits. So I'm going to show you the logic that I did to be able to create this. So here I added this else statement. So when the open area form is opening, because this is for closing, so we're going to check if the selected items is null or not. So if it is not null, meaning that we're going to edit an area, and then we're going to update, the um, so if it is not null, meaning that we're going to create a new area, this is going to be done. And if it's not, so we are just assign the selected items into the set or into the area item. So that's the first thing that we're going to do inside the all areas container, and also inside in here in the data model form model, because this accepts as a prop the form title, which is the text that we're going to use for the form, and if we're going to use the selected item as a ternary, as a condition in a ternary operator. So if it is not null, mean that we're going to edit the area, then we're going to use this text. Otherwise, we're going to use the add area. And for the name, so it's going to be updated automatically because the name of the items array inside here is linked to the input. So we're not going to worry about this. And for the icon also, it's going to be done automatically. And for the button, so that's where I had to uh, access to the data form model. And what we're going to do here at the bottom and to the button, we're going to use the form title as a condition. So if it is add area, meaning that we're going to add an area, so that's going to be the name of the button. Otherwise, we're going to have the edit area. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to actually, when we click on the edit area, we're going to update the area, and also we're going to update the area inside the all habits that have this area. And also before we move on into editing really the area, so I want to show you very few adjustments that I added. And the problem that I found is when I click on the actual box, the selected item gets null. And also when we click in here, the selected item also is not null. So to be able to fix this problem, so we're going to go to the drop down, and in here we're going to add this open area form, and also make sure to add it in here. And also when we close the window, we need that the selected item is set to null. And this is what we're going to do inside this handle on close. So right now we're not having this problem anymore. So now we can be able to update the area. So let's edit this area, and I'm going to call it something like this. And let's say I'm going to choose this icon and click on edit area. As you can see, the area has been edited, and if I refresh the page, so all the information remains the same. And so the next thing that I need to do is to be able to update this one into the habits that we're having in here that has the this area that we changed. So that's I'm going to do this after showing you how to be able to edit first the habit or the area. And the first thing that I did, I created this edit area function. And in this function, it's going to accept the area item, the all areas, and the set all areas. And here we're going to convert the icon from icon to text before we can save it into the database. And then we're going to update the icon. And here we're going to create our object inside another one called copy area item. So this one, it's going to be used to be able to save into the database. Then we are going to update our area into the front end. And then we're going to use this fetch method with the put method to be able to update our area, and it's we're going to just use the name and the icon, and then we're going to update our UI by using the update all areas. And first, of course, we need to create in our route the put method, and that's going to be the put method. So as you can see, so it is pretty much the same that we did for the habits. So the only difference here is the naming of the variables, and here we're gonna just choose the name and the icon. And this is basically how we can be able to edit the area.